Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Terrence McNally, and it is my honor to be Master of Ceremonies in front of such a distinguished audience. I come to you from Hollywood, where I have been an actor in films and television and a writer and producer of movies. I also have a national radio program and work as a strategic communications consultant. Gathered here tonight are some of the most accomplished and influential people in the world, and several have been nominated for awards, which will be bestowed upon them this evening and again tomorrow night in recognition of their extraordinary contributions in the areas of health, science, industry, and individual rights. Tonight, you're going to hear from renowned national figures, hear spectacular musical entertainment, and dine on sumptuous meals. And tomorrow, the celebration continues when you will go on VIP tours of your choice of the Capitol, Ford's Theater, or George Washington's Mount Vernon. And tomorrow night, we will all reassemble in the same ballroom for the grand finale. We want to dedicate this program to that indispensable of all Americans, the one who commanded the forces that won our independence and who remains perhaps the foremost example of an American president dedicated to limited government and individual liberty, George Washington. And with your help, we will heed President Washington's call to rekindle the sacred fire of liberty, and we're going to do that beginning right now.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
What an awe-inspiring performance. Thank you, Alma. Believe it or not, folks, we have with us tonight a direct descendant of Francis Scott Key, the author of the Star-Spangled Banner. Frank Key, please stand and be recognized. Frank Key. Over here. Thank you. Frank happens to be the owner of Purist Colloids, one of our platinum sponsors. Thank you very much, Frank. And now, before we proceed, let's take a few moments to thank the God who gives us liberty. Please bow your heads as President Robert Walter, member of the Centerville VA Stake Presidency of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, offers our invocation. President Walter?
Our most kind and gracious Father in heaven, how grateful we are for the opportunity we have to gather here this evening. We are certainly grateful for the many blessings that we appreciate at thy hand and give thee thanks for the blessings of thy Son and all the mercies and compassions that he extends to us each day. We are grateful for the organizers of this event, and we pray that thy blessings will be upon each of us now as we participate in this sacred experience, that we may be touched in our minds and hearts as we remember and reflect upon the civil liberties in which we enjoy by the virtue of living in this great nation. We are grateful for our founding fathers who gave everything that we might enjoy these liberties, these freedoms, the ability to choose. And we pray, Father, that we might do all that we can to defend those liberties, that we might be able to help incentivize local leaders and others and national leaders to continue to allow the voice of the people to be heard. We pray now, Father, that thy blessings will be upon those who serve in the armed forces, those who give daily of their life, of their time and talent, that we might be able to continue to enjoy the securities of this country and the freedoms that we so enjoy. We are mindful of the honorees, those who have sacrificed to help promote civil liberties throughout our nation, throughout their respective industries. We're grateful for them, and we pray that thy blessings will be upon each of them tonight, that they may recognize and understand just how appreciative we are of them and of their efforts. And we pray that their victories and their efforts will continue to be recognized and sustained. We pray a special blessing upon those who are absent yet this evening, that they may join us quickly, that we might be able to continue to celebrate this occasion and be reminded again of all that we enjoy as members and as citizens of a free country. We give thee thanks again and pray for thy Spirit to be with us, and say this in the sacred name of thy only begotten Son, even Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you, President Walter. It is now my distinct privilege and honor to introduce this evening's keynote speaker, a veteran news journalist whose award-winning reporting has informed this nation of most of the political developments over the last 2.5 decades. He first came to national prominence as the host of NPR's Marketplace, then as NPR's senior White House correspondent during the Reagan and George H.W. Bush administrations. He then moved to television, where he served as a political correspondent on ABC's World News Tonight, Nightline, Good Morning America, then fulfilled that same role at CNN before becoming senior White House correspondent and then chief Washington correspondent for Fox News. In 2011, Jim Angle was promoted to chief national correspondent for Fox News. Jim has received numerous awards and honors, including the Merriman Smith Memorial Award from the White House Correspondents Association and the Excellence in Financial Journalism Award, among many others. Columnist Nat Hentoff praised Mr. Angle as, quote, one of the most fair, incisive, and informed investigative reporters on the Washington scene. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to the stage this evening's keynote speaker, Fox News national correspondent, Jim Angle. Please join me now in welcoming to the stage the 37th Treasurer of the United States and the youngest to hold that office, Fox News contributor Angela Bay Buchanan. Hi, Bay.
Good evening. What an honor it is to be here, to be part of this great tribute to George Washington, our founding fathers. I want to thank Jonathan for not only inviting me, but for even putting this on. It's a great and wonderful an event for us to give some more thought to that great founding father of ours, something that is not done enough in this country anymore. And also, I want to tell you that it is an honor to follow Jim here to the podium. he's a rare breed in Washington. Not only is he a journalist, he's an investigative reporter who is not only fair but honest. Imagine coming in Washington as somebody who's spent way too much time on television debating, usually with the daggone anchors as much as the liberal. I want to tell you, it's a tribute to Jim to do the job he does, and we're honored to have him here and me honored to be able to follow him. As you heard, I wrote a book about Hillary, and I'm just thinking maybe it's time to dust that little fellow off and freshen it up and try it again. What do you think? You just heard I was the youngest treasurer of the United States. I thought I might tell you a little bit about how I came to be the treasurer and how I found out that I was the youngest. I'd been with Ronald Reagan for 5 years. I was with him in '76 when he lost to Gerald Ford, and stayed with him for the intervening years, became the treasurer of his campaign, and he named me the Treasurer of the United States when he won. That's what I asked for. I kind of thought, well, hey, I was good enough for you when you were a candidate. How about now that you're president? He agreed and named me to be the U.S. Treasurer. Well, I took office the day after he took office over there in Treasury Department. Big, beautiful office, a staff already in place, and the press started calling. And in the press, when you have a new administration, what the press is trying to do is do a quick story. There's so many new and fresh faces coming to town. They just want a little angle, a little something interesting. They can do a blurb, quick, new treasurer, something about them, you know. And what they decided to go with me is she's the youngest U.S. treasurer. So they called me up and they said, are you the youngest? And at first I said, yeah, yes, I am, because who could be younger? I mean, I was just out of grade school. I needed a driver because I didn't have a license. I mean, I had to be. I was very young at the time. All right. So then I started thinking, you know, those founding fathers, Alexander Hamilton and the rest of them, they also were very young. I better check this out because I'd be misrepresenting myself to the media in the first week here. So I called in the office a fellow who worked for the treasurer. It didn't matter what administration. He had been there many, many years. Through many administrations, his job was work outside the office of the treasurer. So I called in my office and I said, can you find out if I'm the youngest U.S. treasurer? And he said, sure, Ms. Buchanan, no trouble. There's archives right here in the department. It's just downstairs a couple floors. And I said, okay, can you find that out as quickly as you can? 4 to 5 hours pass, and he comes into the office. Ms. Buchanan, you are the youngest U.S. treasurer. You can imagine I was pretty excited. I said, I am? I really am? He said, you have to be. Most of them are dead. That, friends, was my first experience with a federal bureaucrat. Now, I want you to know there's some competent ones, but there's others that share his short-sightedness, shall we say. I had a wonderful experience in Treasury, in the department, as the U.S. Treasurer, and I learned a great deal. But I think the amazing thing was having worked with Ronald Reagan, having known him and going into the administration as his U.S. Treasurer. People often ask me, I speak often around the country, especially to young people, and they'll say to me, what was he like? What is it, you know, that separated him from the others? And if I had to condense it, as I will tonight, I would say he was a humble man. He was a good and humble man. And you don't find many of them in high office. It's just reality. It's just human nature. As you become higher and higher in office and people are calling you senator this or congressman this, it tends to go to the head. But it never did with Ronald Reagan. And I had the opportunity to sit with him just a few months, maybe six months after the attempted assassination. And I sat next to him for lunch. And I said to him, my golly, there's a terrible thing that happens. And how do you, how do you reflect upon it? And he said, Bay, I'm on borrowed time. I know that. I have a job here to do. And the Lord has obviously decided that I need to continue doing it. But I'm on his time. And I recognize that. That's the kind of guy he is. I had a breakfast with a friend of mine today who was in the administration close to the president. And he said after about 4 weeks in office, it's really just a few weeks in office, he found himself in a room. He's about to give a speech. The advance guys and all were elsewhere. They put him in the holding room, and he just happened to be in the holding room with them. It was just the two of them. And he said, Mr. President, and as he told me, he said, I probably called him governor because that's what we always called him. What's it like? What do you feel now that it's been 3-4 weeks as president? And he said, I have one regret. I don't find enough time to think about America. I don't find enough time to think about America. Friends, that's what I want to talk about tonight. This country is in real tough shape. We are, as Jim pointed out, losing our civil rights, our ability. Did you see the news this morning? 92 million Americans, 92 million Americans are not employed. This is, and they'll say, okay, the number's down now. Unemployment's 6.1, it's going down. What kind of way is this to go down? To send people out so far away from the opportunity to work and take care of themselves and their family, as if they just give up. They just give up looking, and that drops your unemployment number. Is this something to be proud of? How can a country as great as ours not offer opportunity to all of us? That is part of what it is to be an American, to recognize that we don't have to be born of money or have the opportunity for great and wonderful education. We have in this country opportunity, the hope that we can have the dreams and be able to pursue those dreams and to be successful, that is in our power as Americans. That's why those millions of immigrants have traveled to this country, because they saw that with that freedom and ability to take charge of themselves, that they can do it. And we have stolen that. We have taken it away from millions and millions. I think, and my heart breaks, and on the campaign trails, especially with my brother, we would come face to face with 50-year-old men who had lost their jobs and will never work again. People out there recognizing they have families they can no longer take care of. You know, the numbers today, the number of people in the workforce has never been as low since, I believe it's 38 years, 2 years before Reagan took office. So Reagan understood this. He came into office knowing that the country then was in difficult shape, and there millions of Americans had also lost hope at that time. And he came into office, he recognized that not only did he have to have a policy, and his policy was specific, and you all, I'm sure, remember it. You know, you have to, as he said, get the government off the backs of the people and cut the taxes and cut regulation and cut the size of government and make certain we can control that inflationary number. It's a 4-point plan. He implemented it, but it wasn't just that. It wasn't about government policy alone. He recognized that he needed to instill in Americans once again that hope, that dream that they can do this. And as he would say, the government can't do this. We can't create jobs. It's only you that can do it, and you can. Americans are always up to the task, up to the challenge. They can do this. And he inspired people to start businesses, to start thinking of the future and what they're capable of doing. And they did it. And we created millions and millions and millions of jobs because we had a leader who thought about America, about the people in this country. And he figured out a way to make certain that this responsibility of ours to take care of ourselves and our families was reignited, that they could be proud and they could know with a little extra hard work, they can do this too. And America became a prosperous nation once again. And here we are today. And what's the message from Washington today? You don't know nothing out there. You don't build your own businesses. Nothing happens without government. We know best. We know best your kids need to be taught. We know best what food they should eat. You know, I panicked a little bit when Michelle got into that food stuff because there was a child was sent home because they looked in the lunch bag and found a I thought, what do they have, a bunch of cookies? You know, something like my mother would have given me, because I didn't eat anything in those days. She put in anything I liked because she knew I needed something to make it through the day. And they said, the kid had a ham and cheese sandwich. I said, a ham and cheese, I wouldn't eat that. But the kid had a good and decent lunch, something the kid liked. No way. Send them home, made her go to the cafeteria, and charged the family for the $2 for the lunch, okay? Now, what is the government doing? Telling us what to feed our children. How do they know what's best to be taught and not taught? Did you see the other day a child responded when one child sneezed, and the kid automatically said, God bless you. They were suspended. And the principal said, I'll not have that God talk in my school. What do you want him to say? Why don't you go to blankety, kid, for sneezing? I mean, God bless you. They're now trying to take the pledge out of our schools because of the word God. Jim talked a lot about what's going on in Washington now, and I have learned something. I see this Obamacare, this absolute disastrous policy, and I followed it carefully as it proceeded through Congress, and they kept saying, well, you're not going to know what's in it yet, you know, in these debates. It's got to pass first, then we'll figure it out. I was like, I don't understand this, it's just politicians saying things. No, we don't understand what's in it, but it's going to be good, and people really love it when they see it. And so I just took it for a grain of salt. And now I understand more as I followed it in the last couple months, last year or so. I've learned a little bigger thing about our laws. And I guess I should have realized it, but it just took me an extra day or two, more so than most people, that this is how they make our laws now. It used to be that Congress had the responsibility to pass a law, and then you send it up, and the president signs it, and then the government, the bureaucrats, the agencies, they implement it. Well, now, the central planners on the Hill, the congressional staffers, deliberately write the bills so they're ambiguous. They don't care that it doesn't make sense or it's not clear or how to work things. It is deliberate because they want the agencies to implement it. And the courts have agreed. In 2007, when it was quite clear Congress did not intend for the EPA to take total charge of the air, they said no. Congress passed a law, Clean Air Act. Clean Air Act, that's the responsibility of the EPA. So now the EPA runs amok, just runs amok. And we cannot get control of it. I mean, their target is to shut down businesses they don't like. They have their own agenda. They're going to shut your business down. Well, how American is that? Well, it doesn't matter that Congress has not in any way granted them that power, but the laws now are like an aspiration, an inspiration as to what we would like. Clean air, affordable care, affordable health care. That's the goal. And then throw the power up to an agency and let them do anything they want. Run amok on businesses and on families, on churches, anything they choose. Nothing gets in their way. That's what we're looking at. And I look and think of all that happens in this country and all that those who've gone before us have done. You now have a president who allows his agencies to do what they want. We have a Justice Department that is just beyond belief, violating the rights of Americans rather than giving them just the basic, you're innocent before you have to be proven guilty. You're innocent. That's the assumption. Not anymore. Not if Mr. Holder doesn't like what's happened, boy. Not at all. Basic fairness. And then, of course, there's the laws. The laws they don't like. Well, we just don't enforce them. We do not enforce laws we do not like. I was part of a group on the immigration battles over the years. And a number of years ago when George Bush was president, I was very much opposed to the amnesty being proposed by McCain, Kennedy, and supported by the president. And so I put together a group, and I realized, what are we going to do? With the Senate vote and a conference committee, we would be done. They would have had a tens of millions would have received amnesty. And I greatly feared for the country because It would just be a matter of a couple, 20, 30 years before we had the same number, if not more, illegals coming to the country. It is a magnet policy if you pass an amnesty. That is something I felt very strongly about. And so I was very concerned. We met, we tried to figure out what to do. And we did not have, we had the press against us. We had both parties against us. We had the national leaders against us. We had corporate America against us, the chamber against us. You name it, they were against us. And I just said, well, the only people we have, only thing that's in favor on our side is the American people. We knew we had them. So I went around the country to try to do as much radio and TV and town hall meetings as I could, especially in states where there was vulnerable senators and congressmen, to try to raise the issue, to say, listen, it's coming, and you're the only thing left between us and this just enormous amnesty. And people kept asking me, well, why is it? We got a Republican president, a Republican House. How could this possibly be? And I voted for George Bush. How could he be doing? And I had this answer, and I said, well, you know, he believes in this. He wants to have an open relationship with Mexico, or he wants this free trade, and they're taking it to the furthest. Whatever it be, I tried to explain it. And after several stops, several days on this trail, I realized this is all wrong. That's not the answer. That was completely wrong for me to try to explain what Washington was doing. These Americans that I was in front of were as concerned as I was. And what they were saying is, why? Why Washington? I so often hear that today. What are they doing back there? How could they be doing that? That's so awful. Well, you know, the answer is not, well, they're liberals, or they're this, or they're that. The answer is, it's incumbent upon us to change it. That's the answer. If you don't like what's going on in Washington, we can't sit back and say, we don't like it. We don't like that. You know, in the words of George Washington, Sacred Fire of Liberty. The sacred fire of liberty is entrusted in the hands of the American people. The American people. That is not the elected officials. That's not the rich. That's not the famous. It is not the corporations. It is us. It is us. And when I think back to George Washington and what he did, all that he did, against enormous odds, as I believe it was he told Adam, I'm not sure which one, but I think it was he told John Adams, I don't think I can win it. But did you think for a moment he hesitated? He went full, he put down everything, as did those other founding fathers. Everything he had was on the line. His life, the life of his family, all his assets, all his businesses, everything was thrown in and put on the table for this country. If you think of all the people that have stepped up during the First World War, during the Second World War, they just went. They just went. I heard a story today of a senator who was well, at the time he wasn't a senator, he was an accomplished attorney. And Senator Strom Thurmond, actually. And someone told me the story today, which is the first time I heard it. He heard that we were bombed. He walked out of his office and went down and signed up. He signed up. And that's what people did all over the country. Well, it's our turn. It's our turn. We need in this country a boldness. We need people willing to stand up and say what they believe. We got to put aside all this political correctness and cautiousness and timidity. We don't have the kind of leaders in this country that we need to take this country and put it back on course. We don't have them. I look at people in Washington, and they're always saying, well, you know, this is good. I agree with you, Bay. I agree. But it's a little controversial. You know, it's a little controversial. We probably shouldn't do this. We should maybe do something else. And so we do things that are safe, and which the pollsters say will bring us votes. And we avoid things that are controversial. Well, that's not leadership. When you have votes in D.C., very familiar party line vote. So there you go. The senators, the congressmen go up, And their staffers whispered, party line, vote yes. What do you mean vote yes? Who's telling me to vote yes? I'm an elected official. I've told the people I represent what I believe, what I think is right for America, what direction the country should be in, and how I'm going to do everything in my power to get it there. And you're taking orders from somebody? That's not a leader, that's a follower. And that's how we've gotten ourselves into the problems we have today. Why do you think there's no immigration policy that is satisfactory? The last one we had was under Ronald Reagan. And we've watched, and people, that's a little controversial. They'll call you racist if you take that stand. And the other side saying it's not popular to vote for increased immigration. And so we do nothing. We keep our hand over our eyes and ears and make certain nobody knows. Friends, I have been called a racist so much, I answer to it. I say, yeah, did you need something? We are Americans. Let them call us what they will. But if we're going to shy away because we're concerned what people will think about us, then we have lost the spirit that George Washington expected of every one of us. If we believe something is right in our hearts, we know this is best, we should be screaming about it. We should be telling people, this policy's wrong, this one's right, this is wrong. Our families should be well aware of where we stand. Our colleagues should know. How are we going to take this country and put it back together? How are we going to make certain it doesn't just slip quietly away? If we ourselves do not do what we need to do, it is our responsibility, and that responsibility was given to us right from George Washington. And when one American after another has stood up and done what they needed to do to keep this country great, from one generation to the next, it is now our turn. And if we, each and every one of us, doesn't take it upon ourselves, we will lose this country. That is for certain. It's my prayer that every one of us recognize ourselves as an American with the great and proud ability to speak our minds and let nobody intimidate us as we go forward. Thank you very, very much.
Tonight, we're here to celebrate the 20th anniversary of one of our nation's most accomplished constitutional and administrative law firms, Emord and Associates. The Emord firm has enjoyed an impressive run of victories over rights violations by agencies of the federal government, including a remarkable 8 over the Food and Drug Administration's 7. Seven on First Amendment grounds. So, we salute the Emord firm and thank the companies that join the firm in sponsoring tonight's gala. We're very grateful. You might as well hold your applause because this is a list. We are very grateful to our Gala Platinum event sponsors: Carnivore Research, Le Bleu Corporation, Nature's Pearl Corporation, NE Scientific, Now Foods, and Purist Colloids. We also thank our corporate dinner sponsors: Tropical Traditions, VE Irons, and Sun Corporation, Sun.com. We thank our award sponsors, Dr. Edmund Chen and Palm Springs Life Extension Institute. We thank our corporate table sponsors, Abagon Press, Wild Research, Mercola.com, Parker Hannifin Corporation, Simone Protective Health Products, Whitaker Wellness Institute, Longevity International, and Zyto Technologies Incorporated. Okay, so it's 20th anniversary. This is a birthday party. Now, what would a birthday party be without a cake? Okay. Here comes the cake. Now, what else would you expect? Emord and Associates, a birthday cake in the shape of the Supreme Court building. So we've got the cake. Now I'm looking at you guys. We need the song. Please join me, one and all, in singing to Emord and Associates, Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear E. Morton Associates. Happy birthday to you. It's funny, I wasn't expecting to stay on mic on that. Okay, next, we're going to do a little change here of the stage and bring on our first musical act of the evening. So bear with us for a moment.
How's everybody doing out there?
All right.
I don't know. I said, how's everybody doing out there?
All right. Oh, sound like a live crowd today.
Now, we want y'all to know that we don't mind if you move in your seats. We don't mind if you feel like singing along with us. Because everything we do tonight, you should know. Is that all right? Is that all right? Y'all ready to party?
Girl that makes me feel the way that you do.
You're all right.
Whenever I ask who makes my dreams real again, you do.
You're out of sight.
Look out, baby, 'cause here I come. And I'm bringing you along this cruise, so get ready, so get ready. Gonna try to make you love me too, so get ready, 'cause here I come.
Get ready, 'cause here I
I'm on
come.
my way.
Get ready, 'cause here I come.
All of my friends should want you to, I understand it.
You're all right.
I hope to get to you before they do the way I planned it.
You're out of sight.
Twiddly-dee, twiddly-do. Look out, baby, 'cause here I come. And I'm bringing you along this cruise, so get ready, so get ready. Gonna try to make you love me too, so get ready, so get ready.
Get ready, 'cause here I
I'm on my
come.
way.
Get ready, 'cause here I come. Sad as can be, 'cause her pretty face got the best of me. And suddenly you came into my life. You brought in some meaning and pure delight. Now that your looks I learned to do all that. Now I know what love's all about. And I know that, well, I know that beauty's on the skin deep. You speak your words, warm and sincere. It lets me know that your love's still here. A pretty face you might not possess, but what I like about you is your tenderness. A pretty face may be some guy's face, but I'll take good loving in his place. I know that, well now. Oh yeah, now. Oh baby, yeah. Oh, now. Oh yeah, now. All my friends all ask me, what do I see in you? It goes deeper than a bird's eye view. You have a pleasing personality. That's an ever-loving quality. Now, show me a girl, one who's fine. I'll choose the one with good loving every time. I know that, well now. Oh yeah.
wanna leave me, but I refuse to let you go. If I have to beg and plead for your sympathy, I don't mind, 'cause you mean that much to me. Ain't too proud to beg, sweet darling, please don't leave me, girl. Ain't too proud to plead, baby, baby, please don't leave me, girl. Now I heard a crying man is half a man with no sense of pride. But if I have to cry to keep you, I don't mind weeping if it'll keep you by my side. Ain't too proud to beg, sweet darling, please don't leave me, girl. Ain't too proud to plead, baby, baby, please don't leave me, girl. If I have to sleep on your doorstep all night and day, just to keep you from walking away, let your friends laugh, even this I can stand, 'cause I wanna keep you any way I can. Ain't too proud to beg, sweet darling, please don't leave me, girl. Ain't too proud to plead, baby, baby, please don't leave me, girl. Now I got a love so deep in the pit of my heart, and each day it grows more and more. I'm not ashamed to come and plead to you, baby. This pleading keeps you from walking out that door. Ain't no problem, baby, sweet darling, please don't leave me, girl. Ain't too proud to plead, baby, baby, please don't leave me, girl. Baby, 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 sweet darling, please don't leave me, girl. Ain't too proud to plead, baby, baby, please don't leave me, girl. I know you wanna leave me.
Thank you.
Thank you. 4 times, right? Here we go. All right. This next group that we're getting ready to do made themselves famous off of one move.
What moves
To
that?
give you guys a hint, there was 4 of them,
Okay.
and they started not at the bottom,
But at the top.
but at the top. So who is it? So 4 tops. So we're gonna need a little bit of audience participation. We're gonna show you how to do the move.
Really?
When you see us doing it, you guys join in, okay?
And it's a sit-down dance, so it's very, very easy.
Okay, let's go.
Come on.
This is it. That's all we're doing.
Sugar pie, honey bun.
Sugar pie,
You
honey
know
bun.
that I love you.
I love you.
I can't help myself. I love you and nobody else. In and out my life.
In and out my
Come
life.
and go.
You come and you go.
Even just no picture
that dime with the four tops. You might know this one. Now if you feel you can't go on, you can't go on, your hope is gone. This world is filled with much confusion. Happiness is just an illusion. In your world, your mind is tumbling down. Darling, come on and reach out. Yeah. I'll be there with a love that'll shelter you. I'll be there with a love that'll see you through. When you feel hurt, about to give up, your world just ain't good enough. And you feel the world has just grown cold. You're going out on your own. I know what you're thinking. You need a helping hand. Well, darling, come on and reach out. Me, yeah. I'll be there with a love that'll shelter you. I'll be there with a love that'll see you through. Here we go. Here we go. Come on. Back to the same move.
You're sweet as a honeybee, like a honeybee stings. You're gone and left my heart in pain. All you left is our favorite song, one we danced to all night long. It used to bring sweet memories of a tender love. It used to be. Now it's the same old song, but with a different meaning since you've been gone. Now it's the same old song, but with a different meaning since you've been gone. Sentimental fool am I, hearing a love song, wanna cry, but the melody keeps haunting me, reminding me how we loved used to be. I keep hearing the part that used to touch our heart, together forever, darling. Now it's the same old song, but with a different meaning since you've been gone. Now it's the same old song, but with a different meaning since you've been gone.
All right, y'all, here we go again.
Precious memories keep lingering on. Every time I hear our favorite song, now you're gone. Left this emptiness. I only reminisce the happiness we spent. Used to dance to the music, make romance to the music. Now it's the same old song, but with a different meaning since you've been gone. Now it's the same old song, but with a different meaning since you've been gone. Now it's the same old song, but with a different meaning since you've been gone. Now it's the same old song, but with a different meaning since you've been gone.
Thank you so much.
This one goes back to 1971. Back when Dick Nixon was in the White House, life was a little easier. I was a senior in high school and fell so head over heels in love with this young lady. And I'm 62 years old now, and she still won't have anything to do with it. But I still would like to dedicate this song to her. Each day through my window, I watch her as she passes by. I say to myself, you're such a lucky guy to have a girl like her is truly a dream come true. Out of all the fellows in the world, she belongs to you. But it was just my imagination once again running away with me. Oh, it was just my imagination running away with me. Ooh, soon we'll be married and raise a family. Oh yeah, and have a cozy little home out in the country with 2 children, maybe 3. I tell you, I can visualize it all. This couldn't be a dream, for to real it all seems. But it was just my imagination once again running away with me. Oh, it was just my imagination running away with me.
Every night on my knees I pray, dear Lord, hear my plea. Don't ever let another take a love from me, or I would surely die. Ooh, her love is heavenly. When her arms enfold me, I hear a tender rhapsody. But in reality, she doesn't even know. Just my imagination once again running away with me. Oh, it was just my imagination running away with me. I never met her, but just can't forget her. Just my imagination running away with me. Oh, it was just my imagination running away.
Thank you.
This song here is a very truthful song.
Oh, yeah?
You know how you have friends, so-called friends?
I don't have any.
You know the kind that come over your house and you're not even there. There's something wrong with that picture. Listen to the words of this song.
What they do, smile in your face.
All the time they want to take your place, those backstabbers.
Backstabbers, smile in your face.
All the time they want to take your place, those backstabbers.
Backstabbers,
All you fellas who have someone and you really care,
well, it's all of you fellas, you better beware, yeah, yeah.
somebody's out to take your lady. A few of your buddies, they sure look shady.
what they do. Smile in your face.
All the time they wanna take your place. Those backstabbers.
Backstabbers, smile in your face.
All the time they wanna take your place. Those backstabbers.
Backstabbers.
I keep getting all these bits from my friends. Well, what they doing to me?
They come to my house again and again and again, yeah.
Somebody's out to take my woman. I don't even be home, but they just keep on coming.
What can I do? Get on the right track. I wish they'd take some of these knives on my back. What they do? Smile in your face.
All the time they wanna take your place. Those backstabbers.
Backstabbers, smile in your face.
All the time they wanna take your place. Those backstabbers.
Backstabbers.
Yeah. They're low down, dirty.
What they do? Smile in your face.
Smiling faces sometimes.
Backstabbers, smile in your face.
Lying on me, they're low down and dirty.
Backstabbers, smile in your face.
Smiling faces sometimes.
Backstabbers, smile in your face.
Lying on me, low down and dirty.
Backstabbers, smile in your, smile in your, smile in your face.
You know what I'm talking about.
All right, we're gonna keep it going.
We're gonna get it going.
We're gonna keep going. We're gonna bring back the Spinners. How many people remember the Spinners? Gonna do a little medley. Here we go, fellas. Ooh, you babe. I'll be working my way back to you, babe, with a burning love inside. Yes, I'm working my way back to you, babe, with a happiness that died. I let it get away.
Praying every day.
Girl, you were so in love with me. I played around like I was free. Thought I could have my cake and eat it too. How I cried over losing you. See, I'm down and out. I ain't about to go living my life without you. Hey, girl, every day I made you cry. I'm begging you, girl, till the day I die. I'll be working my way back to you, babe, with the burning love inside. Yes, I'm working my way back to you, babe, with a happiness that died. I let it get away.
Praying every day.
You, babe, my road is kinda long. I just gotta get back home. Oh, I'm really sorry for acting that way. I'm really sorry. Ooh, little girl, I'm really sorry for telling you lies so long. Oh, please forgive me, girl. Come on, give me a chance. Come on, forgive me, girl. Hey, that's not romance. Ooh, forgive me, girl. That's not romance. Come on, forgive me, girl. I want you over and over and over and over again. I'll be working my way back to you, babe, with the burning love inside. Yes, I'm working my way back to you, babe, the happiness that died. I let it get away.
Praying every day.
Cupid, Cupid,
Drop that your bow and let your arrow go straight to lover's heart for
Straight to my lover's heart.
Well, now I don't need to run around in the streets. There's pain of me losing all of my happiness before I learn as I exist. And
This you can fix.
so you better drop back your bow and let your arrow go straight to my lover's heart.
Straight to my lover's
Oh,
heart.
don't you hear me calling?
Straight to my
My
lover's heart.
tears keep falling.
Straight to my
I
lover's
got to
heart.
have a love now.
Okay, before we go, we're going to do one last song where we want to say thank you to Ebert and Associates and congratulations on 20 years of great success and many, many, many more years. Thank you guys for having us. Now what we want to do now is we want you guys to come on and get on board. And what we call it a love train. Okay, so join these folks down. You can dance right there in your seats. But y'all need to get on board this love train. Ready, fellas?
People all over the world, join hands. Come on, join the love train. Love train. People all over the world, I said right. Join hands. Come on, join the love train. Love train.
First stop that was made will be England. Tell all the folks in Russia, China too.
Don't you miss this train at the station. Cause if you miss it,
I feel sorry, sorry for you.
Hey, hey, y'all.
People all over the world,
My brothers and sisters,
join hands.
come on.
Join the love train.
Don't need
Love
no
train.
ticket to
All
ride
over the world,
this train.
join hands.
If we would love you.
Join the love train.
Hey, hey.
Love train.
Tell all of your brothers over in Africa. Tell all the folks in Egypt, Israel too.
don't you miss that train at the station. Cause if you
Miss it, I feel sorry, sorry for you. People all over the world,
Everybody,
join hands.
come on.
Join the love train.
Don't need no
Love train.
ticket to
People
ride.
all over the
All
world,
you need
join hands.
is some love,
Join
y'all.
the love train.
Hey, hey.
Love train. Let it ride.
Everybody,
Join hands.
find a hand,
Join
y'all.
the love train.
Find somebody to share some
All
love.
over the world,
Understanding, come on.
join the love train.
Hey, hey,
Love train.
come on.
All over the world,
Everybody,
join hands.
grab a hand,
Join the love train.
Don't need
Love
no
train.
ticket to
All
ride.
over the world,
Put your hand
join hands.
together, y'all
Join the
know.
love train.
Clap along with
Love
bitches, you come
All over
on.
the world,
Come on,
join hands.
join hands,
Join the
y'all.
love
You
train.
don't need
Love
no
train.
ticket to
All
ride.
over the world,
This train
join hands.
is full of love,
Join
y'all.
the love train.
Hey,
Love
hey,
train.
come on.
All over the
We're
world,
on the board.
join hands.
Join hands.
Join the love train.
Don't need no ticket. Come on.
All over the
We're
world,
on the board.
Join
Spread
hands.
some love.
join the love train.
Come on.
Love train.
Come on.
People all over the world,
thank you.
Thank you.
We're pleased now to bring you another Fox News contributor former chairman of the Republican Party of Virginia, former chief of staff to U.S. Senator George Allen, and vice president of the Young America's Foundation, Kate Obenshain. Kate. Hey.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Terrence. Well, I thought it was going to be really, really tough to follow Babe Buchanan. And it is always tough to follow Babe Buchanan. But seriously, Jonathan, I was going to thank you for having me, but these guys were fabulous, and now here we go. Oh, my gosh. I feel like I need to dance and sing, but that would be a bad thing. That would be very embarrassing. And that makes me think of, and I can't just go into something serious right now. After that, I mean, that was fabulous. So I was thinking of some of my most embarrassing moments, and maybe it had some tie into politics and the state of the world. And when I was very young, like Bae was very young when she was treasurer of the U.S., I was a baby when I was elected chairman of the Republican Party of Virginia. I mean, I was a little baby, and I had little babies, by the way. I had 4 little tiny babies back at home. I was way too young, but I went to, one of the perks of being chairman of a party is you get to go to the national convention, which is a very cool thing because you get to meet either the president or whoever's running for president. And the Republican National Committee, I don't know if you're familiar with them, but they are an elite crowd. I mean, winter, the wives or the national, the committee women all have their lovely, lovely minks, and they are she people. They got to this position in part because they've given a lot of money and that sort of thing. And here I am, this kid up in New York City. I am the youngest chairman of a state party by 30 years maybe, wondering what am I doing here? But I thought I was pretty cool. I thought I was hot stuff, actually. This is about bringing yourself, down a peg or two, thinking too highly of yourself. Well, I thought way too highly of myself. And at the first event, this is when George Bush was president, so we got to meet the president, hang out with George, rub elbows. That was cool. And the very first day of events, they're taking all the Republican National Committee members in special buses. They shut down New York City for us when we drove through, literally shut the city down, and we were it, man. We were very special. And so as all the committee members were gathering, waiting for the very special bus to take them in a very special way through the city, I, of course, on the first day, am late, okay? And all of the National Committee members are waiting. It was a very strange setup in the hotel where they're all waiting down from an escalator. An escalator goes down, and all of the National Committee members are smashed into this, these very she people are smashed into this little area. And I'm, of course, fashionably late making an entrance. And I thought I was so cute because, I'd gotten this wardrobe together that I borrowed, of course, from everybody because I had no money whatsoever. So I'm wearing my sister-in-law's cute little suit, and I had tan little legs, and I was tan, and I thought I was so spiffy, and I had darling little new pumps that I actually went out and bought. And I get there, and look, all the National Committee members are down there waiting for me. And it was so great, and I get to the top of the escalator, they're all looking up at me because they're smashed in here, and all there is to do is look at you. I put my foot on the top step of that escalator, and I fell all the way to the bottom. All the way. I mean, it's one of those things where you're just trying to grab hold of something, so you stop. All the way to the bottom. You should have seen every member of the Republican National Committee just staring at me. I mean, all I could do was laugh and say, okay, I got it, God. I got it. And the whole week of the Republican National Convention, I had these bruises, in a line, like the escalator, down my darling little tan legs. All week long, I remembered. I mean, I had a blast the rest of the week because I didn't take myself too seriously. Anyway, it was great. And in politics, do not take yourself too seriously, right, Tammy? I mean, you do, and you are headed for a fall, literally. You are headed for a big fall. So it is so important for people to be involved in the public sector who are there for the right reasons. Oh my goodness, and don't we have so few of them right now? I mean, we have so many who are so scared about what they say and what people are going to think of them. You would think they were in middle school. Really, they are fearful of being called names. I mean, I am so happy to be here. We need this so badly right now, this celebration of America, of what we are really about. Don't we? We just need a reminder. I mean, it has been a rough couple of weeks for this country. My heart is breaking. I know y'all's are too. I mean, watching watching non-Americans, watching Christians and Jews and innocents being slaughtered all across our globe, watching territorial boundaries be just flagrantly violated, and watching our men be killed in such a gruesome manner, and we are ashamed, and we are helpless, or we feel that way. I mean, I was little during Jimmy Carter's administration, but I remember the shame of what it was to be. Remember when the hostages were taken, and we were impotent. There was nothing we felt that we could do. The long gas lines, America was in despair. And right now, I have that feeling that we are in despair. And it has me very, very concerned, which is why that flag and this celebration of George Washington and Patrick Henry and Thomas Jefferson, Nathaniel Greene, all of these incredible, Richard Henry Lee, you could go on and on and on, the great heroes that enabled us to be sitting here today. It is so important that we champion them because it's so true. We are just watching. It's almost as though we're handing our freedoms and our liberties over to our government. Here, you want this one? You want this one? Here, you can have this one. You can have 1/6 of the economy. Fine, here you go. You can eavesdrop on my phone conversations. You can go after a reporter. And you can target groups who don't agree with you. Sure, go ahead. You know, it's an old scandal. Go ahead. And fine if our ambassador and our people are killed. We're not going to worry about finding out what really happened. That's old news. Let's move on. And heaven forbid people disagree with those who are in charge right now. Heaven forbid. Because you know what's going to happen if you disagree. You are called names. And you know, it's amazing to me that works. But we hate to be called intolerant or racist or sexist or anything. We are Americans, and we are open-minded, and we are generous people. And we judge based on the content of one's character. And it is a shock for me. I mean, Bae said that she's been called racist so many times she doesn't know what to do. I feel the same way, but it's still, every time it happens, isn't it a shock? It's like, how dare you? Because I disagree with you, you're going to call me names? And you know what? It shuts us down. It works so well because we don't like it. It's embarrassing, it's hurtful, it's enraging, and we feel powerless to do anything about it because those are powerful labels. If you disagree with the notion that anybody can come to this country no matter how they come, and we have to let them come, we have to let them stay here, we don't need to know who's here, we don't need to send anybody back, don't worry about the millions of people all over the world who have spent their life savings to come here legally, don't worry about them. If you have that opinion, if you have something contrary to that, you must feel that way because you don't like the color of their skin. I was on Facebook the other day, and I saw one of my friends. It was a traditionalist, a Christian, I guess relatively conservative. She posted this picture of this beautiful Caucasian child, and it said, so if the children coming across the border looked like this, you wouldn't have a problem. You know, she just posted that, and I was so shocked by that. It was an amazing, really? I mean, I have a genuine national security concern here that people are just flooding across our border and we have no idea who they are. And you know what? ISIS is recruiting right now, right across the border. And you know where they're going to go when they just waltz across our border? Because that's what you do right now. You just waltz or you climb, but you just come on in. They're going to go to the inner cities of America, I promise you, because we have some very demoralized, despairing young people in our inner cities because they're in these dropout factories that we call schools because, of course, we can't do anything to improve our educational system. Heaven forbid we have choice. Heaven forbid there's competition. But that's where they're going to go. So I think genuine concern is reasonable, but we are called racist or intolerant if we have a difference of opinion. If perhaps you think that to require a business to provide women any form of birth control whatsoever, if you think that maybe that's I think it's an overstep of government, first of all. I think that's a huge, ridiculous leap for government to mandate anything such as that. But if maybe you have a problem with your religious liberty being violated, you are sexist. You are absolute, how dare you? After the Supreme Court decision, I mean, I sat there watching the TV in awe as reporter after reporter after commentator said, they are trying to take away women's birth control. It's like, really? Really? I mean, still, you're mandated to provide, I think, 16 forms of birth control. And really, they hate women. Poor Mitt Romney. I mean, what a decent man for saying that he put together binders. Yeah, he is a decent man. I don't think he could ever win the presidency, so we can talk about that later, one-on-one. I'd be happy to. But to say that because he recruited women to be in his administration and he, made the misstep of saying we had binders full of women, he hates women. How dare he talk about binders full of women? Of course, what he needed to say was, I had more women in my administration than any other governor in the country. So just, put that in your pipe and smoke it. But he never did. He's such a fine man. He didn't think anybody would fall for it. But time and time again, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, do you guys know Governor Scott Walker? What another incredibly good man, but he is a gentle soul. I mean, you talk to him, and he is just a decent, fine man with a lovely family. And Debbie Wasserman Schultz said the other day that Scott Walker is giving women the back of his hand and dragging them by their hair. Can you believe that kind of rhetoric? And of course, the feminists say nothing about it, nothing about minimizing the notion of sexual abuse or anything like that. They're just quiet because if you say anything, oh, you must hate women too. If you try to defend, you must hate women too. It's an amazing thing to me. This effort to stifle dissent, not by a more powerful idea. Like, let me explain to you why I think amnesty is a good idea. No. You hate immigrants. Or let me explain to you why we should lower taxes to unleash the private sector so more people can have jobs. And no, by the way, I don't think that people should be we should get people to the middle class to stay there, as our president has said many times. Middle class? We've never, by the way, talked about classes in this country until this administration. Middle class, I want to help people get to the middle class and stay there. You know what? I want to soar. I want everybody in this country to have unlimited economic opportunity. Get out of their way and stop telling them what is best. People know what's best for themselves. But if you say that, if you say, I think taxes should be low so businesses can expand, you hate the working class. You care only about rich people. That is not an ideology. That's not a different philosophy that you're presenting. That is trying to avoid the messiness of debate, that back and forth, the give and take of ideas that has made us the strongest, most generous nation on the face of this earth. That is what, more than anything, concerns me. It is the crushing of democracy, of the back and forth. And Bay and I both are on campuses all the time. In fact, I'm getting ready to go with Young America's Foundation on a tour of 8 campuses, and we're calling it the Firing Up Freedom Tour. Because that's what we need to do on our campuses. What is happening now at the national level where we're shutting down debate, shutting down our ability to talk to each other and have different ideas, that has been happening on the campuses for about 50 or 60 years now. And it is absolutely entrenched there. that you can't, on campuses right now, think before you send your babies off to a college campus, by the way. Know where you're sending them. At college campuses, many of them, they have something called free speech zones. Okay? Yeah. On the middle of the campus, they have a circle or a square, depending on the school. And if you're standing in that circle or square, you have your First Amendment rights, by golly. You may say whatever you want, even if it might be controversial, might hurt somebody's feelings, might even offend somebody. But if you step outside that circle or square, you are bound by the school's speech code. You violate that speech code, you can be sent to sensitivity training. I am not kidding. So they can purge you of those controversial ideas, whatever they are. And let me tell you, they are some freaky things that campuses are indoctrinating our kids to believe. Okay? I'm not talking about gay marriage. I'm talking about anything goes. I mean, anything goes. Or you keep your eyes open, because right now what's sweeping our country is hatred towards the Jews. There's been this sort of hatred towards Christians, and by the way, you can say anything you want on a campus that offends a Christian or a Jew, and you're fine. No sensitivity training for you. But you offend a Muslim or a gay person or anyone else, and you're out of there. You're out of there. We'll fix you. You cannot have a difference of opinion. And I'm not making this stuff up. It is all over the place. I just read today that at Wake Forest University, I've always thought of Wake, it's a Christian school, Christian roots, relatively, you can't even say schools are conservative anymore unless it's Hillsdale, because they're not. Or liberal arts in terms of open and honest education, they're not anymore. I'm not even gonna get the name right, but Wake Forest is implementing a bias detection, it's not a squad, but review committee. Okay, bias detection, that's not the right word, but something like that. Review committee. And so students are encouraged to report any bias or hate that they see, anonymously, by the way. You don't have to give your name. You report it to this school committee that has not been trained. They admitted today they've not been trained on how to detect bias or hate. I'm not sure, anyway. They haven't been trained, but they will bring students up on these charges. You can charge, good grief, I would spend my entire 4 years in front of that committee, I'm sure, just because I disagree with maybe the leftist orthodoxy at a campus. It's not because I think I'm particularly biased or hateful. I just have a different set of ideas from most universities. But this is what's happening on our campuses, and we have a small band of freedom fighters on our campuses, but they are small and they are scared. It's just like us, just like all of us, who are trying to stand up and champion liberty whenever we can, and we get smashed. Well, these kids they either get kicked out of school, like suspended with the God bless you, or they get sent to training, or who knows what happens. It's an incredible violation. And then they go out into the real world. They are programmed, baby. That's what they're going for. They are programmed. They are not going to cause any problems. Thank you, Saul Alinsky. Thank you, the whole bunch of them who have created this phenomenon. It is something that we need to wake up to. And it's not just colleges. It is high schools. It is middle schools. It is elementary schools. It is happening everywhere where our kids are being programmed. And we're being programmed. We are falling for it. We are not standing up and championing our ideals. Even especially our elected officials, they are falling for it. And they're getting attacked like nobody's business. So to some extent, I get it. But you see somebody like Ken Cuccinelli, who ran for governor in Virginia last year. He got destroyed because he hates women. That's what they said. Again and again, it was, you disagreed with the Violence Against Women Act, the Lilly Ledbetter Act, you are opposed to mandatory birth control, blah, 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 issue after issue after issue. No abortion for anybody, any situation. And you know what Ken Cuccinelli's response was, and what the response of politicians all across the country has been, even including Mitt Romney? Silence. run the other way or change the subject, because people don't really care about those smaller issues. And women care about the economy. Of course they do. Women care about other things. But look, if some of the things they said about Cuccinelli, Virginia's my home state, that's why I'm so into it. But if some of those things were true, I wouldn't vote for the guy either. He needed to answer them. There is an answer for every single one of those attacks. Lilly Ledbetter, pay off to the trial lawyers. Has nothing to do with genuine workforce equity. And a huge penalty to businesses, by the way, that can be sued at any time. No more statutes of limitations. You have to keep records on everybody, from a line worker to an executive. Crazy, crazy legislation. There's an answer to everything, but when we're silent in response to the attacks stick. And we are seen as haters. We have got to dig deep. Whatever the issue is, whatever the label that is thrown at us, we have to stand up, turn around, address it, fight back, address the allegation, but then fight back with freedom. Let's talk about what is so great about this thing called freedom. You know, one reason I think we're not doing so great as a sort of freedom lovers in this country is because we assume everybody understands what's so great about liberty. They don't. A lot of folks think that paycheck from the government is a pretty okay thing. Look, I'm a single mom. I got 4 kids. Sometimes it is tough to make ends meet. I got that letter from the government, from my insurance company, that said my insurance had been canceled. This is another transparent moment of mine. My insurance had been canceled, and in big letters at the bottom it said, "You may qualify for government assistance." I tell you, for, maybe 4 seconds total, I thought, ooh, wouldn't that be nice? I could use that. That would be great, all condensed into 4 seconds. But I really thought that. And they're like, oh, what am I thinking? Of course I don't want dependency on the government. It's just it's a slippery slope. It's one step. I can do this. And the government just comes in and takes away that individual initiative, that ambition, that hope of what is so great about freedom, our ability to make our own decisions for our own lives, and no, not to have the middle class as our goal, but to have anything we want and dream for as our goal. So where do we get that courage to stand up and say, enough is enough, I'm fighting back? We don't get it by looking at our elected officials now. Yes, we get it from Ronald Reagan. God bless him for having the courage to say, tear down this wall, for one thing. Everybody said, don't do that. He did it. For having the courage to cut taxes, the upper tax rate from 72% down to 28%, doubled the tax revenue for that tax bracket. That took incredible courage. But I go back to our founding fathers, and maybe that makes me kind of crazy, but I grew up with Patrick Henry on a painting looking down from our mantle every day of my life. I mean, my family was nuts about the founding. My dad was a founding fathers fanatic, loved Patrick Henry. I grew up loving the man. I truly did. My poor children, as they've come along, they've all had to memorize the speech, give me liberty or give me death. They know all about our founding fathers and about Patrick Henry. I think it's so important for us to pass along an understanding of our founding fathers, because we think back to it and we think, well, wasn't it just this beautiful time? They all wore those tri-corner hats and they were kumbaya and everybody was so happy. No. For one thing, our founding fathers duked it out, man. They fought hard. Talk about the difference of opinion. And they countered each other with better ideas, and that's why we have the best government, the best country, the finest country, the strongest country for now on the face of the earth. But how did they get there? It was a radical, crazy notion that liberty comes from the Almighty. We don't get that, but they were used to government giving you what limited freedoms they wanted to, they thought you deserved. Well, God gives us liberty, and the founding fathers were the first ones to stand up for that truth. And it is a truth. But they did it. And they did it with the certainty that they would die. That when they signed that Declaration of Independence, they were signing their names to their death warrant. And they knew it. They were up against the strongest military power on the face of the planet. They did not know France was going to come in and help us. They didn't know that God was going to create these circumstances so that we would eventually secure our freedom. They didn't know that. They just knew that they were committing treason against England. And it's amazing to me how calm they were. These were not rabble-rousers. They weren't a bunch of hotheads. There were a couple firebrands. But for the most part, they were calm and sober men. And they had a lot to lose. Very wealthy men, very successful men, most of them. But they were willing to lose everything. And when they did go and sign their names, they were almost joking about the fact, they were joking about the fact that they could die. Benjamin Franklin said, you know, we must all hang together, we will surely hang separately. And Benjamin Harrison, I love this, 240-pound Benjamin Harrison said to poor little Elbridge Gerry, Benjamin Harrison said, well, when they hang me, I'll be gone in a minute, but you'll be dancing on air for an hour after I'm gone, because he was this tiny little thing. They were joking. And you know what John Hancock did? Instead of cowering and saying, oh, I'm so scared, they might call me a name, signed, he already had 500-pound reward on his head. He signed his name huge, as we all know, so that the king would not have to wear his spectacles to know that he signed it. Yeah, that is courage in the face of certain death. He was willing to do it for liberty. That's what mattered. William Ellery sat there and he watched. It was August 2nd when he watched as the delegates came up and signed their names to the Declaration. He said, I saw no discernible fear in any face. And Stephen Hopkins, he had palsy, so he shook like crazy. And he comes up there and he's shaking as he puts his pen to paper, quill to paper. And he said, my hand trembles, but my heart does not. Oh, can we just absorb those words? We're not facing certain death right now, you and I. We are just being called to step out of our comfort zone and champion the liberty that is ours by divine right. It is not our option to stick our heads in the sand with everything horrible that's happening right now. We have to stand up and be brave and be champions. Did they lose a lot? These founders, yep, pretty much all of them. All of the signers of the Declaration, most of them lost their fortunes. Francis Lewis, his estates were entirely destroyed. His wife was captured and brutalized, and she eventually died from her injuries. We don't hear about these. John Hart, he was literally hunted. He went from cave to cave like David. He was hunted. And when he finally got home, his wife was dead and his 13 children were gone. Never saw them again. We don't hear about this. We don't talk about it. John Martin, this sweet, sweet soul, he was a loyalist for a long time. And finally, it was hard, but he got the courage up to join the revolution. He signed the Declaration of Independence, and his friends and family turned against him 100%. They hated him. And a year later, he died. And on his deathbed, they say, from a broken heart, and on his deathbed, he said, tell them, his friends and family, all who he loved, tell them that they will live to see the hour when they shall acknowledge the signing, his signing of the Declaration, to have been the most glorious service I have ever rendered my country. And Abraham Clark is my last one. His 2 sons were captured and put on the Hell Ship Jersey, you know, those floating death camps. Everybody died who was put on the British prisoner of war ships. And the British came to Abraham Clark and they said, if you will but recant your signature, we will let your boys go. And he said he had to say the hardest word of his life, no. Liberty was more and is more important than those dearest to us. What is life without it? Okay, I'm going to end on this. I was driving through Richmond one day to my last speech of the day. I was doing a tour of speeches. It was the hottest day of the year in Richmond, Virginia, which is where I grew up. and I was burning up, and I wanted to go home and be with my children. I'm like, what in the heck am I doing? I was given speeches about it was a tax hike, or it might have been Obamacare before it was implemented, and I was going everywhere. I was, giving these rabble-rousing speeches trying to get people fired up, and I was done. I'm like, get me home. This is ridiculous. Whining, hot, whining. And I drive through Richmond, and I grew up there, and it is the worst part of town. I'm putting down the locks, and I'm flying through stop signs. I am scared. Richmond, murder capital of the world, by the way. So I am scared. Finally, I stopped at a stop sign. Okay, fine, I'll stop. And I look to my right, and there is something I've never seen in Richmond before. It was St. John's Church, which is where Patrick Henry, my father's hero, my hero, delivered his famous speech. And there I was, stopped while I was whining and moaning and grumpy. And there I was. And I tell you, folks, it was an incredible moment for me. It was a God moment for me. It was God looking at me and saying, why are you complaining? I have given you this chance to stand up and fight for liberty. I am asking very little of you, so much less than I asked of these brave men and women over 200 years ago who are willing to give their lives, fortune, and sacred honor. You can go give one more speech. And boy, did I. Boy, did I. And I didn't complain again after that. I was so moved as I thought about Patrick Henry standing on the floor of St. John's Church before the revolutionaries had really stood up to champion liberty. He was one of the first. He was absolutely committing treason, and he stood there with George Washington and Thomas Jefferson sitting there listening to him. He thundered, they say. They say the rafters shook as he thundered, "Is life so sweet, or peace so dear as to be purchased at the price of chains or slavery? Forbid it, Almighty God. I know not what others may do, but as for me, give me liberty or give me death." He was willing. Those are not dead words. Let's make sure they are not dead words. This is our blessing. Liberty is our gift that we have for ourselves and our children, and I hope we can spread it around the world. Not nation building, but share it with others as the shining city upon a hill that is the example to the world of what freedom looks like, where we get to say whatever we want to say. We get to champion our ideals no matter who they offend. And because we do that, we gain in strength, power, and courage. Let's never give up on that liberty that is a gift from the Almighty. Thank you all so much, and God bless you.
As a fellow on-air personality, I know well that controversial commentary is often the life's blood of talk radio. A New York Times best-selling author, popular talk show host, and yet another Fox News contributor, our next speaker is a pretty electrifying political commentator. Please welcome her now, Tammy Bruce.
Hi there. It sounds tonight like Fox News kind of collects all of us who might get in trouble otherwise, right? Thank you so much for having me. I want to thank Jonathan and Cheryl Emord for making this possible. It's very impressive, and I mentioned to him at the beginning of this, indeed. Many of you are going to be getting some awards, which I've actually seen in the back, and they're very impressive. But you, sir, certainly deserve one, and certainly many. I'm sure you've won many as well. But it's, I just want to say thank you. And I do want to also mention, I saw a very young man in the back of the room. Normally I have to ask if there are children in the room and whether or not we need to get the swear jar out. But we won't have to do that this evening. And I'm a native Los Angelino, so the equivalent of us dressing up is putting on closed-toe shoes as opposed to our flip-flops. So it's really fabulous to see the tuxedos and the wonderful gowns. And there were some little girls out there, I don't know if they're in this room right now, who were princesses. Are they here? Or no, they're not in the room. Did all of you see those cute little kids? That's what gives me inspiration, is knowing that they're being raised by adults, by families who come to events like this and make this kind of a situation possible. I do come a little bit from the fringes. I am a native Los Angelino, grew up poor. I am the product of an affair. See, somebody already dropped something at that note. What can you do? My father was a bodyguard and enforcer for Bugsy Siegel. Obviously, he didn't do a very good job. Are there any other Italians in the room, just so I don't feel too lonely? Well, there you go. See, and we do feel wonderfully comfortable that there's a lawyer in the room, too, for some reason. And I tend to, perhaps it's genetic, I tend to not like authority very much. Now, it's better, of course, I've taken a political realm and speak against authority, which tends to grow bigger and bigger. And yet I love this country, of course, because I love the structure of it. It allows, my birthday was just about a week and a half ago, and it allows someone like me in the course of 52 years to go from a single-parent household with a mother who is on welfare to being able to cause a certain amount of trouble and not be arrested, and be able to enjoy being in a room with people like yourselves. My trajectory, though, was very interesting. I come from the left as well. So in addition to having some economic troubles and a mother who was at some point in her life, an extended period of my childhood, addicted to Valium, and no father, I was pretty much an orphan in a way, always on my own. And so the argument on the left was very appealing. An argument about victimhood, an argument about your owed things, an argument about the system doesn't like you, the system doesn't care for you, here will you be your family. And that's an appeal to many people. And I fell into that framework. I can say before, though, the very first president I could vote for was President Reagan. I was 18 years old. And there are some of you who are too young. I think you're a little bit too young to remember the transition, the inauguration day. All right. Well, for those of us who remember, I worked at a car wash during the gas lines. You remember, of course, the gas shortage. And I think I was 12 at the time. And one of my jobs at this car wash, which also had gas, and with the gas shortage, and the rules were that you could only go if you had on your license plate an odd or an even number on those days to get gas. How many of you remember doing that? Yeah, right? My job at 12 was to go down the line of those waiting to get the gas and it was usually men, who were there on the wrong day because they wouldn't hit a little kid. If you sent an adult out, a fight would begin. Men, though, I would watch men at 12 begin to cry because they had a job to get to and they needed the gas and they couldn't be in the line. That was my very first education at that age, of seeing the nature of what was transpiring. I remember also that everyone was wondering, is gas going to hit $1 a gallon? You remember that conversation? Is gas going to hit $1 a gallon? And the very strange attitude of a president, and my family was a mix of Republicans and Democrats. I'm an independent. I tend to look funny at things, very large, organized things like political parties. I was a Democrat, though, up until 2008. Now, I'm not a Republican, but I'm a conservative. And it comes from that kind of an experience of seeing the impact of policies and weakness in men and women in office that destroy individual lives, that are so removed from this beltway, from those who are the political class, that they don't even consider it. It's a kind of malignant narcissism, as I've termed it, where there's an inability to see narcissism. It's not that you think you're great. Narcissism is the notion that everything that happens because of you or surrounds you. And it's the inability to consider other people in the decisions that you make or whether or not it's affecting other people, and to not care if it's a negative because other people don't matter. Does that sound perhaps familiar in today's political scene as well? Yeah. So you're dealing with a president who's a malignant narcissist, where I'm a productive narcissist. And you can be a benign narcissist. I'm not necessarily benign, but I'm a productive one. And it's something that actually starts in childhood. And it begins when, as all of you have children, the constant facing of your child and the gazing at them, it allows them to construct their ego, right? It's this, that everything literally does surround them, that every time they look up, somebody hopefully is lovingly looking down at them. But if you have someone like myself, where no adult was necessarily always around, or a Barack Obama who had been abandoned by both of his parents, and somewhat neglected also by his grandparents, the ego then turns to itself for attention. And then, since you don't have others looking to you establishing your ego, so suddenly you're looking inward, and it never reverses itself. So that's a psychological dynamic that follows you through life. And it can manifest in simple things like somebody cuts you off on the road, and you think, oh, they cut you off. They meant to cut you off. Or someone scoots into your parking space, right? Oh, they did that to me, okay? So these are things to watch out for and to recognize. It gets, of course, quite toxic when you're the President of the United States, and everything does have to be about you. Whether it's, he's in Wales at the NATO summit, and he's, of course, because there's really nothing to do at a NATO summit with the condition of the world, he visited Stonehenge. Yeah, he visited Stonehenge, and he commemorated it with a picture of himself at Stonehenge, as opposed to just Stonehenge. You know, this speaks to something. When a man finds the time, when the world's on fire, to leave the one group that might be able to make a difference, to go take a picture of himself at a monument. I know that many of you here would, of course, we all would think if we were president, that we might handle things differently, because this isn't necessarily difficult. So for my upbringing, and I mention this because I was on the left for quite some time, and you've heard some great speakers, and Isabel Buchanan was here, and is she still here? Okay. It's interesting because being able to vote for President Reagan twice, I remind myself that I was right from the beginning, even though I did stray. And I strayed, though, and my politics really haven't changed. My commitment has always been, as I think most Americans are, that I want to live the life that best suits me. I want government to leave me alone. I don't want people to make who I am illegal. I hate seeing what was happening with the gas lines. It was like I knew that we needed something. Ultimately, Washington had something to do with what was making grown men cry, and it wasn't right and it wasn't fair. And so I became the president of the National Organization for Women in Los Angeles and was on their national board. I know, so lock the doors at this point, don't worry. Jonathan has not lost his mind. Do not worry. And that remained my commitment. But throughout my time there, I don't know, are there any, this might not be a group that, I know there's a lot of doctors in the room. Any psychotherapists in the room? Because, excellent. Psychotherapy helped me get through being on the left and being able to emerge. Truly. In all seriousness, it's about self-reflection and always asking questions. Ultimately, what I realized and what moved me from the left was the feminist reaction to Bill Clinton. He was the epitome of what we had been fighting against. And when that abuse of that 20-year-old in the Oval Office, we'd given him a pass, and whatever he was doing with actresses in Georgetown was not our business. And he was doing plenty. But he needed to be caught. He needed to be caught. Feminists rallied to his side. And I was on the air at KFI at the time. I've been on talk radio for about 20 years now. And on the air, it was just too much, because it was the antithesis of what it was we were to be standing for, which was not about partisan politics, and I was a Democrat at the time, but about really improving the quality of people's lives. And as a feminist, women's lives. When women's lives improve, everyone's lives improve. This is the argument also for the Islamic world. There's a reason why they put Muslim women in potato sacks. There's a reason why they don't let them vote. There's a reason why they don't let them own businesses. There's a reason why they don't let them leave the house. Because a woman who is powerful and independent changes the world, and those men know it. Now, if we were really going to change the Muslim world, you'd do it very simply. Empower the women in that world. Women raise the children. Women, in being able to decide and make a difference, would raise little boys differently. And they know it. That's the key. But for me, in growing up and seeing the children here in this event, and knowing what the future holds, and hearing, of course, all of us know the difficulties that we're facing. And I want to give you, my point tonight will be to give you some insight about why this is happening and what you can do about it. And it's very simple and it's very personal. When I was on the left, the goal was, and this is where I also realized something was not quite right, the goal was not to win the arguments with conservatives, not to win the argument with you, but to frighten you. It is not a byproduct of what's happening in the country. It is the strategy. The strategy is for you to retreat. Okay? If you retreat, the left doesn't have to win the argument. And this is where my first book was about the new thought police, the words that are used against you. Bay spoke about being called a racist. Kate has. Has everyone, if you've been called a racist, raise your hand. You know, some of you are obviously in business, so you're a little bit more careful than some of us. Here's a simple piece of advice. Those words, racist, sexist, and homophobe, perhaps you've heard a couple of the other two, are meant to injure you because you're decent. The left knows of your decency. They know, and you, Kate, explained it, I think, quite well, the shock at hearing something because you take those things seriously and they know it. They don't really believe that you're a racist, sexist, or a homophobe, but they know that it'll injure you. So this is my technique. I mentioned this also to the CPAC crowd in as many groups as I can. When someone calls you a racist, sexist, or a homophobe, imagine that you've been called a Cocker Spaniel. Because it is as relevant. If someone came up to you and called you a Cocker Spaniel, would you suddenly look to find that cute little tail? Would you feel for the ears? Would you wonder? Of course you wouldn't, because that person's nuts. Now, if I was going to be a dog, I'd want to be, I don't know, a German Shepherd, I suppose, so I'd be insulted. But you wouldn't automatically think, oh, because, you know, that leftist or that liberal called me a Cocker Spaniel, maybe it's true. Or I've got to take stock of what I've said because maybe it genuinely, nobody's feelings are hurt. In the meetings that I attended on the left, there was laughter about the public response to the names that are being called. That also, of course, took me aback. And it was, well, it's the ends justifies the means. The ends justifies the means, Tammy. I was also critiqued by Steinem and Molly Yard and several others when I complained that many of the things we were doing was making things worse. And it was explained to me that we needed to rub salt into the wound because if we did too well, we wouldn't be there in the future when we'd be needed again. So the argument was, don't succeed. Imagine that in your businesses, to not do well because, you know, eventually you might be needed later and so you'd still need to be there. My goal was to organize ourselves out of business. But that also was apparent. A lot of people were getting rich and very powerful. And so the energy went into not constructing arguments that could make an argument either in court or in a business or on television, but it was to silence you. And of course, the media facilitates this and helps it along. You are decent people, so it has an impact. It has to be a deliberate decision on your part to not allow that tactic to work. You must not question your own morality or what you've already accomplished. A couple of women came up to me at a conservative gathering and said, you know, this was before my speech, and said, we should just give up, stop trying to fight for the moral high ground. And I said, wait a minute. There is only one group of people on the moral high ground, and that's conservatives. In the 21st century, if you are still a liberal, something is wrong with you, okay? Now, if I, having been leadership on the left, can find my way out and recognize that my principles remain the same and that it has been hijacked by the left, if you are a thinking adult, or if you are even a young person who you can see everything that's going on, Barack Obama's proven certain things are not working, there is something wrong with you. And of course, I don't know, perhaps only someone on the left can make that accusation, but it's true. So when you talk about giving up the moral high ground or thinking that, well, maybe the world does need to change, or maybe I need to change, or maybe something's wrong with my business, that's it's you know, you've been manipulated. It's called brainwashing. They mean to move you off of your spot because they can't get there naturally. Now, Mike, I've got a column at the Washington Times. It's a pleasure to meet Cheryl Chumley, who's going to be speaking a little bit, one of my colleagues there as well. My column on Monday is about Obama as the anti-Bush, right? That Obama's entire approach is about doing the opposite of what Bush would do, not doing what George Bush would do, getting out of Iraq and Afghanistan, not bombing terrorists, not facing the real world. And what have we seen happen? The world's on fire. Obama, by default, has proven the correctness of George W. Bush. He has proven that America has been right all along because of the condition of the world by doing the opposite of George W. Bush. It couldn't be more clear. That's the Monday column. And what I reflect on when I think of that as a former liberal is the notion that Obama and the left truly believe that America was the problem. They truly believed that George W. Bush was the issue. And the reason they do that is because they're projecting. They're projecting their own self-loathing. They're projecting their own sense of not being correct or not being worthy on the nation as a whole. And then, of course, you have people in business, entrepreneurs, lawyers, people who are successful, people in the middle class who have worked hard, and you become representative of the parents or the structure that has let them down. And they're operating in a worldview of simple negativity constantly. Conservatives have answers and look to the future with ideas. The left look to the future as a problem and with what not to be or with what not to become or with who not to be, right? That was the difference. And I'm going to contradict a little bit on Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney was right about everything, wasn't he? That was a man that was right about everything. I was not a fan of his at the beginning, and I hope to God now that he does run again. I do. I heard this big sigh over there. No, I do. I want you to imagine, of all the people who've already proven international policy was supposed to be his weak point, and he got it all right. He got it all right. And I think that there is I should have put on my timer. I talk on the radio for 2 hours a day nonstop because I'm Scottish as well. And it usually takes me 30 minutes just to say hello. So I'm going to look here at my watch. It's true. What do I have? Another 15, 20? Another hour? What do we have? All right. I'm going to put it up here in 20 minutes here. And then you can wave at me when I need to go. So for me, in looking at what's happening in the world, and also always being in rooms with conservatives who you maintain your decency, but you're also concerned and you're still injured by names and by accusations. So not only do you need to deliberately choose to not entertain that argument, you need to realize that turning the other cheek is also now not the right thing to do. There is something larger than you at stake. And normally you would say, well, there's a lot of rhetoric about, there's not going to be another election like what's coming up. The fact of the matter is, for all of us who remember Jimmy Carter and the transition, and then, the things that can happen, the fact of the matter is, we are now in a nuclear world with a terrorist army of perhaps now between 50 to 70,000 individuals who have our equipment, who have access now to the oil fields and to the airports of Libya, who are near Iran, who will get the nuclear bomb because Barack Obama perhaps wants them to have it. And I don't see how the world will survive that unless something is done. And for you, and when it comes to the issue of theory, this is now past even your own family and yourselves. Every American generation, as we celebrate George Washington tonight and the anniversary of a law firm, of a nation that's based in the rule of law, and yet we have a president and a system that seems to think that law just does not matter. And yet, thank God, there is the rule of law. Thank God there are the courts, so that we can help, continue to push back against what's happening here. But as individuals, and especially individuals associated with businesses that know the eMord firm, that need lawyers, that recognize the value of your businesses, the political ramifications and social ramifications of your businesses, we're now at a point where there is no second chance. This is, I know, not a political gathering, and you'll forgive me, but if in November the Senate is not taken by Republicans. And if in 2016 we suddenly have President Clinton again, we're in trouble. And it doesn't go back. This is the one chance we have. And I think that for people like you, and we can reflect back on the founders, that it's always been groups even smaller than the number of you in this room that have initiated revolutions, that have changed nations. It is not an entire nation that does it. It's people who understand what has transpired. It's people like Jonathan who decide, yes, let's regenerate that feeling of 1776. It's individuals who decide that they want to make the difference. Normally we decide that for ourselves, right? For you, what's important is for you to understand the house of cards that the left is built on. Because, like it or not, the world does require us, right? We could retreat, and we see what happens when we retreat. The bottom line is that for the left, there's a reason why they constantly have you underfoot, constantly with the boot on you, is because they don't want you to realize that there's no there, okay? The moment you realize that look, being called a name is unpleasant, but you'll survive it. It is the only thing that they have in their arsenal. It is the only thing that Obama has operated with as well. And I think that for the point of view when it comes to why you do what you do, and the commitment that you make as entrepreneurs and as business people, you're the ones who make the difference as deciding to not let the left prevail. You're the ones who are able to, whether it's within your own family, within your business, the other companies you support, the politicians you support, you're the ones who decide. And it is about coming and having this kind of a fellowship, experiencing, listening to a variety of people. And for the minorities in the room also, normally my speeches are about the conservative ideal and its benefit to minorities. And that's because this is about personal freedom. And personal freedom only comes with financial freedom, doesn't it? As long as you're reliant on the government or on anyone else to be able to pay your rent or pay your mortgage or be able to live your life as the government now has set up with your health care, then you are beholden to them. You're not truly free, are you? And the only, especially for minorities, the only way we are truly free, I'm a gay woman, is to have financial freedom so that we can live where we want to live. You can send your children to the schools you want to send them to. Yet you're in a relationship because you want to be, not because you have to be. This is where it works. The left, majority of Americans now who have gotten jobs have gotten part-time jobs. They're like my mother, who worked 2 jobs and still did not make enough money. So my sister and I started working. Like I said, I was 12 and working at a car wash. Those are the kinds of lives they want us to return to, because then you have no time, energy, or money to contribute to the political and cultural framework of your lives. Businesses collapse, you become reliant on the state. There's a reason they want that, and not because it's good for you, but because it guarantees their futures and their jobs. Lawyers are a special threat, right? Your companies that perhaps understand that you don't want the government intervening in your company, you are special threats. That's where regulations move through, and that's what government wants to do, is put a block on you. Not because, again, it helps, but because it serves their purposes. So for me, it comes down to a couple of things. The issue of leadership, not only with a president, which we obviously need, persuasion amongst your own company, your friends, your extended family, the nature of your business and knowing the importance of your business as entrepreneurs, and also remembering that split screen during the Reagan inauguration, right? Of the hostages being let go as President Reagan was being inaugurated. That's all it takes, because the next 2 years are going to be even more difficult than the last 5. Because you have a malignant narcissist in a narcissistic collapse because of what happened with Obamacare and his entire regime. They are truly overwhelmed. And unless we have a Senate and a House that will stop him, starting in November, actually it would be January, it will still be pretty bad. So your commitment and focus will make the difference. So just remember, it's not about even another generation of changing policies or politicians. One individual can make the difference because of the impression that it gives the rest of the world. You think a Mitt and an Ann Romney coming in to be inaugurated might frighten the Iranians a little bit more than anyone on the lineup right now? I think so. Or even a Romney Walker ticket sounds rather appealing as well. So there are things that in the moment it occurs, the bad actors in the world, and I'm getting the signal right here, the bad actors in the world are already rushing to do what they need to do because they know they've got 2 more years. And politicians here are doing the same thing. So it will get worse. Barack Obama's not going to change, but he can be put in his place by a Congress that understands that presidents are not kings. And that if you are going to be a king, you should at least know what it is you're doing and not be overwhelmed. So as a former leftist and as a current conservative and as somebody in media, I just want to reinforce again the vital importance of a room like this, of individuals like yourselves, in making the biggest difference in the world. It's not us who are on television or on radio who you hear from. It's the nature of your frame of mind, your children's frame of mind, and the choices you make. And one last thing. The choices you make on the issues: amnesty, education, Obamacare, the economy, business regulations. You don't have to do it all. Choose. Other people are interested in perhaps the issues you're not interested in. Don't feel overwhelmed. Choose the issue that matters to you most. Look at it that way, and we will get through this together. It's an honor and a pleasure. Thank you all very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to bring to the stage now a talented Washington Times writer, Cheryl Chumley. She's a regular on Jonathan Emord's Truth Trial radio program on the Genesis Communications Network and the author of a new book, Police State USA, available through Amazon.com. Please welcome Washington Times reporter, Cheryl Chumley. Thank you, Cheryl.
First, thank you, Jonathan Emord. Thank you for all the radio shows and the support that you show my work at the Washington Times and my book, and this honor tonight. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you to my husband, Doug, for everything. I love you. Thank you. And all glory to God. So it was a few weeks ago, and I was with my 7-year-old daughter on the porch, and I mentioned to her that I had to start writing a speech. And she asked me what it was for, and I said it has to be something political. And she said, oh, I can do that. And she ran and she grabbed a piece of paper and a pen, scribbled something, and threw it at me and said, here, let's go play. So she put so much work into it that I wanted to share it with you tonight. She wrote, let me tell you how Obama is a horrible president. He is a liar, pants on fire. He cheats at elections, and he doesn't know what he's doing. And he doesn't like the Declaration of Independence, and he's breaking a rule from George Washington. And then she drew this picture of me so you know that I wrote it and signed my name. So that concludes the visual portion of my remarks. But I thought about what she wrote, and I thought that that raises an interesting point, because this is where we're at in America right now. We have a government of liars, spinners, self-interests, special interests, elitists, a government that passes laws that it doesn't even want to apply to itself, like Obamacare, a government that doesn't think anything of spying on innocent Americans, of using regulatory controls to steal private property rights, of suspending a star student for bringing a plastic knife to school, of denying a young girl the ability to sell lemonade in her driveway without first paying a $50 permit, and of outfitting police in military gear and sending armored vehicles to serve no-knock warrants on drug suspects, and then shrugging when someone innocent is killed or injured. Those are all true examples of how suffocating our governments become, and they're recent. You really don't have to spend a lot of time researching to find cases of how government is killing the Constitution. You only have to turn on the news, flip on the radio, scour through the internet, with one caveat. You really have to know which news to watch, which radio stations to listen to, what broadcast to tune into. Because to hear mainstream media talk, Obama's justified in acting like a king, bragging about a phone and a pen, no need for Congress. To hear mainstream media talk, ISIS or ISIL, whichever you prefer, is a JV team. The IRS never had it in for the Tea Party. Hillary Clinton's right about Benghazi, that Americans really don't care at this point what difference it all makes. And Nancy Pelosi has a genuine, heartfelt love for illegal immigrant children, even ones with TB and scabies. Calling the mainstream media biased in favor of the left isn't that shocking, and saying that the media in general has really strayed from what founding fathers envisioned for the Fourth Estate, a true watchdog rather than lapdog, is an understatement. But I thought I'd give you a few examples of just how institutionalized the idea of a rollover press has become, based on some of my own experiences. After doing some radio in Indiana, I got into print news at a small newspaper in Georgia. One of my first big stories as a police beat reporter was to cover a young girl, 17, who was arrested for tossing her newborn baby into a trash bin on the side of the road. Adding to the story was the fact that this girl's family was wealthy, well-connected. They had some influence in town. I remember going out to the house and knocking on the door to see if the family would talk to me, and leaving my business card on the front porch when nobody answered. I remember going out to the trash bins and taking photos of where the baby's body was found. And I remember the day my story came out in the newspaper, going to a nearby convenience store to buy something and seeing the newspapers on the rack, with the headline blasting across the top about a hurricane that never did hit. My story about the teen who dumped her baby in a trash bin was below the fold. And when I asked my editor why, he shrugged, and he said, "It's still on the front page." And that's when I got my first in-your-face introduction to liberal journalism, where news should be warm and fuzzy and non-offensive. So some years later, after moving to Virginia, I was covering news for the wealthy community of Fauquier County, which is about 45 miles southwest of DC, and it's also a sort of ground zero for the radical environmental crowd. While there, I won a couple of awards for my use of Freedom of Information Act to hold government officials accountable. The publisher, the owner, they liked my work so much, they used to send me little notes saying, "Good job, you'll always have a job here, don't worry." But that was before I started digging into the details of a National Heritage Area initiative that was being pushed by local environmental groups. They said the land designation was just that, a title, and it wouldn't hurt private property rights in the least. I found out the land tag carried a lot more than just a title. It put a ton of regulatory controls on local landowners, homeowners, and business owners, so I started reporting on that angle. I also found out all these other interesting details about some of the environmental groups and activists involved with pushing this National Heritage Area. So I spoke with my immediate editor because I thought it was worthy of some wider coverage, and got her permission to pursue a freelance story on the National Heritage Area. I did, and I did a much more thorough investigative piece about all the players and issues involved, just like a reporter's supposed to do. Turns out my publisher didn't appreciate the coverage. He was actually one of the founders of one of the main environmental groups in the community that was pushing for the National Heritage Area. I was ultimately fired. And when I asked why, my editor told me, "What do you expect, writing on something that near and dear to the publisher's heart?" I say maybe, but when I look back now, I also think that's a little bit hypocritical to be in the business of the First Amendment and yet deny First Amendment rights to those who work for you. But it didn't take me long to find another position. I moved on to another community newspaper, Prince William County, Virginia, about 30 miles south of DC. When I joined the local newspaper there, the community was embroiled in a controversial immigration debate where the local police were just given the order from the Board of Supervisors to do background checks to check the status, the immigration status of those they arrested, the 287G program. But I was hired to cover education, so that's what I did. I wrote about how the superintendent pulled in a salary upwards of $220,000 a year, and then tens upon tens of thousands of additional benefits. I posted and publicized all the teachers' and education staffers' salaries. I covered all the travel expenses of the school board anytime they went out of town or attended a conference. In other words, I did my job. And even though I wasn't making friends on the school board, my editors at the time supported me. Until I started raising a red flag about a new math program in the school, a fuzzy math program, and started reporting how parents and children alike were struggling with the new standards. The real trouble began when I started pursuing how much this new math program cost for taxpayers to implement. The school wouldn't tell me, no matter how many Freedom of Information Act requests I filed. Even when my editors decided to step in, help out, and hire an attorney to compel the school to provide the requested information, the school still stonewalled. The drama played out for a couple of weeks, and then my publisher stepped in and put a stop to it, said it's time to move on. Turns out my publisher actually served on a board with other members of the education field, including at least one active member of the school board at the time. And he ultimately told me that if I ever wanted to write a story in the newspaper again that mentioned the phrase Freedom of Information Act or the word FOIA, I had to bring the story to him first and get him to read it and sign off on it before it could go to print. So much for the wall between editorial and publishing. Meanwhile, the school completely skated. They never did have to provide the requested information on taxpayer costs. And shortly after, I was taken off that beat and moved on to the county government beat. And because my editors hated the conservative chairman of the Board of Supervisors, the one that they saw at fault for dividing the community over this controversial immigration plan, I was encouraged to dig up all the dirt I could on him, even his drinking habits. It was even suggested at one point the newsroom stake out bars and restaurants to try and catch this guy coming out under the influence. The thing was, he didn't have a drinking problem. What he had was a political problem. He had the misfortune of being a strong conservative in a community with a liberally minded newspaper. And this was the same newspaper that ran a massively biased editorial against Sarah Palin that included, among its tamer statements, the claim, if there was ever any doubt that Sarah Palin is a fool, she has removed it. It just got worse from there. The editorial was so outrageous, so hateful, and so devoid of any supporting facts, I emailed my editor about it as soon as I saw it. I expressed my opposition and asked if perhaps we could write something a little bit more suitable for our newspaper. And her response was a little bit shocking. She welcomed my feedback, but she said the editorial was great because it inspired community discussion. So you already know about the bias in the national media, and I hope this just gives you a few examples of how it starts in your own backyard within your own community newspapers. So you see, by the time most journalists get to the next level in their careers, they've already been given the basic training on how to succeed. Don't rock the boat, don't make waves, unless you're chasing down conservatives, of course. Seymour Hersh, the Pulitzer Prize winner, once said the way to fix the field of journalism was to fire 90% of the editors and promote the ones you can't control. I agree. He touched at the core problem with today's press. Without a strong press, who's holding government accountable? Who's holding their feet to the fire when they lie so much that even a 7-year-old girl, my own daughter, can see it and sense it? I include a chapter in my book on the failures of the media to hold government accountable, and I end it this way. This is an excerpt from it. Before the passage of the Stamp Act of 1765, American colonies regarded newspapers in the same vein as books and pamphlets. But then came Samuel Adams, the hard-charging journalist who used words and publishing power to change the shape of policy, to stage somewhat of a revolution against taxes and sway the people to fight back against the Stamp Act. Due in part to his influence, the act was repealed. And he then wrote of the success to the colonial people. But your press has sounded the alarm. Your press has spoken to us the words of truth. It has pointed to this people, their danger and their remedy. It has set before them liberty and slavery. I do think there are a handful of Sam Adams out there today, many of them in this very room. And for those who do fight that good fight, the radio hosts, columnists, broadcasters, journalists, pundits, reporters, the ones who overcome biased editors, a left-leaning system, and no doubt the mocking and condescending attitudes of colleagues. They deserve a very huge thank you. It's because of them we even have a smidgen of understanding of how big and bureaucratic our government has become. One more quote and then I'm done. In 1783, George Washington made a statement that helped bring into being the National Gazette as an independent newspaper rather than one printed by the government. He said, "If freedom of speech is taken away, then dumb and silent we may be led, like sheep to the slaughter." My research for Police State USA may have uncovered a lot of what Washington warned, but one big solution for turning back the country to its founding fathers' intent is education, a main job of the press. And I'm heartened by the hard work of some of those in the audience today to do just that. Not just the members of the media, but all who care about the Constitution and fight to defend it, and core patriotic values that made this nation great. I just want to thank you for the inspiration and the motivation to do the same in my career and bring my kids up to think the same way. Long live the First Amendment. God bless you. God bless America. And thank you for listening.
After his retirement from Congress, Ron Paul created an organization to galvanize support across the nation to reclaim American liberty. That organization, Campaign for Liberty, has been influential in congressional races and in policy debates on Capitol Hill. And here with us tonight is Ron Paul's former legislative director, the vice president for policy at the Campaign for Liberty, another regular on Jonathan Emord's Truth Trial radio program. Ladies and gentlemen, Norm Singleton.
Thank you all for that nice applause. It's a little intimidating to follow such wonderful speeches, especially the Motown group. If anything I say moves you, feel free to. It's especially an honor to be asked here by Jonathan, who's done tremendous work. I think every American who values the right to make their own decisions about health and nutrition, which ought to be every American, owes Jonathan a debt of gratitude. Since tonight's theme of tonight is honoring George Washington, I was thinking if George Washington were to join us here tonight, what would he think about certain things going on in our country today? For example, what would he think about armed federal agents raiding an Amish farm because the farmers had committed the horrendous crime of selling unpasteurized milk to willing consumers without getting the permission of the Food and Drug Administration? What would he think about the federal government, the Pentagon, giving local police tanks and bazookas and military equipment that was built for use in war to be used against the civilian populations of our towns and cities? What would George Washington think about a federal law that not only told you that you have to buy health insurance, but told you what the insurance had to cover and even said that you could not find a better plan if the government-sponsored insurance or government-mandate insurance was too expensive for you and your family, or too expensive for your employer to cover, or your employer decided that he or she couldn't cover everybody, including the part-time workers. So if you work under, what is it, 30, whatever the Obamacare mandate is, that you just don't get insurance anymore. And also, what would George Washington, who, like all of the founders, prized religious liberty, freedom of conscience, think when he found out that law required business owners to cover certain products that violated their most deeply held religious beliefs? And how would he react if he was told, don't worry about it, because if you can prove to the government's satisfaction that your objection is a sincere religious one, you will get limited relief from that mandate? Would George Washington have thought that, parenthetically, I will say I agreed with the Hobby Lobby decision. I think it was a small step forward, but let's be honest. Having to prove to the government that your objection to a federal mandate, which is unconstitutional in and of itself, regardless of how it affects religious liberty, the fact that mandate exists is a violation of the Constitution and the principles of a free society. But so having to prove that your objection to it is sincerely religious-based and that you do business under a certain type of corporate form, that's not what the First Amendment was intended to protect. That's not what the Constitution was intended to protect. The Constitution is intended to protect us from Obamacare and everything else that this president and most recent presidents have done to this country. I think we know what George Washington would have thought of the federal war on raw milk, Obamacare. I think we know what he would have thought of a Senate Majority Leader whose main interest seems to be restricting Charles Koch's free speech rights. I think we also know what George Washington and the rest of the Founding Fathers would have thought of Jonathan Emord. I think he would have had a very different opinion of Jonathan than he has of Barack Obama and Harry Reid. I had the privilege of knowing and working with Jonathan since I worked on Capitol Hill for Congressman Ron Paul. Jonathan, of course, is best known for his work on health freedom. We worked together on that, and we worked together on a broader legislative issue, which was legislation that would have restored Congress's responsibility and duty to make laws. You're saying, well, Congress makes laws all the time. Well, one of the other speakers pointed out tonight, they pass legislation, very complex, very big pieces of legislation, but the legislation is so vague, so generally worded, and so complex that it's not the legislation that is the law that everyone has to follow. The law is written by the unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats who, by nature, tend to lean towards more power, more authority, more arbitrariness rather than less. The legislation that Jonathan and I came up with and that Congressman Paul introduced, when we did it, it didn't go very far, but fortunately, as with some of the other initiatives that Dr. Paul and I worked on, such as auditing the Fed, it's actually become a mainstream Tea Party position today. It's known as the REINS Act. It's passed both houses of Congress. It's passed the House of Representatives twice, I believe. It's introduced in the Senate. The Senate sponsor is a senator from Kentucky, not Mitch McConnell. And this is a very important piece of legislation because the delegation of Congress's authority to these unelected and unaccountable federal agencies is one of the most dramatic insults to our constitutional system and a threat to our liberties. It really flies in the face of why the founders created a legislative branch and why they separated powers. Of course, President Obama seems to have an odd definition of the separation of powers. He thinks that it means that the Article 1 somewhere has a clause in it that says if Congress fails to pass legislation that the president really, 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 really wants, the president can sign an executive order. Or if Congress passes a law and the president really likes it, but it's a bad law and it keeps screwing things up and it makes the president look stupid, the president can just rewrite it without going through Congress. Unfortunately, having been to law school myself, I understand that a legal education, as is in the case of President Obama, proves, is a detriment to really understanding our constitutional system of government. Being a constitutional law professor, I mean, look, we should have known what we were getting because the guy taught constitutional law, which means he has no understanding of what the Constitution means. Anyway, back to the REINS Act and the reining in the bureaucracy real quick, because there's one thing that's not, I think, sort of overlooked about this argument that is somewhat significant, is that the regulatory state is a source of cronyism and a source of the favoritism towards special interest and big businesses that has become quite a concern of many in the liberty movement today. Small businesses, many of you who are small businesses, I'm sure will understand this, that you can't hire legions of attorneys to scour the Federal Register. You can't hire the K Street lobbyists to descend on Capitol Hill and in the agencies to make sure that the regulations and the laws favor your clients, or the K Street lobbyist clients. Human nature being what it is, the staffers of the regulatory agencies and the congressional staffers and the members themselves will listen to the lobbyists and lawyers because they are oftentimes ex-staffers and ex-members of Congress themselves. They may be friends, they may be old colleagues. They're naturally going to say, well, Congressman X wrote this bill, or staffer Y helped write this bill, or staffer Z wrote the first draft of the regulation, so he or she has some special knowledge, I should take them seriously. Add into that, again, human nature being what it is, the fact that a lot of these members and staffers are looking at this guy and thinking, well, that's a nice suit. That's a nicer suit than I can afford, slaving away up here on Capitol Hill. How do you get a K Street gig like he has? Maybe I should do what he says, and he can help open some doors for me. Working for Ron Paul and consulting for people like Jonathan, I missed an opportunity to do one of the best ways of cashing in on Hill experience, which is help your boss write a law that establishes a very complex regulatory scheme, then go to work lobbying for changes in that law to protect the businesses that you just subjected to the new regulatory scheme. So it's a great way of being entrepreneurial and creating a market for yourself. And so anyone who thinks that DC doesn't understand entrepreneurship, well, that proves you wrong. Now, of course, a lot of our left-wing friends, our progressive friends, I have one or two progressive friends. I have one who, there was a while when the Democrats were trying to steal the term Obamacare from us. They changed it to Obama Cares. And I complained to my progressive friend once that made me somewhat nauseous when I heard that. And she looked at me and said, oh, but Norm, Obama does care. And I said, that's the problem. I said, I wish he cared more about golf than about rearranging my healthcare system. And perhaps in this one thing, Obama is finally taking my advice. But the progressives they like to say we're caring and we have compassion. And yes, the system doesn't work. And yes, it has waste. And yes, the special interests benefit from it. But under your system, we would have bad products, and people would die from raw milk, and people would die from starving in the streets. They wouldn't have health care. They wouldn't have good health care. But think about compassion, and think about the system we live under. And ask yourself, how compassionate is it to impose a system of regulations, taxes, licenses, and a fiat currency system I'm going to just say that one. I'm just going to mention, by the way, I know Obama is bad, but my candidate still for the worst president of the last 100 years would be Woodrow Wilson, and my candidate for the worst year in American history is 1913, because that's the year we got the IRS and the Federal Reserve. But this system, the fiat currency system and all the rest, erodes the living standards of middle and working class Americans. As Ms. Oberstein pointed out before, it is this government that is responsible for creating a class system, not the free market. Karl Marx was incredibly backwards in that, and everyone who follows him, including a lot of people in that town down the road here a little bit, don't understand that. But it does erode their living standards. It makes it impossible for people in the middle class and the working classes to start their own businesses. So they are trapped. If today they can find good jobs, oftentimes they're trapped in those good jobs as opposed to being able to start their own jobs, their own businesses, or create their own jobs because of this system. Is that compassionate? I don't think so. I don't think it's compassionate to have a system that, based on the idea that young people should go to college, incur skyrocketing student debt that they owe the government when they graduate, and then, because of government policies, find out that the only job they can get is working at Starbucks. The only housing that they can afford is mom and dad's basement. Not good for them, not really good for mom and dad. And they have to figure out, how am I going to pay this crushing student loan debt? How am I going to start a family? How am I going to have a life? Is that compassion? Is it compassionate for the government to deny dying patients access to treatments, some of which have been shown to work in other countries, that may offer these patients their only hope of survival, simply because these treatments have not been approved by the FDA? Is it compassionate to deny little Sarah Moynihan? And this is my last compassionate example. How many people here know who Sarah Moynihan is? And I'm probably mispronouncing the name. Okay, so few. She was the little girl who needed a lung transplant, and she was going to be denied a lung transplant, which would have been a death sentence, because she was under 10 years old, and federal regulations said that she was not allowed to have an adult lung. Kathleen Sebelius, bless her heart, and those of you from the South know what bless your heart means. Those of you not from the South, bless your heart is Southern Baptist for you're an idiot. Kathleen Sebelius told a congressional panel that it's something like, this is a tragedy and it's awful, but rules have to be followed. Putting that bureaucratic mentality that the rules stand before everything. Fortunately, Sarah found a way around the rules after a lot of publicity. I think, Jonathan, you and I talked about it on your show. Dr. Paul wrote a column about it. But how many cases that we just don't hear about are out there? How many businesses that could have been created? How many new inventions that could have saved countless of lives because of federal regulations, because of this rotten system, are not there? How compassionate is big government? I would submit that the party of liberty is the true party of compassion, and the party of statism, the party of Barack Obama, the party of Harry Reid, and sadly the party of too many in the Republican Party, is the party of cruelty. That's why I believe George Washington want to join us here tonight. And how much time do I have? 5. Great. Just enough time to wrap this up by, first of all, thanking you all, thanking Jonathan again, thanking you all for listening to me. I'm sorry, this is the only dance move I know. But I just wanted to end by giving some advice from Ron Paul. And this was advice I actually gave Last year, Campaign for Liberty every year has LPAC, the Liberty Political Action Conference, a 3-day conference. It's going to be this year, September 18th through the 20th. You can find more about it and buy tickets online. Speakers include Dr. Paul, Senator Ted Cruz, Representative Thomas Massey, Representative Justin Amash, Dan McCarthy, editor of the American Conservative, Tim Carney, who you should all read. He's the leading writer on corporatism and cronyism from the Washington Examiner, and other great speakers. Also, of course, one of Dr. Paul's sons, our Campaign for Liberty Board Chairman, Ronnie Paul. Oh, and another one of Dr. Paul's sons who's doing something in Kentucky, and I think something in D.C. these days, too. His name is Rand. You may have heard of him. But anyway, last year we had a panel, me and some other old congressional staffers, and on memories of working on Capitol Hill, and someone asked me, what do you think the most important thing Ron Paul ever taught you? And I said, there's 2 things. 1, exercise in the morning. You'll have a better day, and you'll be in better health, and you'll have a better attitude. I don't follow that as vigorously as Dr. Paul does, but I do try to follow that. The second one is, this was something he said the very first staff meeting I ever had with him, was he said, try to have fun. Because fighting for liberty, especially in D.C., is frustrating and often lonely work. And if you don't find a way to make it fun, you'll get cynical, you'll get burned out, and you'll get discouraged. So I would say that's why nights like this are very important, and I would encourage all of you to remain involved in the cause. And remember, if it's not fun, you're not doing it right. And also, something we used to say in law school when I was head of a Federalist chapter that reflects on a few comments some of the other speakers have made. If you've gone a week without a leftist calling you a racist, you need to pump up the volume, because you're not making enough of a splash.
Thank you, Norm Singleton. And now another performer, Mark Harris, who has sung opera and hymns all over the world and has been featured soloist in over 20 productions of Handel's Messiah. Please welcome Mark, accompanied by the George Mason University Brass Quintet, as he sings George M. Cohan's Timeless, You're a Grand Old Flag. Mark Harris.
You're a grand old flag, you're a high-flying flag, and forever in peace may you wave. You're the emblem of the land I love, the home of the free and the brave. Every heart beats true to the red, white, and blue, and there's never a boast or brag. Should all acquaintance be forgot, keep your eye on that grand old flag. You're a grand old flag, you're a high-flying flag, and forever in peace may you wave. You're the emblem of the land I love, the home of the free and the brave. Every heart beats true for the red, white, and blue, and there's never a boast or brag. Should all acquaintance be forgot, keep your eye on the grand old flag.
With us tonight from the Netherlands is the investigative journalist, researcher, and nutrition industry consultant whose book, Health Claims Censored, has inspired freedom-loving people to seek an end to Europe's
censorship of health information. Please welcome free speech advocate Bert Schwitters. Welcome, Bert.
Good evening. What can I say after all those wonderful speakers? My view, of course, is a distant view, because my view is from Europe, from Holland. But I have always found in your founding documents so much truth and so much inspiration that I hope that I can contribute something as a Dutchman to this evening. Of course, thank you, Jonathan, for having invited me here. And tomorrow I will even get an award for work that basically takes place in Europe, where I'm fighting the European bureaucracy, which, enacts regulations much worse than the ones you have over here in America. Now, my father was a newspaper man, and following his professional footsteps, I also worked as a journalist for television, radio, and the printed media, until I began selling dietary supplements. So for me, freedom of speech and freedom of thought formed a natural part of my upbringing. And in the beginning of my professional life, it was like, freedom of thought was like water to a fish. You don't notice it because it's there, it's your natural environment. It's probably for this reason that once I began my career as a businessman, I experienced as a straitjacket all the regulations that dictate what you may not and what you must say and what you must not and may not say in commercial communication, because commercial communication seems to differ from normal communication. Now, while I had the interests of my potential customers in mind and at heart, I found that I couldn't say anymore what I wanted to say about my products, because consumer advocates, politicians, non-governmental groups, nannies, bureaucrats claimed to know better than me what I had to say and what was in the best interest of my customers. While I was fulfilling consumer needs, they were busy, in the words of the Frenchman Frédéric Bastiat, to lay their hands on the law. In 1850, the French political economist Bastiat defined the law as the organization of the natural right of lawful defense. The law, he wrote, is the substitution of collective for individual forces for the purpose of acting in the sphere in which they have a right to act, of doing what they have a right to do, which is to secure persons, liberties, and properties, and to maintain each in its right, so as to cause justice to reign over all. 47 years before Bastiat published the law, 56 signatories representing the 13 United States of America, agreed in the Declaration of Independence that no party shall lay its hands on the law to take from one party in order to give to another. The states declared that there exist self-evident truths. In the original draft of the Declaration, these truths were qualified as sacred and undeniable. One of these self-evident truths holds that all men are created equal. The original draft says equal and independent. It is from that equal and independent creation that all men derive certain rights, inherent and inalienable. In the final version of the Declaration, its authors introduced a creator who endowed us with these unalienable rights, 3 of which are explicitly enumerated in the Declaration: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. What makes this part of the Declaration so interesting is that it was written by men, and that these men held that certain sacred and undeniable self-evident truths form an integral part of man. In other words, when you see a creature endowed with life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, it's a man. I use the word man here in the classical meaning, including, of course, the ladies. Man is capable of living since his creator endowed him with life. His creator also endowed him with liberty, which gave man the freedom of choice. Last but not least, man was endowed with the capacity to pursue happiness. This is how the authors of the Declaration of Independence saw and defined man. Most importantly, the creator of men made sure that we're pretty much stuck with these truths and rights. Because no matter how hard we try, we can't get rid of them. We can't separate ourselves from them because they are unalienable. Men cannot act other than by making choices. Choice is a self-evident and universal a priori that is inherent in all individuals. Choice cannot follow an act. Choice always precedes the act. Genuine choice can only exist where the freedom of choice exists. Genuine choice involves the freedom to choose to act or not to act, as well as the freedom to choose to be or not to be acted against. Freedom of choice goes hand in hand with the fundamental right to be let alone. Quite logically, where freedom of choice exists, social as well as commercial relationships will always exist on the basis of mutual consent. So, where mutual consent between individuals is lacking or interfered with, the freedom of choice is violated by the force that one actor uses to overwhelm and coerce the other. What the overwhelmer often overlooks is that in using force to coerce other individuals into non-consensual relationships, he forfeits his own freedom of choice. By his act to coerce, he forfeits his right to resist being coerced by another, stronger overwhelmer. The result of this is mud, barbarism, warfare, tyranny, and the collapse of civilization. Governments use force while simultaneously maintaining the unconditional right to resist being acted against. For the purpose of exerting unlimited social control, governments claim, construe, defend, and apply a monopoly on the use of force. This is why the state has no other option than to relentlessly maximize its power. To this end, it will always opt for expanding the collective at the expense of the private sphere. The state, as totalitarian master, must inevitably aim at annihilating the individual. The state and its allies who seek to lay their hands on the law for personal or commercial benefit, or because they seek to establish some utopia, must promote the state as an entity prior to and greater than the sum of its constituent individuals. The founding fathers, your founding fathers, and their political and philosophical allies held the opposite view, that the state's legitimacy derives exclusively from the consent of its individual creators. In the Declaration of Independence, they explicitly stated that governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. Not all men agree with the Declaration of Independence. They fear that when individuals exert the unalienable rights they're endowed with, some individuals will profit less from them than others, so that some will have more happiness than others. In the name of social justice, they actively undermine and pervert not only the Declaration of Independence, but the Bill of Rights and the Constitution as well. They create support for destroying life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness by promising happiness without pursuit. They redefined the right to pursue happiness as a right to be free from unhappiness. They transformed the right to pursue happiness into an entitlement to happiness without pursuit. This opened the door to forcefully taking happiness from those who successfully pursued it and redistributed according to the rules of social justice. Providing, offering, and accepting happiness without pursuit, meaning someone else's happiness, equals criminal behavior. Unless, of course, one has the consent of the person whose happiness is being shared. When someone freely chooses to share some of his happiness with others, that's called charity. And if it's not charity, it's theft. It doesn't matter whether someone else or the government did the stealing, and whether the stealing was done in the name of social justice. Someone was forced and coerced to surrender part of the happiness he pursued so that it could be given to someone who did not or failed to pursue it. Freedom implies acceptance of judgment, of choices made and outcomes of activities undertaken. With faith in God and religion, by accepting or knowing self as transcendental, come judgment and freedom. It is this freedom that we can get rid of, even if we want it, because it is unalienable. He, however, who accepts the promise that judgment can be avoided forfeits his spiritual self. This is why the idea that there can be happiness without pursuit not only destroys freedom, but also desecrates the religious foundation of our common and high cultures. In 1928, Associate Justice Louis Brandeis wrote, "The makers of our Constitution, your Constitution, undertook to secure conditions favorable to the pursuit of happiness. They recognized the significance of man's spiritual nature, of his feelings, and of his intellect. They knew that only part of the pain, pleasure, and satisfactions of life are to be found in material things. They sought to protect Americans in their beliefs, their thoughts, their emotions, and their sensations. They conferred against the government the right to be let alone, which Brandeis defined as the most comprehensive of rights and the right most valued by civilized men. The spiritual self is the locus of sacred and undeniable truths and unalienable rights. This is the source from which sprang the United States of America. These truths and rights are sacred, and those who seek to destroy them are in fact destroying the vision that man is a spiritual being. The political pillars upon which the United States of America rest were erected in accordance with this vision. That sacred vision burns in your founding documents. Please, let no one extinguish that sacred fire. Thank you.
I'm going to go off script for just one moment. And I just want to say that as a longtime supporter of the fight for individual rights and of E. Morton Associates' victories versus the FDA, that it has never felt to me like the fight for health freedom is a partisan political cause. And to me, that fight for individual freedom and health freedom is bigger and more inclusive than any political party or ideology. And I suspect that George Washington and the Founding Fathers would agree with me. It is now time to begin the first of our two-part award ceremony, recognizing those individuals whose contributions have helped transform the world for the better. First, we're going to induct an exceptionally talented group of individuals into our First Amendment Hall of Fame. Each of these has waged a battle against the Food and Drug Administration, defeating FDA censorship and liberating into the market claims of the disease risk-reducing effects of specific nutrients: folic acid, selenium, antioxidant vitamins, and omega-3 fatty acids. Without their efforts, truthful information about the health benefits of these vital nutrients would never have reached the public at the point of sale. And worse, of course, many might have died prematurely or been forced to live with disabling diseases. Joining me on stage to help me with the awards presentation is my beautiful assistant, Renee Richardson. A wonderful long tradition of beautiful assistants. 7 of our First Amendment Hall of Fame inductees could not be with us this evening. You can consult your commemorative awards programs for more information about their achievements. You all also have detailed bios of our honorees who are present, so I'm going to offer just a few words about each of our award winners whose contributions and achievements are far too numerous to list here. We will invite onto our stage first our First Amendment inductees, and the first will be Joel D. Wallach. A doctor of veterinary medicine and a naturopathic doctor, Joel D. Wallach obtained a Bachelor of Science in Agriculture in 1962 and a doctorate in veterinary medicine in 1964, both from the University of Missouri. He earned a doctorate in naturopathic medicine in 1982 from the National College of Naturopathic Medicine in Portland, Oregon. Dr. Wallach has held key positions with leading zoos and universities in the United States and Africa. He's one of the founders and former editor of the Journal of Zoo Animal Medicine, and he's co-author of one of the leading treatises in veterinary medicine, Diseases of Exotic Animals, Medical and Surgical Management. In 1977, as a researcher at the Emory University Yerkes National Primate Center in Atlanta, Dr. Wallach discovered the world's first known cystic fibrosis case in a non-human cystic fibrosis case in a selenium-deficient rhesus monkey. At the time, cystic fibrosis was believed to be the result of a human genetic disorder. Well, Dr. Wallach disproved that myth and established the condition to arise from a selenium deficiency. Dr. Wallach's discovery sent him on a 20-year search on the health benefits of selenium and other minerals. At one point, he became known as the mineral doctor and the father of liquid mineral supplementation. In 1997, Dr. Wallach and plastic and reconstructive surgeon Ma Lan founded American Longevity, known today as Youngevity, one of the most successful network marketing companies in the world. And driven by his passion for nutrition and freedom, Dr. Wallach has challenged and defeated FDA censorship of critical nutrient-disease relationship claims. His relentless efforts prompted the FDA to establish qualified health claims for selenium, may reduce the risk of certain cancers, and omega-3 essential fatty acids may reduce the risk of coronary heart disease. Dr. Wallach and Youngevity have been at the forefront of global efforts to ensure consumer access to information that can save lives. Dr. Joel D. Wallach. Ms. Richardson is providing his award medallion and his First Amendment Hall of Fame award, and we invite you to say a few words. And I regret to say, and all of you other awardees listen in, Due to time, we want to limit your remarks to less than 4 minutes. Dr. Wallach.
And God bless America. Okay, 4 minutes. The medical system has failed us terribly. And there's a lot of good individuals who are medical doctors, but the system has failed us terribly. And as individual Americans, we're going to have to take it back. We're going to have to be in control here. Each year, this is a fact and a figure that comes from the Journal of the American Medical Association and the Center for Disease Control, February 5th, 2007, in a full-page article in the USA Today. It said each year in America, medical doctors in America kill, injure, and infect 15 million Americans in their workplace, in clinics and hospitals. They kill, injure, and infect 15 million Americans each year. That would be war if any country did that, and here's one trade that does in their workplace. I actually called the OSHA and said, I want to file a claim. They said, you can't file a claim for that. We only deal with employers and employees. Go sue them. And so we have a problem here. And so what we've done with Youngevity is try to educate Americans to the point where they can care for themselves to avoid getting into the system. I want you to think, each month, according to the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the auditor of the U.S. Health and Human Services, each month, medical doctors kill 15,000 seniors over the age of 65 with unnecessary tests. It's 180,000 a year. That includes minor medical procedures like Joan Rivers, Andy Rooney, Dick Clark, Neil Armstrong, and people like Robin Williams are all unnecessarily dead because of bad treatment. All the doctors got to walk. Nobody went to prison. Nobody lost 1 penny of income. We have to take it back from them. By educating ourselves, educating the people we love, educating America, we will save America. God bless America.
Thank you, Dr. Wallach. Joel D. Wallach. Next awardee will be Dr. Julian M. Whitaker. Dr. Julian Whitaker is a graduate of Dartmouth College and Emory University Medical School. And after postgraduate training in surgery at Emory, Dr. Whitaker worked with nutritional medicine pioneer Nathan Pritikin. He then opened the Whitaker Wellness Institute in 1979, and to date, more than 50,000 patients have been treated at his Newport Beach, California clinic. He's the author of 14 books on nutrition and disease, including Reversing Heart Disease, Reversing Diabetes, Reversing Hypertension, and Dr. Whitaker's Guide to Natural Healing. His newsletter, Health and Healing, reaches more than 5 million households every month. Founder of the Freedom of Health Foundation, Dr. Whitaker has been a major force behind 5 of the 7 First Amendment victories over FDA censorship of health information. He's generously supported physicians who've been persecuted by state medical boards for innovative medical treatments, and he has successfully fought for the terminally ill to access experimental treatments. Dr. Julian Whitaker. Present him his award and his medallion. A few words, Dr. Whitaker.
Well, I'm very proud to receive this, and I again thank my good friend and colleague, Jonathan, for putting this program on. It's wonderful. I was interested in Joel Wallach's mention of the 15,000 or so individuals killed by just the natural use of traditional medicine. The number is actually close to 500,000 a year. Now, if we look at this, we saw this plane from Malaysia, 209 people. They died in an airline crash. We're not exactly sure why. Front page news for 30 days. Yet, the hundreds of thousands of people that die from traditional medicine is never mentioned. I saw in the news once, a couple of days ago, that there was yet another shark attack in Northern California seas. And so we get a little upset and people don't go out in the swimming, but what would happen if the shark attacks on our beaches killed 200,000 people a year. How many people would go swimming? It is unbelievable to me that we can have this kind of mayhem exist in an area where we are trusting physicians who never really get examined for bad effects. This suicide by Robin Williams, what drug was he taking? What psychiatrist was giving it to him? If he was seeing a psychiatrist, he was getting a drug. So I researched this and talked to some people about it. Nothing has ever been mentioned. I had sent a private investigator down to Columbine School when those kids shot themselves and shot some other people. And I had a private investigator. It cost me $30,000 trying to find out what drug these kids were taking. And they were taking Luvox. I believe that was the drug. But the point is, the minute something happens with psychiatric drugs, it is shut down completely, right from the very beginning. I do believe that Big Pharma has attack teams that descend on the area every time there's a notable psychiatric suicide associated with, or maybe not associated with, just to cleanse the area. I think that the medical world is getting more dangerous, far more dangerous than it was 25 years ago. I think that it is systematized from the pharmaceutical industry and from the hospital industry, and that the simple exposure of their dangers is shut down. One of the things that I enjoy doing is simply telling people what to do to stay healthy. I'm always, I heard recently that there was a person that many of the heart surgeons or surgeons that in which the people die on the table or something, they'll come tell the grieving family, I want you to know I did everything I could. And then they should add to that, except just leave him alone. And the majority of those kinds of therapies, I have never recommended someone to have bypass surgery, ever. And I never will. Oh, wait a minute, I did recommend one. This was about 15 years ago when he had unconditional pain. I'd kept him from bypass for about 10 years. But the point is, there is so much that can be done for all of these serious diseases prior to the use of any of this stuff, which is why I virtually never use it. Psychiatric drugs, it is so incredible. Now, I appreciate the war, Jonathan. This has been a wonderful experience. I enjoyed the comments of all the people. It's inspiring, and I am energized. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Julian M. Whitaker. Our next awardee is Gretchen DeBow. Under the leadership of Executive and Legal Director Gretchen DeBow, the Alliance for Natural Health sued the FDA 7 times in federal court over censorship of nutrient disease information, defeating the agency each and every time. She practiced environmental law and policy before joining ANH to work on natural and sustainable health issues. Gretchen holds a master's degree in applied healing arts and works to shift the medical paradigm to one that embraces preventive and integrative medicine. She serves as executive director for the Practicos Institute, advocacy coordinator for ANH International, public affairs chair and public policy co-chair of the Integrative Medicine Consortium, and board advisor to the International College for Integrative Medicine. Gretchen is a member of the board of directors of ANH USA, the Certification Board for Nutrition Specialists, and the Institute for Responsible Technology. Melanie Aldridge, come to the stage to accept the award for Gretchen DeBow. Thank you. Please say a few words. Under 4 minutes.
I'm going to be brief. Jonathan, Cheryl, thank you. Sublime, profound, amazing. Gretchen has been a woman on a mission since she first walked through the door in 2007. And it was very soon after her arrival that Dr. Robert Burkirk, who you'll hear from later, and myself from the Alliance for Natural Health International, actually met her. And it didn't take long to realize that her commitment to the issues and her true talent for brokering reconciliations and for fostering relationships between people and organizations was second to none. And it was the first time that we felt that we were confident enough to consider a merger with the then American Association for Health Freedom, which soon after in 2009 became the Alliance for Natural Health USA. And since then, under Gretchen's expert and very dedicated leadership, ANH USA has just gone from strength to strength, making it alongside ANH International an undeniable force for the protection of rights and freedoms as well as for change. And Gretchen would dearly have loved to have been standing here herself tonight, but she's fully committed at the moment with another far more important role. She's a mum, and she's a new mum. And so the DeBow family have been blessed with another little bundle of joy. And such is Gretchen's talent for organization that Bodhi turned up at 6:27 a.m. on his due date. The only thing is that his due date was just a little bit close to this event, really, that's enabled her to travel. So she's an avid proponent for the dietary supplements industry, for health and for healing. And she will be back very soon at the helm of ANH USA. But it's my pleasure to accept her award. I know that she's probably listening into the webcast, so Gretchen, you really, really deserve this. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you, Melanie. And thank you, Gretchen. Thank you, Gretchen. Last but certainly not least, Dirk Pearson and Sandy Shaw, for whom the landmark Pearson versus Shalala case is named, could not be with us tonight. They've asked Will Block of Life Enhancement to accept the reward for them. Dirk Pearson and Sandy Shaw were plaintiffs in 8 First Amendment victories over FDA censorship. They are world-renowned research scientists, designers of nutritional formulas, authors of the #1 New York Times bestseller, Life Extension, A Practical Scientific Approach, screenwriters, and so much more. Will Block, come to the stage and accept their award. Where is Mr. Block? Well, what do they do on the Oscars? I will accept the award for Mr. Block, for Miss Shaw, and Mr. Pearson. Thank you, Renee. Now we turn to our next group of awardees, the Sacred Fire of Liberty Award recipients. 5 of these could also not be with us this evening, and we invite you to consult your commemorative programs for the information about their outstanding accomplishments. And we will now invite onto the stage the Liberty Award recipients, beginning with Parker Hannifin, the chairman of the board, CEO, and with Parker Hannifin, chairman of the board, CEO, and president, Donald Washkowitz. Donald Washkowitz has been CEO of Parker Hannifin for 13 years, board chairman for 10, and president for 7. With annual sales exceeding $13 billion in fiscal 2013, Parker Hannifin is the world's leading diversified manufacturer of motion and control technologies and systems, providing precision-engineered solutions for a wide variety of mobile, industrial, and aerospace markets. The company employs approximately 58,000 people in 49 countries worldwide. A licensed professional engineer, Donald Washkowitz has a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering from Cleveland State University, an MBA from Case Western Reserve, and an honorary doctorate in engineering from Cleveland State. Mr. Washkowitz has adopted health-conscious and holistic programs, and he's expanded the provision of alternative medical modalities for Parker Hannifin's employees worldwide. In addition, he has consistently extended philanthropic support to enhance the lives of many. Donald Washkowitz. Thank you. Yes.
Well, thank you very much. I just wanted to take this opportunity, too, to thank Jonathan and eBoard for inviting me to this wonderful event. What's there not to like? You got great speakers, you got great entertainment, you got a great venue, and so it's been a wonderful evening. I just really appreciate it. There's just two things. I was asking somebody, did they have this at 10 years? A 10th anniversary, and they said, yes, there was an event at 10. I said, when do you think they're going to have the next one? Well, probably 30. I said, 30? That's another 10 years. So I suggest that you do this at 25 at the latest. Does anybody agree with that? All right. And then the other thing is, when I came into the hotel today, they said to go, and you had to go to the one side, and I met this gal named Renee. She looks a lot like this gal that's standing next to me over here. And she proceeded to go and take me through about 7 different lines. My only problem is now I'm one tilt on the baggage program. I'll probably have another $100 in baggage fees to get on the airline to get back home, but so much free stuff. I mean, this is amazing. So thank you very much for all the free stuff. So, but I'm truly honored to be here today, recognized among this group of really esteemed doctors and professionals. You don't know this, but many of you in the audience have inspired me in my wellness and preventive medicine journey over the past 40 years. In fact, as I go back into the 80s, one of the first books I read on preventive medicine was called Life Extension, and we just heard about my fellow honorees Dirk Pearson and Sandy Shaw. And by the way, we still have that book. It's got a little yellow edges to it, but it's still intact. My wife Pam read it as well, and so really enjoyed that one. Other influencers were, and you heard from this fellow tonight too, Dr. Whitaker, and whose newsletter I still receive to this day. I've received it for many, many years. Another one was Dr. Atkins, from whom I learned a lot about nutritional supplements from his book called The VitaNutrient Solution. And then there were 2 local doctors that I worked with very close over the last, I'd say, 15 years. One was Dr. Frackleton. Maybe some of you know Dr. Frackleton. He passed away a couple of years ago, but he worked very closely with Parker to get our preventative and wellness program going in the company. And then there's also another one that's here today, Dr. Sherry Tenpenny. And Sherry's still working with Parker and has done a great job for us in helping us promote wellness throughout Parker-Hannifin. Just a little history on what we've done at Parker. When I was appointed CEO back in 2001, I wanted to make a lasting and significant impact on the company. So we launched a strategy called the WIN strategy to elevate our operating performance of the company. And we, at that time, became increasingly concerned for the well-being of Parker's nearly 60,000 employees who work hard every day to make sure the company is a success. After learning the harmful effects of mercury amalgams, or mercury fillings as they're known, I had my own fillings replaced and began working to restructure Parker's dental benefits to cover composite fillings at 100% and reduce the coverage of mercury fillings to 0. Now, that was not a real popular thing, and I got a lot of bad press from the dentists from around the country. Like, what are you doing changing your dental plan, this, that, and the other thing? There's nothing wrong with mercury. And so we came up with a program. I said, based on what I know about mercury, we're just going to get rid of this entirely. And my legal team said, well, you can't do that because now you're playing doctor. I said, well, okay, then we're going to do the next best thing. We're going to pay, we had a 80% payment for dental work. So we're going to pay 80% for mercury fillings this year. But if you go and you get a composite filling, we'll give you 100%. We'll pay 100%. Now, it's your choice. Okay, you can do either one. Now, next year, we got a new program. It's going to be 60% for mercury, but we're going to pay 100% for composites. And then, so that went on for 5 years. Now, you know where we are today, right? So you still have a choice. You're just going to pay for it all if you go with the mercury fillings. So in North America, thank you. So in North America, just to give you an idea as to how much we were paying for there were 37,000 fillings a year that we were paying for our employees and their families, 37,000. And almost 75% of those were mercury amalgams. We've turned that now in 5 years to where 75% are composite fillings. And I think that's really enhanced the health of all the employees and their families throughout the company. I will want to just point out one more thing here. There's one person here tonight that is really doing a spectacular job. He should be up here getting an award. I was looking at the agenda. I didn't see his name. It's Charlie Brown. He's done a fantastic job. And he does so much by himself. It's amazing. He's on the UN Commission. He's got 102 countries that are going to phase out mercury. It's just fantastic. I just love working with Charlie. So anyway, the successful results of that change in our dental plan inspired us to extend alternative treatment coverage for employees to include medical benefits as well. I'm proud to say that today, all of Parker's health benefit packages now include a company-paid wellness and preventive medicine benefit that enables access to an expanded range of several thousand health practitioners that frankly were not accessible before, and broader treatment options for all of our employees and their families. So, our approach is that we feel that it makes more sense to promote wellness instead of treating disease. Both traditional and integrative or alternative medicine treatments are covered benefits for all Parker employees and their families at Parker. This includes coverage for nutritional supplements. Now, people think I'm crazy, and I think we're probably the only Fortune 200 company out there that pays for nutritional supplements. You may know of others. I don't know of any that would do that, okay? And people would ask me, say, Don, how can you justify paying for nutritional supplements? I mean, nobody does that. For me, it was kind of easy. If I'm going to pay for pharmaceutical drugs with all the bad side effects for those, why not pay for something that's going to do the employees some good and their body probably needs, okay? So we just said, no, we're going to cover, if we're going to pay for pharmaceutical drugs at 80%, we're going to pay for nutritional supplements at 80%. We'll put everything on a level playing field, and that's kind of what we did. The other thing that's happened is as we learn more about the ability of the body's immune system to heal when the root cause of disease is treated rather than just the symptoms, we took a strong interest in integrative cancer treatments as well. And Dr. Brzezinski's anti-neoplaston cancer treatment research is one of the first to capture my attention in those early days. And I've watched a videotape, of his challenges in court and so forth. And I don't know if Emord was part of that or not, but a tremendous effort that he put forth. I don't know if he's here tonight. Is Dr. Brzezinski here? I saw his name on the agenda, but I didn't see him here. Other doctors inspired us to expand the range of cancer treatments options as well, available to Parker employees and their families. I felt strongly that it was time to move beyond the chemo and radiation treatments to options that were less toxic and less damaging to the patient. So now Parker has established a global network of integrative cancer treatment providers that are covered on the company's wellness and preventive medicine plan. That, frankly, in the past would not have happened. Our employees now have a choice to pursue non-toxic therapies for cancer if they wish, and it's their choice. You can go either way. You can go traditional, you can go alternative. We're going to pay either way, and we'll pay the same amount. So, to further drive a culture of health at Parker, we've also recently developed an extensive Path to Wellness program focused on education, nutrition, supplements, and prevention to continue to improve the health and vitality of our employees and their families. None of this could have been done without the inspirational dedication and hard work of many people in this room. It's interesting, when I was looking at all the people getting awards, I said, these are the people that inspired us back at the company. So I got to give you a lot of credit out there. You've done a great job. I see Mercola out here. I mean, I can go right up down the list, Sinatra and so forth. I've watched you all, I've read a lot about you, I follow you, and you've made a major impact. Whether we've told you that or not, you really have. So we're hopeful that other companies, hopefully following us someday, will follow our lead and move the entire country more in the direction of wellness. So we're trying to get the word out, we're trying to tell people what we're doing out there, and hopefully over time, more companies will follow this pattern. And once again, I just want to thank you for this prestigious honor, and I want to also congratulate all my fellow honorees. I'm sorry I took more than 4 minutes, but I want to thank you very much, and thanks for having us.
Okay. Thank you, Don. Thank you. Yeah, thanks a lot.
It's interesting. He says he was inspired by all of you. I found that very inspiring. When it starts spreading to big business, things are working. Next, one of his inspirations, Dr. Joseph Mercola. A physician, medical researcher, innovator, and New York Times best-selling author, was voted the 2009 Ultimate Wellness Game Changer by the Huffington Post. He's regularly featured in national media outlets, Time Magazine, LA Times, CNN, Fox News, ABC, The Today Show, Dr. Oz. Founded in 1997, his website, Mercola.com, has become the world's top natural health resource site with over 1 million subscribers to its newsletter. Dr. Mercola's mission is to transform the medical paradigm in the United States into one in which we treat the root causes of disease rather than the symptoms. He has become an indispensable champion of struggles to end censorship of truthful health information and to support patients' ability to exercise freedom of informed choice. Dr. Joseph Mercola.
Well, it's great to be here. Health has always been a passion of mine, and I've embraced Dr. Paul's recommendation to Norm Singleton to exercise. I've been doing it for nearly 50 years. But I was literally shocked when I got the email from Jonathan and says, you're going to get this award, but the award started at 10:30. I said, Jonathan, don't you know that you need sleep, and that when you don't get sleep, your brain shrinks? So the natural extension of my interest in health was to go to medical school. And I took everything hook, line, and sinker. I embraced that medical paradigm. And little did I know at that time that that curriculum was controlled by corporate interest who were committed to bottom line profits that were directed to symptomatic band-aids and not treating the cause of the disease. And later, decades later, I found out that I totally agree with Norm Singleton's assessment of the worst year in U.S. history, which is 1913, the initiation of the IRS and the Federal Reserve, and that Woodrow Wilson was the worst president. And that is the extension of that. If you go into the details, it's all relates to the same reason that controlled the curriculum of medical school, and that was the international bankers. If you don't believe that, read a book by Naomi Prinz, All the President's Banksters. And it will go and document this in incredible detail. But anyway, this is the information I learned later. So I think that's the core of these problems. And I think the key to making a dent and being a success is to understand what your passion is. My passion is health. Earlier this year, or was it last year, I can't remember now, I was invited by the Republican Party to run against Dick Durbin in Illinois for state senator. But I know my passion is not politics. My passion is health. So I chose not to run against him. Even though it would be good to do things for the health of it, because he's a pernicious force against us in this attempt to help people understand what health is. So I perceived, fortunately and grateful with so many people in this room who really were pioneers in natural medicine, people like Jonathan Wright, and others at Valdecam and AEM that helped me get out of that paradigm of the conventional medicine. And I started understanding these natural principles. People started getting better, started getting healthy. And the word started to spread, and I started seeing people from not only my immediate area, but people from all over the world. And I said, this stuff is so good, we've got to share it. So I compiled all my information, put it in the newsletter, and gave it away for free. Everything I learned, if people came to see me, I would just give it away for free. And then the site grew, and we were the most visited natural health site in the world for the last 10 years, and the number 4 site in the world for all health sites, behind NIH, WebMD, and Mayo Clinic. So we have a chance to make an impact. But we're only making an impact in educating people. You can only tell them so much information. And then 3 years ago, we realized that it's time to make a change, that we need to get more aggressive, to be political, to need to be activists. So we aligned, we had targeted, and we said we can't just do this generically. We have to target, we have to be specific. And we have to put our money where our mouth is. We have to support these initiatives greatly, and we formed the Health Liberty Initiative. And fortunately, we have 3 of our 4 Health Liberty partners with us tonight, and it's really their magnificent work. They've been doing this for decades, totally committed their entire lives to making impacts. And one of them, as Don mentioned earlier, is one of your heroes and really should receive an award. And stand up, Charlie Brown, who is the president of the Consumers for Dental Choice, and really has been involved with initiatives with the World Health Organization and passed a treaty that's banning the use of mercury in dentistry. And it's going to be implemented soon. Well, we're putting pressure. Treaties are kind of funny. You know, there's no enforcement action behind them, so we have to put pressure on them, and we're making progress in that. And another one, a political activist, pretty strong political activist, and stand up, Ronnie Cummins from Organic Consumers Association. Amazing man, a real hero of mine, who's just done amazing work behind. He's really the force behind the GMO labeling movement, and he's really the kind of the brains behind the whole thing, and done amazing work. Paul, who's not here with us today, is Paul Condit from the Fluoride Action Network. We support him too. And then one that almost brings me to tears. One of the things I regret the most is giving kids vaccines, because it's so dangerous. And Barbara Lowe Fisher, stand up. Pioneer for over 3 decades in educating people about the dangers of vaccines, and really it's not the dangers only, but giving people making an informed choice, giving them the freedom to choose, and not to be mandated to have this requirement. And then I'd like to thank also that some of my team members who are here. Steve Rye, an amazing man, who really is his strategy on steroids and really a lot of the brains behind the GMO labeling movement and a lot of our initiatives. So Steve Rye, why don't you stand up? The brains behind Mercola.com. And then my sister, who actually started my practice with me in 1985, and we were a 2-man crew. We would wait for a patient. Like, if we had 1 or 2 patients a week, it was great, you know. So Janet, why don't you stand up, my younger sister. So, you know, you can make a difference. I think the key here is to just understand what your passion is and just follow it, whatever it is, and, you know, you'll be successful. And to really, and the counter to that is to recognize what your passion is not and stay away from that. So, and then you can make it done, because there's a lot of areas in this world that really need some action. So thank you, Jonathan, for the award, and thank you for everyone. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Joseph. Joseph Mercola. Oh, here's a familiar name, Dr. Julian M. Whitaker. An inductee also, as you saw, into the First Amendment Hall of Fame. We previously noted Dr. Whitaker's credentials. He has for decades backed litigation against FDA censorship of health information and denial of access to experimental drugs for the terminally ill. He was a leader in the creation of the American College for the Advancement in Medicine and the American Preventive Medical Association, which subsequently became the Alliance for Natural Health USA. He has provided critical aid to Dr. Stanislav Burzynski and aid for individuals seeking access to medical treatment. Were it not for Dr. Whitaker, fewer people might be alive today, and fewer still might be in a position to help others. More health information would be suppressed in the market, including the claim that folic acid in a dietary supplement is more effective in reducing the risk of neural tube defects birth than a lesser amount in foods in common form. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Julian Whitaker. Welcome back.
Thank you.
4 minutes, Julian.
Okay. I didn't realize I was going to get 2, Jonathan. You didn't give me any note. I'm very happy to be up here again. I keep thinking that what we do, most of us who are here, we are engaged in natural medicine. And basically it comes down to the way we were built, our metabolic systems, and we're using elements that we have brought into our lives that keep us alive and healthy. Now, that's natural stuff, and most physicians and a lot of the general public doesn't believe that you have powerful healing power with making sure that you get all the natural stuff. I use hyperbaric oxygen. That's a kind of a strange thing because we're changing the pressure and the amount of oxygen that you get. But it's a very powerful rejuvenator. So we're using these things, and we are shying away from the non-natural therapies because they get into the system and they don't work well in the system. So our patients are eating well, they're taking their vitamins, they're exercising, and they're getting well. And that's really very happy. Thank you very much, and I appreciate this.
Dr. Julian Whitaker. Next, Julie Whitman Klein. As its CEO, Julie Whitman Klein oversees 13 different companies within the Whitman Group, a family-owned collection of companies specializing in natural health education, events, products, and services. Due to personal health challenges and then the positive experience with natural healing, her father, Dr. Wendell Whitman, founded the Whitman Group to serve the public's need for accessibility to alternative approaches. And Julie worked alongside her father beginning in her teen years. And when he passed away in 2008, she assumed his mantle and continued to implement and expand upon his vision. She assumed the role of CEO, streamlined group operations, enhanced the company's profile, and kept the company focused on her father's original mission. She has advanced that mission by offering certifications and degrees in educational programs in both English and Spanish, by expanding the availability of educational books and materials for natural health practitioners, by developing several high-quality natural product lines, and by spearheading support for legislation to protect natural health practitioners and modalities. Julie Whitman Klein, welcome.
Welcome, Julie.
I want to thank you for your encouragement and your recognition. It is a distinct honor to be the recipient of this award and to be among so many like-minded individuals this evening. Furthering the cause of health freedom has been our lifelong mission for our company and our family. Our goal is to ensure that all people have the right to know and the freedom to choose their healthcare options. It is an honor to celebrate our common cause together. I'll cherish this award and the significance of this moment of time. I am blessed to share this evening with my sister Kimberly, and I know that this evening my father, the late Dr. Wendell Whitman, would have been so proud to be here. So thank you.
Oh, thank you, Julie. Thank you, Julie Whitman Klein. Now Foods, Elwood Richard is next. Trained as a physical chemist, Elwood joined his father, we got a pattern here, joined his father Paul's firm, Fern Soya Foods, in 1960 and became president when his father passed away. In 1963, he began the Fruitful Yield chain of retail health stores, 1963, and founded Now Foods in 68 to supply his stores with affordable products. But his products soon caught on with other retailers, and they began purchasing from Now. Headquartered in Bloomingdale, Illinois, Now Foods manufactures and distributes over 1,400 dietary supplements, natural foods, sports nutrition, and personal care products. And the company employs over 1,100 worldwide. Elwood served as president of Now Foods for more than 35 years, retiring in 2005. With his brother Louis Richard, Elwood co-founded the original NPA, then NNFA, Standards Committee. Elwood remains active in the industry to this day as webmaster of the Natural Health Research Institute, a nonprofit that evaluates the safety and the efficacy of nutrients. Each year, Now provides financial support to dozens of organizations that offer healthcare alternatives, expand access to natural health products and alternative medicines, and work to change laws that inhibit access to safe natural products and vital health information. Elwood Richard, welcome.
I didn't know I was supposed to speak tonight, so it'll have to be brief. Anyhow, appreciate being here, and wanted to say that I'm doing. Our company, Now Foods, has done fairly well, and we've been able to make products fairly economical compared to the going rate. But my main passion now is to be the webmaster of the Natural Health Research Institute. And ever since I was in graduate school, I always felt that research was limited. The people in the universities knew it. They do a really good job. And if you go to the biochemistry departments of most leading universities, they preach health foods, and they call it something different. But they really understand the basic of nutrition, and I think everybody in our field owes a debt to them. I think of some of my own teachers and what they taught, but the information never really got out to people. The media didn't really do a good job, and I think that this information was put out in a way that wasn't understandable. And in the Natural Health Research Institute, we use a process that takes peer-reviewed research. It's rewritten in simple form by people with technical degrees. Then I'm also the technical editor as well as the webmaster. And then every article goes to Ron Watson, who's a PhD, who's published over 900 papers. So the hallmark of a good researcher is to publish 100. So we have a pretty good process, and that's something I feel very happy about. And Now Foods is our chief sponsor. But anyhow, that's what I'm doing, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here. Thank you all.
Thank you. Elwood Richard on behalf of Now Foods. Representing Hunter Lewis, Alliance for Health International's Melanie Aldridge again. Hunter Lewis is president of the board of directors of the Alliance for Natural Health USA, a leading voice for consumers in the areas of natural health and health freedom. He's also co-founder and former CEO of the global investment firm Cambridge Associates LLC and co-founder of AgainstCronyCapitalism.org. He's the author of 9 books, including Crony Capitalism in America, 2008 to 2012, and the widely acclaimed Are the Rich Necessary? Mr. Lewis has contributed to the New York Times, the Times of London, the Washington Post, Atlantic Monthly, as well as numerous websites. He served on boards and committees of 15 leading nonprofit organizations, as well as the World Bank. A philanthropist, Hunter Lewis provides substantial financial support for organizations such as the Alliance for Natural Health, which advance freedom of informed choice. On Mr. Lewis' behalf, Ms. Melanie Aldridge. Welcome again.
Thank you. So if you just heard Hunter's accolades and successes with his background as being an economist is well known and right out there, but he really is one of the unsung heroes in natural health, and there's still not that many people who know his name, and yet his unstinting determination to support our rights and our freedoms and informed choice, and to ensure that people have the ability to choose the healthcare that is their choice is second to none. He is deeply, deeply committed to these issues and follows the path of natural health himself. He surrounds himself with leading physicians and practitioners and is incredibly dedicated to the cause, as you'll hear. I'm sure Jonathan Wright will mention him as well. I'm honored to have known Hunter and worked with him since 2005, and we've collaborated now on a very wide range of issues to do with freedom of choice in the US, in Europe, and much further afield. And his foresight and commitment to this sector really needs to be honored, and this is the first time that it has been publicly done so, and I think it's a significant recognition. So although he can't be with us tonight, I know that he's deeply honored by this award, and on his behalf, thank you.
Melanie Aldridge on behalf of Hunter Lewis. Now we turn to our final award of this, the first of our two-part award ceremony, the Free Speech Global Award. We have but one recipient for this award, a man whose vision of a world free of health claim censorship has driven him to successful litigation before the European Courts of Justice and in the United States. For over 3 decades, the founder and executive and scientific director of A&H International and the scientific director of A&H USA, Dr. Robert Verkerk, has been a force to be reckoned with in medicinal herb, food supplement, and dietary supplement regulatory circles in the US and the EU. Robert Verkerk holds 3 science degrees, including a master's and doctorate from Imperial College London. In May 2002, Dr. Verkerk founded the Alliance for Natural Health International to protect and promote health worldwide using the tools of good science and good law. Central to his lifelong mission has been the removal of unnecessary shackles that deprive us of the right to coexist with our natural environment in ways that allow us to experience healthful lives to their full potential. Among Dr. Verkerk's most notable accomplishments have been the initiation of legal challenges against governments, educating the public health professionals and elected representatives on critical issues affecting health and well-being, defending the public's right to access to natural health care, and reframing the scientific basis by which risks and benefits of natural modalities in healthcare are assessed. With regional offices in the UK, New Zealand, and Norway, NIH International collaborates with integrative medicine practitioner organizations around the world. Dr. Verkerk also serves as director of A&H International's sister organization, A&H Consultancy Limited. He's authored some 60 papers in scientific journals and conference proceedings and contributes regularly to popular media on a wide range of issues relating to sustainability. Our one award winner of this award, Dr. Robert Verkerk.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jonathan. Payback will come later. The European Union, there are 500 million people there controlled by unelected bureaucrats with no accountability. That is really what is at stake. And of course, it's not just socialism. The issue is highly complex. And it's very distorted either side of the Atlantic. And it's good to know, it really is good to know, as a European, what a good guy Ronald Reagan was. Because that's a misunderstanding. Sarah Palin too. These are things that have been distorted over in Europe. I remember being a teenager when I was abandoned also by my parents, another one, from British boarding schools. I went out to visit them in Indonesia, right in the middle of the Suharto campaigns. And I saw the black paste that was all over the pages of Time magazine and Newsweek. And of course, at that time, Suharto had one of the worst totalitarian regimes that was ensuring that minimal information would get to the youth, the people who were most important to the future of the country. And in Europe, we've now seen in the field of health claims the ability to communicate in a commercial environment the importance and the benefits of claims, a system that has been developed globally, that the US government has played a central role in developing. Over 10 years in the Codex Alimentarius, we've seen the development of a process of scientific substantiation that requires particular type of trials to demonstrate causal effectiveness and benefit being used as the threshold for which claims are to be allowed. And I'll just give you a couple of examples. Take the 9 amino acids that are essential to human life that we need in our diets to survive. Not one of them has an authorized, approved health claim. That means right now it is illegal for any company to say anything positive whatsoever about any of the essential amino acids. Alongside those 2,000 health claims that were commonly used and are still widely used in the US in the dietary supplement industry have been made non-authorized. Do you love that term, non-authorized? And it is a criminal offense for a company to use those claims. And the FDA, every step of the way, has been playing its part, agreeing, nodding along with the European Commission, the unelected body that controls the destiny of 500 million Europeans. The risk to the American people of accepting this is absolutely huge. And what stands in the way of it really is, Jonathan, the First Amendment, many of the people in this room, but probably most of all, the millions of consumers, the millions of citizens that have understood the value of managing their own health in ways that we deem our own right, that we see as natural. And I have no doubt that within our lifetime, you can already, in the last few years, start to see the shift as people become increasingly disillusioned with new-to-nature medicine, a system that, by virtue of its patents and its need to develop new-to-nature molecules, will create dramatic and horrendous side effects. I'll leave you just with 3 things I've learned on this journey. One is about oppression. Oppression is everywhere, but ultimately it is in our minds. And we can choose to feel oppressed and then be oppressed. But what we really need to do is understand that oppression, where it is coming from. And essentially, what we've seen over the last 50 years is this extraordinary amalgamation of big industries with big governments that are removing our fundamental rights and privileges, but not only of the individual, but also of those who dare to play outside the system. And that is another term for the dietary supplement industry. The second point is about risk. We do all have to step out of our comfort zones. We have to learn to take more risks. The nanny states that surround us are trying to teach us to live a life that is surrounded by cotton wool. We have to risk everything, as our founding fathers did. And I think when more of us do it, others will get the hang of it. And the final thing I'd like to say is really about persistence. The one thing that has borne fruit more than anything else is to combine a passion and a vision with persistence. If you lose, go to appeal. If you lose the appeal, find another way of appealing. We've just found in the last week, we've won another case on appeal. We know ultimately things are in our favor. The universe knows what it's doing, and we are part of a feedback system that is to bring things back on course. So let's all work together for this great vision. And Jonathan, thank you so much.
Dr. Robert Verkerk, and can I invite you back to make one more announcement?
I have one more very important announcement, actually.
He's into taking risks.
Yes, it's a risk, Jonathan. It's really something that we at ANH want to do, and that's to honor Jonathan. And so let me just say a few words that I'm sure will be sentiments shared by all of us here. You meet extraordinary achievers every now and then. A few things mark them out from others. You can see it in their eyes, and it helps further if they are far-sighted. And I don't just mean ophthalmologically, but that does help. It's more than just vision, of course. You can see it in their passion. You can see it in the thread that runs through their thoughts, their ideas, their actions, and most conspicuously of all, you see it in what they achieve in life. And Jonathan is one of those extraordinary achievers, and we're all hugely indebted to what he's given over more than 2 decades to this industry, to this movement, to this country, and to the groundswell of change and awareness to the threats to our liberty and freedom. He is, after all, the FDA Dragon Slayer. Another quality about people like Jonathan, and let's face it, there is no other Jonathan, is that the longer you know them, the more you become impressed. There is a seemingly infinite reserve of drive, of passion, and of ideas to protect our rights and freedoms, a will to bring about change and to deliver it like a heat-seeking missile in the places that it will deliver maximum impact. As Jonathan has made so clear, liberty and freedom of citizens is what is slowly being eroded, yes, even here in the USA. Tyrannical governments and co-opted industries like it as much as we do, but they like keeping it for themselves and using it to their own ends that are neither in the public interest or, in fact, of the planet's future generally. Jonathan, what we're about to present to you is a small token of our huge appreciation of what you've done for health freedom here in the USA, and also for what we know you'll do in the future. This is a celebration of what is yet to be. A better future where the principles of democracy, of freedom, and of liberty live as large in our daily lives as they were in the minds of the Founding Fathers. From our hearts to yours, thank you, Jonathan.
He did not know about this. 4 minutes, Jonathan.
Well, I'm overwhelmed. I really didn't know about this, and it's extraordinary to be given the opportunity to present something at your own event. I didn't anticipate that. I have to say that I think all the wonderful speakers who've talked tonight are people driven by a fundamental passion for freedom, for liberty. We do believe fundamentally in those truths that are in the Declaration of Independence, that are universal for all people all over the world, as Bert Schwitter's made very clear tonight. And it is because of our love of liberty that we're willing to sacrifice, and we're willing to sacrifice everything, including our lives. And many of us know individuals who have made that ultimate sacrifice, who appreciate fundamentally that a life in slavery is really not worth living, that freedom is everything, that a nation that deprives its people of liberty by a slow incremental movement trying to convince them out of fear that they ought not be self-reliant, that they ought to be dependent, and that they ought to look to government as the solution to every problem, are proven in the end to be fools. And we have been fools for too long. But I love all of you because you're different, because you are like the founding generation, because you believe in liberty and you're willing to sacrifice all to attain the end of preserving it for the next generation. So thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy our program, and I hope you don't bring me up here again. Thank you.
Jonathan Amor. That's it. Hasn't this been a glorious evening? What better way to close than by hearing again from gospel music great Alma Rudolph as she sings the Battle Hymn of the Republic.
Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He is trampling out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. He has loosed his faithful lightning on his terrible swift sword. His truth is marching on. He has sounded forth his trumpet. It will never sound retreat. Oh, he is sifting out the hearts of men before his judgment seat. Oh, be swift, my soul, to answer him. Be jubilant, my feet. Our God is marching on. In the beauty of the lily, Christ was born across the sea with the glory in his bosom that transfigured you and me. Oh, he died to make men holy. We must fight to make them free while our God is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Oh, glory, glory, hallelujah.
Thank you, Alma. Track 6 never sounded so good. Ladies and gentlemen, see you here tomorrow night at 6. Have a great day.
Welcome back. For the second and final evening of our Sacred Fire of Liberty Gala, as you can see, we are venturing back in time to the 18th century, to the founding of the American Republic, and what do you think? Huh? This is the exact outfit Thomas Jefferson wore in that hot summer of 1776 when he drafted the Declaration of Independence for the Continental Congress. One thing, these outfits are hot. I don't know why, having worn these, they put the Capitol in Washington, D.C. Don't understand that. Okay. To start today's program, once again, welcome the incomparable Alma Randolph to sing America the Beautiful. Alma. Thank you, Alma. And now in a moment, I'm going to turn things over to tonight's first Achievement Awards hostess, Young America's Foundation Vice President and Fox News contributor, Kate Obenshain. Kate. Now, we just learned something. How did they ever...
Oh.
If every date started out like that.
Is that what we just learned? I didn't know that. Oh my, you guys. It's wonderful to be here tonight. What an exciting evening after a truly beautiful and inspiring evening last night. Wasn't that amazing?
Have you got it yet?
It's so great that we get to do it again. All right, we're starting off tonight. Oh, first of all, I guess you noticed that I'm dressed a little bit differently from the rest of you. I am dressed as Abigail Adams, one of the great lady patriots from the Revolutionary era. Abigail was one of those who had to tend the home fires, take care of the farm, take care of the family business, and be away from her husband for sometimes years at a time. So I think we owe a great debt of gratitude to the lady patriots that were part of our great founding. We are going to start this evening with an award that we were not able to give last night. And it is for Dirk Pearson and Sandy Shaw, for whom the landmark Pearson versus Shalala case is named. And they couldn't be here with us tonight, but they have asked Will Block of Life Enhancement to accept their award for them, and he is here tonight. So Will you please join me here on stage? You can right up here. Dirk Pearson and Sandy Shaw were plaintiffs in 8 First Amendment victories over FDA censorship. They are 2 extraordinary and world-renowned defenders of individual liberty, research scientists, designer of nutritional formulas, authors of the #1 New York Times bestseller, Life Extension, A Practical Scientific Approach, screenplay writers, and so much more. We are so honored that you are here, Mr. Block, to accept this award on their behalf. Thank you.
This is a statement from Dirk Pearson and Sandy Shaw. Dirk and Sandy, thank you very much for this honor. Without Jonathan E. Ward and his team, the 21st century science-based dietary supplement industry would not exist. The modern era of the battle to protect the First Amendment freedoms of speech and press that started for us with Pearson et al. Versus Shalala continues with new attacks by the FDA and other federal agencies. The 2 of us have devoted much of our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honors to the cause of freedom and will, with the help of Jonathan and the many fine people at this gathering. Continue our efforts for the restoration of our constitutional rights. Many people have asked why we initiated and funded the very expensive multi-year saga of Pearson et al. Versus Shalala. We are grateful for the financial help of others who subsequently joined us, some on the record and some off, including Life Enhancement Products. We had 2 reasons. We figured that we might be able to save millions of lives with an expenditure of hundreds of thousands of our own dollars. It worked. It was very much worth it. We realized that if dietary supplement companies could make truthful, non-misleading statements about the health benefits of dietary supplements, we would see a lot more research on dietary supplements. But without being able to make these claims, there would continue to be a dearth of research on these natural products to the detriment of the public health and to our own personal health. This is an ongoing battle. The FDA is supposed to protect the public health, but their censorship of truthful information is doing the exact opposite. How much difference did this make? Google Pearson versus Shalala, and you will discover over 1 million web pages that mention it. The FDA is trying to nationalize the use of certain words for the exclusive use of their cronies. For example, the FDA claims that only FDA-approved drugs may be described as anti-inflammatory. In the ad copy for our new Taurine and More dietary supplement, we have dealt with the FDA's prohibition on the use of the scientific word anti-inflammatory by inserting censored by the FDA in place of the word anti-inflammatory, followed by links to the scientific literature on taurine, bromamine at the National Library of Medicine. If the FDA thinks that they can command us to not refer to the scientific literature at the National Library of Medicine, Dirk and Sandy say, make my day. The First Amendment does not allow the FDA to monopolize the use of certain words. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Black. Well, we're going to get started on tonight's program now. We are here to honor some of the world's greatest physicians, scientists, journalists, captains of industry, and opinion leaders. It's my privilege to be your host for the first half of our awards program this evening. Out of thousands of potential candidates, Emord and Associates Award Committee chose the few who we will honor here tonight. To keep on schedule, and that's going to be tricky, we ask each award recipient to go outside the entrance to this ballroom. You will have escorts immediately after receiving your award, where a camera crew is waiting to broadcast acceptance speeches live via webcast. We ask that you limit your acceptance speeches to 4 minutes. When I call your name, please enter the stage from the stairs to my left, receive your award, and then you will be escorted off. Heather Morley and Debbie Ross are on stage to help me. Yes, give them a round of applause. They didn't get pretty dresses to wear tonight. I did want to be Patrick Henry, but I think we decided that this was more appropriate. But y'all look great anyway. You can rock it, I'm telling you. All right, Dr. Stanley Dudrick, please come forward. Dr. Stanley Dudrick is the Chairman Emeritus of the Department of Surgery at St. Mary's Hospital, Yale affiliate, the Director of Training in Surgery at St. Mary's, and Professor of Surgery at Yale University School of Medicine. Dr. Dudrick is widely recognized as the inventor of that specialized central venous feeding technique known as intravenous hyperalimentation or total parenteral nutrition, one of the 4 most important developments in modern surgery. A prolific medical writer, Dr. Dudrick is the author or co-author of 2,535 scientific reference citations during a 13-year period, the most for any general surgeon in the world. I know. More than 700 published works include a wide variety of topics on the care and management of surgical patients, especially those with complex nutritional, metabolic, critical care, and preoperative problems. Among the more than 100 honors and awards which Dr. Dudrick has received are the AMA Joseph B. Goldberger Award in Clinical Nutrition, the AMA Brookdale Award in Medicine, the Seal Harris Medal of the Southern Medical Association, the Ladd Medal of the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American College of Nutrition Goldsmith Award, the Distinguished Alumnus Citation, the Alumni Medal, and the President's Medal of Franklin and Marshall College, and the American Surgical Association's first Flance Carl Award in 1997 for his seminal and lifetime scientific contributions to surgery. He holds membership in more than 100 academic, honorary, professional, medical, and scientific societies. He is a founding member of the Association for Academic Surgery, the Association of Veterans Administration Surgeons, the American Trauma Society, the International Society for Parenteral Nutrition, and the American Society for the Parenteral and Enteral Nutrition. Congratulations, Dr. Dudrick. Dr. Melvin Grovett, please come forward. Dr. Melvin Grovett is an adjunct associate research scientist at Columbia University Medical Center and the Sidney Solid Distinguished Professor Emeritus at the New York College of Podiatric Medicine. Until his retirement from active practice, Dr. Grovett was a board-certified podiatrist with over 40 years of service. He chaired the Department of Medical Sciences and was also the chief of the Foot Clinics of New York. He also served as the director of the Emergency Response Team at FCNY. Dr. Grovett chaired the Department of Podiatric Medicine and Podiatric Medical Residency Education at Jewish Memorial Hospital in New York. Dr. Grovett is a board member of the New York State Board for Dietetics and Nutrition and served as a member of that organization's Dietetics and Nutrition Peer Review Panel. Dr. Grovett is the recipient of numerous awards for his outstanding service. He is the former chairman of and a current board member of the Board for Certification of Nutrition Specialists. Dr. Grovett is a specialist in adapting and applying food and nutrients to overcome nutritional deficiencies, manage disease, and promote health. Dr. Grovett discovered successful clinical nutrition protocols for the management of Crohn's disease, ulcerative colitis, and short bowel syndrome. As a boy, Dr. Grovett was diagnosed with a severe case of Crohn's disease, resulting in the surgical removal of 2/3 of his intestines. Told he could never pursue his career of medical school, Dr. Grovett researched and applied nutritional therapies to his own condition, overcoming its debilitating effects. He then successfully pursued his medical education, becoming a recognized leader in podiatry and nutritional medicine. Dr. Grovett's research has not only established sound nutritional modalities for the management of irritable bowel syndrome, it has led him to discover nutritional interventions to overcome mitochondrial dysfunction and disordered energy metabolism in chronic fatigue syndrome and fibromyalgia. Congratulations, Dr. Grovett. Dr. Harry G. Preuss, please come forward. Dr. Harry G. Preuss is a tenured professor at Georgetown Medical University, tenured in 4 departments: biochemistry, physiology, medicine, and pathology. Dr. Preuss was elected the 9th Master of the American College of Nutrition and became that organization's president in 1998. In 2008 and 2010, he was twice more elected president of the ACN, the only person to hold that office more than once. Dr. Preuss is a member of the board of directors of the Alliance for Natural Health USA and a member of the Alliance for Natural Health International Scientific and Medical Collaboration Group. Dr. Preuss is the past president of the Board for Certification of Nutrition Specialists. For over 20 years, he served as president of the Institutional Review Board at Georgetown University, which reviews all clinical protocols at Georgetown University Medical Center. Dr. Preuss is the recipient of the Harold Harper Lectureship Award and the William B. Peck, James Lind, and Bieber Awards for his research and activities in the medical and nutritional fields. He also recently received the coveted Charles E. Regis Award of the American College of Nutrition for publishing the best research paper in the ACN Journal and the ACN Award for Outstanding Senior Investigator in Nutrition. He has conducted extensive research, original nutrition research, which has been the subject of peer-reviewed publication. His current research, both laboratory and clinical, evaluates the use of dietary supplements to influence favorably or prevent a variety of unhealthy conditions, including obesity, insulin resistance, and cardiovascular disorders. In addition, he is studying the ability of nutrients to combat infectious diseases, including those resistant to antibiotics. Congratulations, Dr. Pruis. Dr. Charles B. Simone. Please come forward. Dr. Charles B. Simone is a Cleveland Clinic and National Cancer Institute trained medical oncologist, tumor immunologist, and radiation oncologist. He is the founder of the Simone Protective Cancer Institute and author of 5 books on nutrition and health. He helped organize the Office of Alternative Medicine, helped write the Dietary Supplement Health and Education Act, and served as the lead scientific expert in the successful litigation against FDA censorship of the antioxidant vitamin cancer risk reduction health claim. Dr. Simone discovered the fundamental mechanism of how complement proteins and human white cells kill. He discovered how adriamycin kills cancer cells, and he developed the idea of splicing clonal, I'm in the mode, antibodies to kill cells that seek out and destroy cancer cells, coining the term directed effector cells. He is engaged in cutting-edge research at the National Cancer Institute on how evaluation of proteomic patterns can permit diagnosis of special cancers at far earlier stages of cancer progression. He is the author of numerous peer-reviewed scientific journal articles, including a recent study that establishes in 61 human studies that antioxidants and other nutrients taken by those receiving chemotherapy and radiation do not diminish, but rather enhance the effectiveness of those therapies and increase survival times. Dr. Simone founded the Simone Kid Start Prevention Program and has invented various nutritional formulations, including a patented nutritional hydration formula used in desert warfare, where it was shown to be superior to water alone in reducing the incidence of and expanding the time before onset of dehydration. Dr. Simone has counseled and treated many world leaders and celebrities, including, my favorite, former President Ronald Reagan, former Vice President Hubert Humphrey, former Senator Peter Rodino, and many others. Congratulations, Dr. Simone. Dr. Sidney Stoes, please come forward. Dr. Sidney Stoes is the Dean Emeritus of Creighton University Medical Center School of Pharmacy and Health Professions. He is an accomplished, award-winning research scientist and clinical nutritionist, having served in that capacity for over 40 years. He has published in excess of 380 peer-reviewed scientific journal articles, including many based on original research. He is the president and chairman of the Board for Certification of Nutrition Specialists. Under his leadership, the CBNS has become an accredited and influential certifying body, enabling graduate-level nutrition professionals to overcome academic and regulatory obstacles to their provision of clinical nutrition therapy and their service in all nutritional fields. Dr. Stoes is the inventor of numerous scientifically backed nutritional formulations designed to improve overall health, immune system function, and the health and functioning of specific organs and their organ systems. He is an accomplished scientist, a respected educator, and an effective leader in the movement to integrate nutrition therapy into medical care. Congratulations, Dr. Stoes. Dr. Nicholas Perricone. Dr. Nicholas Perricone is one of the world's leading experts in the field of dermatology. He is a board-certified dermatologist, educator, scientist, inventor, and philanthropist. Academically brilliant, he finished medical school in 3 years, graduating with distinction. He completed his internship in pediatrics at Yale Medical School and his dermatology residency at Ford Medical Center. Called the father of the theory of aging, he is the author of New York Times bestsellers Forever Young, The Perricone Weight Loss Diet, The Perricone Promise, The Clear Skin Prescription, The Perricone Prescription, and The Wrinkle Cure. Dr. Perricone is an adjunct professor of medicine at the Michigan State University's College of Human Medicine. He is certified by the American Board of Dermatology, is a fellow of the New York Academy of Sciences, and a fellow of the American College of Nutrition. Dr. Perricone has served as assistant clinical professor of dermatology at Yale School of Medicine and as chief of dermatology at Connecticut's Veterans Hospital. Dr. Perricone is a recipient of the distinguished Eli Whitney Award of the Connecticut Intellectual Property Law Association, an award bestowed upon, among others, Buckminster Fuller, inventor of the geodesic dome. Dr. Perricone received the award for his patented innovations in skin treatment. Dr. Perricone holds over 100 patents for the treatment of skin and systemic disease, as well as advanced aviation and national defense technology. Dr. Perricone is the author of numerous peer-reviewed scientific articles, is the contributing editor of the journal Skin and Aging, is a member of the editorial board of Archives of Gerontology and Geriatrics, and has contributed a chapter on antioxidants and aging for a textbook written by scientists from Stanford University. Dr. Perricone is the founder of Perricone MD, a global cosmeceuticals and nutraceuticals company. He is a popular guest on national television shows, including The Today Show, Oprah, The Rachel Ray Show, 2020, Good Morning America, CBS Good Morning, Sunday Morning, The View, Larry King, CNN, Fox, Extra, Access Hollywood, and many, many more. Congratulations, Dr. Perricone. Dr. Robert Ison Lin, please come forward. Dr. Robert Lin has expertise in B vitamin metabolism, essential fatty acids, phytochemicals, and Chinese herbal medicine. One of the founders, a past president, and a member of the board of directors of the Board for Certification of Nutrition Specialists, Dr. Lin earned his PhD from the University of California, majoring in biophysics and nuclear medicine. He received postdoctoral training at the California Institute of Technology and the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in genetic engineering and nutrition. He studied and practiced traditional Chinese herbal medicine for 6 decades while investigating phytochemicals contained in garlic and ephedra, distinguishing safe and effective dose levels of the latter from unsafe. He is considered one of the world's leading experts on garlic and phytochemicals. A chief scientist at PepsiCo, Frito-Lay in the mid-1970s, Dr. Lin led efforts to reduce use of hydrogenated oils, even I know about that, hydrogenated oils and sodium in processed foods. Thank you for that. Dr. Lin is currently the Executive Vice President of Nutrition International Company. Congratulations and thank you, Dr. Lin. Elwood Richard, please come forward. We have previously described Mr. Richard's accomplishments as founder and president of Now Foods and in association with the National Health Research Institute. Please do examine your commemorative awards program for a more extensive listing on Mr. Elwood Richard's significant contributions. We thank you so much, and congratulations, Mr. Richard. Michael Stroka, please come forward. Michael Stroka is the Executive Director of the Board for Certification of Nutrition Specialists, its Center for Nutrition Advocacy, and the American College of Nutrition. Possessed of great organizational and management ability, wit, and persuasive skill, Mr. Stroka has deftly advanced the mission of rolling back and preventing the adoption of exclusionary laws that limit nutrition practice by graduate-level nutrition specialists and of promoting graduate-level excellence in the field of nutrition science and in the practice of nutrition. Mr. Stroka holds a BSFS from Georgetown University School of Foreign Service, a law degree from the University of Virginia School of Law, well done, and an MBA from Virginia's Darden School of Business Administration, and an MS in Human Nutrition from the University of Bridgeport. Mr. Stroka is a licensed attorney and a licensed nutritionist in Illinois. He is a certified nutrition specialist, a professional member of the American College of Nutrition, and serves as vice chair of the Illinois Dietitian Nutritionist Practice Board. Congratulations, Mr. Stroka. Next, we turn to the Excellence in Integrative Medicine Awards. The following individuals we honor tonight for their mastery of and achievements in the field of integrative medicine. As I call your name, please receive your award on stage. Dr. Jonathan V. Wright, please come forward. A graduate of Harvard and the University of Michigan Medical School, Dr. Jonathan V. Wright is one of the world's leading pioneers in nutritional and natural medicine, promoting use of natural means to heal age-related diseases. Since 1976, he and Dr. Alan Gaby have amassed over 70,000 research papers on the role of diet, vitamins, minerals, botanicals, and other natural substances in the treatment of disease. Since 1983, Drs. Wright and Gaby have held seminars for tens of thousands of physicians on the use of nutritional therapy in medical practice. Since the early 1980s, Dr. Wright's bioidentical hormone replacement therapy has been used safely and with positive results by millions nationwide. Dr. Wright originated successful natural treatment for childhood asthma, vision loss in those with dry macular degeneration, aldosterone to reverse age-related hearing loss, iodine to normalize estrogen metabolism, cobalt to cause steroid detoxification, and natural sugar D-mannose for elimination of urinary tract infections, among many other novel and non-toxic treatments. Dr. Wright founded the Tahoma Clinic in 1973 and practices there as the clinic's medical director. Internationally renowned for his books, medical articles, and seminars, Dr. Wright has authored or co-authored 13 books, which have sold over 1.5 million copies, and 2 textbooks on nutrition therapy. Since 1996, he has written a popular monthly newsletter, Nutrition and Healing, with a subscription base of over 140,000 worldwide. Congratulations, Dr. Wright. Dr. Julian M. Whitaker. We have previously described Dr. Whitaker's vast credentials and accomplishments. Please examine your commemorative awards program for a more extensive listing. Congratulations to Dr. Whitaker. Dr. Joseph Mercola, please come forward. A physician, New York Times bestselling author, and owner and author of the top natural health resource site, Mercola.com, Dr. Joseph Mercola was voted the 2009 Ultimate Wellness Game Changer by the Huffington Post and has been featured in national media outlets including Time Magazine, the LA Times, CNN, Fox News, ABC News, The Today Show, the Dr. Oz Show. Dr. Mercola aims to transform the traditional medicine paradigm in the United States into one in which the root cause of disease is treated rather than just the symptoms. In addition, he regularly exposes government fraud and mass media hype that misleads and harms patients and the general public. Congratulations, Dr. Mercola. Dr. Charles B. Simone. We have previously described Dr. Simone's credentials and accomplishments. Please look in your commemorative awards program and you will be able to read all about them. Congratulations for this next award, Dr. Simone. Dr. Stephen T. Sinatra, please come forward. A board-certified cardiologist, a fellow of the American College of Cardiology and the American College of Nutrition, Dr. Stephen T. Sinatra is an assistant clinical professor of medicine at the University of Connecticut School of Medicine and a clinical assistant professor of family medicine at the University of New England College of Osteopathic Medicine. He is one of the most influential national figures in the field of cardiology, revealing the dangers of excessive reliance on statin drugs and the dangers of overemphasizing cholesterol as a risk factor for vascular disease. The founder of the Heart Mind Institute, Dr. Sinatra is an integrative medicine practitioner who combines psychotherapy, nutrition, and this is a tough one. Electroceuticals, sorry. Electroceuticals. I honestly don't even know what that is, but I'm going to go home and find out. See, this is what we have to do. We have our work cut out for us. Electroceutical therapies and the treatment of disease. Formerly the Chief of Cardiology and Director of Medical Education at Manchester Memorial Hospital, Dr. Sinatra is a prolific health educator, appearing frequently on national television, including on the Dr. Oz Show, The Doctors, The Today Show, and Your Health TV, as well as on his own radio program. Dr. Sinatra is the author of 16 books, including The Great Cholesterol Myth Cookbook, his latest. Congratulations, Dr. Sinatra. Dr. Harry G. Pruis, please come forward. We're making some of you get your exercise tonight. You might still be out in, there he is. We have previously described Dr. Pruis's credentials and accomplishments. Please look in your commemorative awards program and you can read all about it, and please do so. Congratulations, Dr. Pruis. Dr. Stanley Dudrick. We want to make sure you get your awards and you get full recognition because you deserve it. We have previously talked about Dr. Dudrick's credentials and accomplishments, but we want to honor him once again. Congratulations, Dr. Dudrick. Dr. Melvin Grovett. We have, come forward, where are you if you're not still out there giving your speech? Is he still out there? Okay. Well, congratulations, Dr. Grovett. Dr. Sidney Stows is also getting an award in this category. We have, thank you, please do come forward. We have previously described Dr. Stows' credentials and accomplishments. Please again, look in your program to review them. Congratulations, Dr. Stows. Dr. Nicholas Perricone. Dr. Nicholas Perricone, are you in here? Okay. Congratulations, Dr. Perricone. Dr. Robert Verkerk. Last night, please come forward if you're here, Dr. Verkerk. I so enjoyed your comments last night, and we're so happy that he's here. We did talk about his wonderful and vast credentials and accomplishments last night. Please join me in congratulating Dr. Verkerk. Dr. Carolyn Dean, please come forward. A medical doctor and naturopathic doctor since 1979, Dr. Carolyn Dean has well-recognized expertise in the study of magnesium and cardiovascular health. And she's a great dancer. Last night, wow, that's great. Dr. Dean is also a nutritional product formulator, presently obtaining patents on 3 formulations. She is the author of 33 books on health, including The Magnesium Miracle, and of 133 Kindle books. She is the recipient of the Heart Rhythm Society of the United Kingdom's Outstanding Medical Contribution to Cardiac Rhythm Management Award for 2012. She is the author of an online newsletter and a 2-year wellness program. She is also the owner of an online dietary supplement company called RNA Reset. Congratulations, Dr. Dean. Okay, we'll get this. Dr. Sherry J. Tenpenny, please come forward. Dr. Sherry J. Tenpenny is one of the nation's leading practitioners of integrative medicine and critics of universal vaccination. She is an osteopathic medical doctor, board certified in 3 medical specialties. From 1986 until 1998, she served as a full-time emergency medicine physician and the director of the emergency department in Findlay, Ohio. In 1996, she opened a Center for Integrative Medicine in Middleburg Heights, Ohio, where patients from every state and from 14 countries have come to her for a combination of conventional and holistic therapies. Widely regarded as one of the most knowledgeable and outspoken critics of the impact of vaccination on health, she is also recognized as an expert within the field of integrative medicine, focusing on breast health, breast thermography, women's hormones, and medical use of iodine. Dr. Tenpenny is a contributor to the Huffington Post, the Women's Journal, naturalnews.com, and others. She is a contributing editor of the textbook of Food and Nutrients and Disease Management. Congratulations, Dr. Tenpenny. Dr. Aruna Bakru. Dr. Aruna Bakru is the committee chair of the Complementary and Alternative Medicine Subcommittee of the Dutchess County Medical Society in New York. She maintains an internal medical practice in Poughkeepsie and has hospital privileges at Vassar Brothers Hospital Center. She is board certified in internal medicine. She was awarded a fellowship from the American College of Physicians for superior competence in internal medicine. Dr. Bakru obtained her medical degree from the Medical College at Lady Hardinge Medical College in New Delhi, India. She did her medical residency at Prince George's Hospital Center in Maryland. Her passion lies with integrating energy field medicine with conventional medicine. She also advocates incorporation of homeopathy, flower remedies, nutrition, herbal medicine, essential oils, and chakra remedies into conventional modalities. Congratulations, Dr. Bakru. Dr. Martin P. Gallagher, please come forward. Dr. Martin P. Gallagher is a medical doctor and chiropractor. He has treated over 300,000 patients at Medical Wellness Associates, a multidisciplinary integrative healthcare facility located outside Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Dr. Gallagher is well recognized as a leading practitioner of integrative medicine and a teacher of the art. Prolotherapy is among the many innovative modalities Dr. Gallagher uses to overcome pain and hasten the cure of disease. He lectures nationally and internationally to medical professionals and the public on the best means to achieve and maintain optimal health. He has been featured in Alternative Medicine and Let's Live magazines and has been a frequent guest of The Gary Knowles Show. He appears in the Entertainment Network's documentary on integrative medicine. In addition, he participates in the multidisciplinary unsheltered homeless relief outreach of Morgantown project by making bi-weekly visits to Morgantown, West Virginia to assist the homeless with needed medical care. Congratulations, Dr. Gallagher. Dr. Jonathan Collin, please come forward. Dr. Jonathan Collin is an MD specializing in adult medical care with an emphasis on nutritional and integrative medicine. He is also the editor and publisher of the popular Townsend newsletter, a monthly magazine for clinicians examining naturopathic and functional medicine. Dr. Collin is a graduate of Cornell University and Albany Medical College and did postgraduate training with the U.S. Public Health Service. Dr. Collin did his initial work in complementary and alternative medicine while working with leprosy patients in Carville, Louisiana. After joining the practice of pioneer Dr. Leo Bowles, Collin trained in the functional medicine with Jeremy Bland, PhD. He trained in orthomolecular medicine for the treatment of mental health in association with the Seattle Well-Mind Association. From 1986 to 1990, Dr. Collin served as a member of the U.S. Congressional Office of Technology Assessment Review Committee assigned to investigate alternative cancer treatments. The committee's report led to congressional funding of the Office of Alternative Medicine at the NIH in 1991, now the Center for Complementary and Alternative Medicine. Dr. Collin's publication of the Townsend Letter is now in its 31st year. The magazine was awarded the Legacy Award by ACAM in 2009 for examining and evaluating the safety and effectiveness of naturopathic and integrative medicine diagnostics and therapeutics. Dr. Collin's work has been recognized for reporting on the political, judicial, disciplinary, and regulatory aspects of alternative medicine. Congratulations, Dr. Collin. Dr. William Lee Cowden, please come forward. Chairman of the Scientific Advisory Board and Professor of the Academy of Comprehensive Integrative Medicine of Panama since 2008, Dr. William Lee Cowden is a board-certified cardiologist and internist as well as a licensed homeopathic physician. He lectures frequently to physicians and healthcare practitioners on integrative medical practice, having done so in 24 countries worldwide. Dr. Cowden has pioneered successful integrative treatments for cancer, autism, Lyme's disease, arthrosclerosis, cardiomyopathy, chronic fatigue, fibromyalgia, and many others. Internationally recognized for his knowledge and skill in practicing and teaching integrative medicine, he is the co-author of several books on the effectiveness of integrative medicine in cancer treatment and in longevity, including the first of 3 new books in the Journey to Wellness series entitled Create a Toxin-Free Body and Home, Starting Today. Congratulations, Dr. Cowden. Dr. Robin A. Sika, please come forward. Dr. Robin A. Sika practices integrative medicine at the Center for Healing Arts in Orange, Connecticut. She has a BA from the University of Toledo and a medical degree from the Medical College of Ohio. Since 1992, Dr. Sika has pioneered the development of diagnostic techniques that not only evaluate symptomology, but also identify underlying stressors that contribute to a disease state, spiritual, emotional, physical, and social. Her practice includes a wide variety of conventional and non-conventional treatments aimed at hastening wellness. Dr. Sika has received certifications in integrative holistic medicine, longevity medicine, and clinical metal toxology. She is president of the International College of Integrative Medicine and secretary of the American Association for Health Freedom and vice president of the Connecticut Health Freedom Coalition. She was formerly the secretary of the American Board of Clinical Metal Toxology and a member of the board of directors of the American College for Advancement in Medicine. Congratulations, Dr. Sika. Dr. Hyla Cass, please come forward. A diplomate from both the American Board of Psychiatry and Neurology and the American Board of Integrative and Holistic Medicine, Dr. Hyla Cass combines leading-edge natural medicine with modern science in her clinical practice of over 30 years. Dr. Cass obtained her pre-medical and medical education from the University of Toronto School of Medicine. She interned at Los Angeles County USC Medical Center and completed her psychiatric residency at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles, where she then served as an attending staff physician for 10 years. She served as an assistant clinical professor of psychiatry at the UCLA School of Medicine for 20 years. Dr. Cass served as a board member and chair of Vitamin Relief USA, a national initiative of the Healthy Foundation providing at-risk children, teens, seniors, and adults with daily multiple vitamins. She is recognized for speaking out against the overuse of psychiatric medications and for helping people to withdraw from them, as well as substance of abuse, such as alcohol, opiates, etc. This is achieved with the use of targeted nutritional supplements, including her own unique formulations. Quoted widely in newspapers and magazines, including the Los Angeles Times, the Toronto Star, Cosmopolitan, Newsweek, and People magazine, she also appears regularly on radio and television on shows such as The Dr. Oz Show, The View, E! Entertainment, and MSNBC. She is the author of several popular books. Dr. Cass currently serves as medical director of Chemo Brain Recovery in Long Beach, California, an innovative neurofeedback program providing restoration of memory, mental clarity, and sound sleep for cancer survivors. She is a board member of the American College for the Advancement in Medicine and the International Network of Integrative Mental Health. She is an advisory board member of Taste for Life magazine. I'm sorry, did I shorten it? Okay. We have to cut some things and keep things moving. And medical editor at Total Health magazine. She teaches health professionals for such organizations as the American Academy of Anti-Aging Medicine, American College for Advancement in Medicine, Age Management Medical Group, and Integrative Medicine for Mental Health. She is on the advisory board of the Academy of Functional Medicine. Most recently, she served on the board of governors for the Palencia Healthcare Center in Belize. Congratulations, Dr. Cass. Okay, now after I slaughtered so many words that I should know as an English major, I'm so sorry about that, but I am finished with my portion and I am thrilled to welcome to the stage, and by the way, as somebody who is not in the field, I just want to thank you all for all that you're doing. I've just introduced my children to chiropractic and so many different alternative forms of medicine, and as a mom, I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, thank you for all that you are doing. I now welcome to the stage our MC for the second half of the awards program, dressed as one of my best friends and heroes, Nathaniel Green. Please come forward, Erskine of Erskine Overnight. Welcome, Erskine.
Thank you, Abigail.
Thank you. Erskine.
Wasn't she great as Abigail Adams?
Thank you.
Fox News, former.
Abigail Adams would have gotten every one of these words right. She was a very, very smart lady.
They didn't exist when she was here.
Well, she would have figured it out, I'm telling you. Okay, that's right. Oh, that's the excuse. They didn't exist when I was around. Erskine is one of our award recipients tonight. Did you know that?
Yes.
The Voice of so you just have to wait your turn. I'm going to give you one last award. Okay, this is it. The Voice of Liberty Award. Jefferson Erskine Payton has been the host of the nationally syndicated Erskine Overnight for more than 20 years. Erskine investigates the truth and delivers solution to all manner of political problems. He is an unabashed defender of individual liberty and an opponent of government tyranny. Erskine is a veteran entertainer, having begun his career as a magician, gracing the stages in Las Vegas and all around the world. Welcome, Erskine, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you all, and God bless you.
Abigail's here tonight because of natural medicine, because she was long before the FDA or anything else. She's, let me see here. Getting it together. Thank you, Ben Franklin, for the glasses. Continuing on with our Excellence in Medical Research Awards, the following individuals we honor tonight for vital discoveries in medical research. Once again, Dr. Charles B. Simone, Sr., please come forward. And Dr. Charles B. Simone II, please come forward. And while we're at it, let's make it a trifecta with Dr. Nicole L. Simone. Please come forward. All three. We have already talked about Dr. Simone. You know all about him, but Dr. Charles B. Simone II son of Dr. and Mrs. Charles B. Simone, assistant professor of radiation oncology and chief of thoracic oncology at the Hospital of the University of Pennsylvania. Dr. Simone at the forefront of the new generation of oncologists who are replacing broad-spectrum chemotherapy and radiation therapy with cell-specific intervention, minimizing damage to the surrounding tissue and preserving the immune function. 2011, he was admitted to the faculty of the Department of Radiation Oncology at the University of Pennsylvania. He pioneered innovative means to reduce the adverse effects of chemo and radiation treatment and promote use of targeted therapies that preserve immune system function. I've had friends who died from chemotherapy. Thank you for what you're doing. In 2013, he was appointed Chief of Thoracic Oncology at Penn and used his leadership position to expand the treatment options and clinical trials for patients with lung mesothelioma and thoracic cancers. Dr. Simone has pioneered the use of narrowly invasive and targeted proton therapy, receiving several multi-million-dollar NIH grants for research related to its use. His refined treatment program avoids radiation dose to normal tissue, minimizes patient side effects from treatment. Seriously, congratulations to you, all you're doing. Dr. Nicole L. Simone, please come forward. You are the daughter of Dr. and Mrs. Charles B. Simone, and Associate Professor, Department of Radiation Oncology at Thomas Jefferson University. A physician scientist whose science-based treatment protocols have won her 3 prestigious awards this past year. Radiation Therapy Oncology Group Simon Kramer New Investigator Award and the American Society for Radiation Oncology Junior Faculty Award, and the Ben Franklin Prostate Cancer Foundation Young Investigator Award. Dr. Simone investigates the interrelationship between diet and cancer, something we're all interested in here, I know, resulting in the discovery that caloric restriction accompanied by supplemental nutrition enhances the effectiveness of cancer treatment. Her research supports the conclusion that dietary intervention, caloric restriction, can diminish reliance on toxic chemo and radiation therapies, promote tumor shrinkage, and decrease metastasis. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you. God bless you for what you do. I have had things like you. Thank you for all you're doing. Thank you. Dr. Harry G. Prius, if you'll come forward. This is, you have already been up here and gets another award, commemorative award. For more extensive listing, we have it available. You get another award. Thank you. Congratulations. This is in addition. This is the same award, basically. This is for the Excellence in Medical Research Award. He definitely deserves it. Moving right along, we have another one that is going to go to Dr. Stanislaw Brzezinski, and we have the Doris Wood Award of the Multi-Level Marketing Industry Association. If you'll come forward, Doris. Doris Wood is the most highly recognized and respected authority in direct sales in the world. 55 years in the industry. Thousands of people acquire self-esteem, transform their lives, and improve their earning potential. She's on the board of advisors of the Graduate School of Business at the University of Illinois, Chicago. Her extraordinary record of industry achievement has caused her to achieve numerous awards, hold a wide range of leadership positions in marketing. First female to be inducted in the Multi-Level Industry Marketing Association Hall of Fame. 2001, she received the Industry Icon Award at Direct Sales Journal Exposition, named one of the top 50 most influential people in the industry. 2010, the first industry legend by Direct Selling Live. 2013, the Lifetime Achievement Award from Asian Networkers inducted into the Industry Hall of Fame by the Academy of Fame of the Academy of Multi-Level Marketing. Congratulations. You've made a lot of people entrepreneurs. Congratulations to you. Made a lot of people a lot of money, haven't you? God bless you. Gretchen Dubois, the Alliance for Natural Health. We've already talked about many of her achievements, and we have an award for you also. The Alliance for Natural Health International, the Marketing Association Award, now the Alliance for Natural Health. Congratulations to you. Melanie Aldridge is accepting on Gretchen's behalf. Dr. Robert Verkerk, who gave such an outstanding speech last night of the Alliance for Natural Health International, we have an award for you. Dr. Verkerk. We also have Burke Schwetters, who also, he knocked our socks off. We all stood up and gave him absolute, complete cheers for everything that he said last night. We also have an award for him. Congratulations. A European's perspective that's coming here. We better listen to what he says. It's coming here. Congratulations, sir. Your perspective to teach us all a lesson. Let me help you. Right. Congratulations. That's for Excellence in Medical Research Award, Dr. Stanislav Berzinski. He isn't here. That's right. Okay. The Twyla Braze of the Citizens Council for Freedom Health, please come forward. A certified public health nurse. My wife has done that too. I understand where you're coming from. One of the most well-informed, articulate, and passionate opponents of socialized medicine and Obamacare in the nation. 2009, Modern Healthcare named Ms. Braze one of the top 100 most powerful people in healthcare. President, co-founder, Citizens Council for Health Freedom, a patient-centered national organization based in St. Paul, Minnesota. Under her leadership, CCHF provided influential in the decision of 34 states to refuse participation in Obamacare exchanges, stopped government-issued treatment directives, and added consent requirements for access to private patient data. 2013, the 2013 Eagle Forum, Eagle Award for Minnesota. She can be heard on 350 radio stations in 40 states, broadcasting her weekly Health Freedom Minute. Testifies regularly before federal, state, legislative bodies, and delivers addresses on health care related issues across the country. Congratulations to you. Thank you. Yes, I agree with you, 100%. Another person who agrees with you, if you heard his speech last night, it was rousing, it was outstanding, and it also was funny. Norm Singleton, the Vice President for Policy at the Campaign for Liberty. We previously described everything about him last night when he got his award. Norm, if you'll come forward, please, I would certainly appreciate it. If you're here. If you're not here, don't come forward. Sheila Matthews Gallo of Able Child, please come forward. Sheila Matthews Gallo is founder and president of Able Child, a nonprofit organization established 2001 to raise public awareness about the psychiatric labeling and drugging of children, the risk of mandatory mental health screening. Able Child consists of doctors, teachers, psychologists, and other mental health providers dedicated to protecting the health and well-being of children. Her own childhood, she was falsely labeled as suffering from behavioral disorder. Weren't we all? And her family was coerced to permit psychotropic drugging of her child. Ms. Matthews Gallo joined with another mother in fighting back against the false labeling of her child, Patricia Weathers. The two formed Able Child. And 2001, Ms. Matthews Gallo became the first person to testify on behalf of the first state law in the United States prohibiting school personnel from recommending psychotropic drugs to children. Abel Child is an independent advocate on behalf of parents whose children have been subjugated to mental health screening, psychiatric labeling, and prescribed psychotropic drugs without parental consent. Abel Child champions human rights to protect all children, all teens, by disseminating information to warn parents, caregivers on the real risk of psychotropic drugs and inform them of alternative ways to address behavior and attention orders. Congratulations, Ms. Matthews Gallo. Thank you. You just might as well stay up on stage because it's Dr. Joseph Mercola. He's for another award. Dr. Mercola, please come up and receive your award. You deserve every one that you're getting for the work that you've done. Dr. Richard Da Silva. Please come forward, Dr. Da Silva. Dr. Mercola, congratulations again. Dr. Richard Da Silva. World-renowned herbalist, herbal product formulator, health activist for 37 years. He's been a doctor of naturopathic medicine since 2004, graduate of Dominion Herbal College, Green Shores Herbal School, apprenticed with Albert Thut, ND, NIM of Guelph, Ontario. Notice I pronounced it properly, Guelph. He's a major force to be reckoned with in Canadian health law and policy. Consistently fought efforts of the Canadian government to restrict the availability of food supplements and herbal medicines and on what can be said concerning them. 1984, Dr. Da Silva advocated legal protection for herbal medicine, helping to represent the Ontario Herbalist Association with the Canadian Health Professions Legislation Review, continuing to do so for Canadian federal government on all subsequent regulations up to and including the recent Natural Health Product Directorate regulations that came into effect in 2004. I'll add a little addendum to this, mimicking what was done in Europe. Europe, Canada, U.S., that's what they're trying for. And you see terms like where they harmonization. That's another term for it. In 2012, Dr. Da Silva helped to spearhead the finance a lawsuit against Health Canada, challenging the current NHPD regulations as unconstitutional, offending the Canadian Charter of Rights. Congratulations for all you've done, Dr. Da Silva. Donna Mesler Navarro, please come forward. A medical activist, fights for the freedom of those with terminal illness to choose their preferred course of treatment based on fully informed consent. Based on her advocacy efforts, members of Congress repeatedly introduced legislation to deny FDA the power to block access of the terminally ill to experimental treatments. The critically acclaimed documentary, Cut, Poison, Burn, explains how the FDA forced terminally ill cancer patients, including Ms. Navarro's own son Thomas, into a grueling and ultimately life-ending ordeal where they were required to depend on FDA-approved drugs that offered no hope for cure in place of experimental treatments that did offer hope. Her own son, Thomas Navarro, died from complications of conventional chemotherapy. As a result, FDA refusal to permit the boy to gain timely access to antineoplastins cancer treatment from Dr. Stanislaw Brzezinski. Ms. Navarro is a health coach, Bachelor of Health Science degree. She continues to pass for passage of legislation on state, federal levels to ensure the terminally ill and unobstructed right to access to experimental treatments of their choice. She didn't get mad. She's going to get even, and she's going to continue the fight. God bless you. Barbara Lowe Fisher, please come forward, of the National Vaccine Information Center. President of the National Vaccine Information Center, a charity she co-founded with the parents of DPT vaccine-injured children in 1982. Mother of 3 grown children. Her oldest son suffered a convulsion, collapse, and brain inflammation within hours of his 4th DPT shot in 1980 when he was 2.5 years old, left with multiple learning disabilities, attention deficit disorder. Past 3 decades, she's led a national grassroots movement and public information campaign to institute vaccine safety reforms and informed consent protections in public health system. She's researched, analyzed, and publicly articulated the major issues involving the science, policy, law, ethics, and politics of vaccination, becoming one of the world's leading experts in the subject. Co-authored the seminal book, DPT, A Shot in the Dark. Author of The Consumer's Guide to Childhood Vaccines, Vaccines, Autism, and Chronic Inflammation, The New Epidemic, and Reforming Vaccine Policy and Law Guide, 2014. Video commentator for the NVIC newsletter, Mercola newsletter, and a blogger at Vaccine Awakening Blogspot. Her long public record of vaccine safety and informed consent advocacy was featured in the 2011 award-winning film documentary, The Greater Good. In her 1985 book, DPT, A Shot in the Dark, she co-authored with Harris Coulter, PhD, the first major, well-documented critique of America's mass vaccination system, calling for safety reforms and the right to informed consent. Ms. Fisher's been quoted on the subject of vaccine safety, informed consent to vaccination in national news reports, including the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, Washington Post, USA Today, Time, Newsweek. Since 1993, she's debated more doctors on the subject of vaccination than any other American, including NBC's Today Show, CNN, CBS, Fox, MSNBC, Al Jazeera. You'll go anywhere. America and National Public Radio, you've appeared in vaccine news reports on CBS Sunday Morning, ABC News, ABC Nightline, Frontline, and CBS The Doctors. Congratulations for your fight. It's our fight. The next, excellence in product innovation. We honor the following individuals for inventing superior consumer products that enhance health, saves lives. As I read your names, please come forward. Scott Henderson of Living Essentials, please come forward, Scott. He will be receiving an award. Dr. Nicholas Perricone, please come forward, sir. It is awfully good to see you, State. Congratulations on your innovative product. I've used it. It works. It's wonderful. Thank you. Jerry Smith of LeBleu Corporation and Nature's Pearl. We all enjoyed LeBleu Corporation's water last night. Thank you, Jerry Smith. A great American entrepreneur. Jerry Smith's the founder, CEO of LeBleu Corporation and Nature's Pearl. In 1990, when bottled water was pretty insignificant in the beverage industry, LeBleu Corporation was consistently being recognized by Beverage Industry Magazine as among the top 100 beverage companies in the U.S. Mr. Smith's been an icon in the water treatment industry for over 30 years, holds numerous patents, pioneer of fractional vapor compression distillation. His concepts have revolutionized water purification and have grossed over $750 million in water-related sales, which you definitely deserve. Holds the highest certifications in the water industry, a certified water specialist, 5, including accreditations from National Water Quality Association in distillation, reverse osmosis, ultrafiltration, demineralization, water disinfection. Mr. Smith's Nature's Pearl Corporation has a history of exceptional achievement, Working in tandem with research scientists, Mr. Smith discovered that the muscadine grape included nutrients that have profound health benefits. At a time when muscadine growers discarded the skins and the seeds of the grape, Mr. Smith began to investigate those elements to determine their nutritional composition. 2005, marketed in 2007, Nature's Pearl offers consumers high-quality muscadine-based products, including supplements, skincare, personal care, energy drinks, and protein shakes. From a youth of humble beginnings to a man of considerable means, Jerry's created a corporate empire that provides pure water, high-quality nutritional, and dermatologic products worldwide. Congratulations, Jerry Smith. Dr. Charles B. Simone, we've previously talked about you, but this time it's an award for lifetime achievement. This is for products that you have done. Thank you so much, Dr. Simone. Steve Wallach of Youngevity. Here's another father and son. Yes. Much like his father, Youngevity co-founder Dr. Joel D. Wallach, MD, and co-founder Steve Wallach is driven by belief that the public deserves the most accurate health information, highest quality nutritional products to achieve and maintain a healthy lifestyle. Mr. Wallach's lifelong ambition has been to convey health, wealth, and happiness to people through a stable and progressive company, offers career opportunity and growth. A formidable 20 years of manufacturing, design, marketing, sales experience, Mr. Wallach's brought Youngevity from an infant network marketing startup to a mature, publicly traded, internationally respected company. World leader with offices around the globe, Youngevity has raised the standard of life and living for people around the globe. Among the top 100 most successful direct selling companies in the world by Direct Selling News, Youngevity is fulfilling Dr. Joel D. Wallach's dream of enhancing human health through science-based nutrition with the help of his son. Congratulations. Congratulations. Dr. Patricia Bragg of Bragg Live Food Products. I'm going to sit down for this, just because for Dr. Bragg's sake. Come on over here, hon. Dr. Bragg is the president and CEO of Bragg Live Food Products, the chair of the nonprofit Bragg Health Institute, the daughter of health crusader Dr. Paul C. Bragg, the father of America's health movement, the originator of the health food store concept. She's an energetic, I would say so, symbol of the Bragg healthy lifestyle. Everybody's got the book now. Everybody's got the books. Nutrition pioneer Dr. Paul C. Bragg inspired his daughter Patricia to join him in a global health crusade. Patricia Bragg has advanced the work of the company, her father's vision, co-authoring books, lecturing worldwide, has won international acclaim for achievements in the health field. Today, Dr. Patricia Bragg is recognized as a health food industry leader. Bragg Live Health Food Products and Bragg Health Books are distributed worldwide. In honor of her father, Dr. Patricia Bragg established the Bragg Health Institute in 2009. Their mission is to inspire and educate all ages of the best means to achieve great health through optimal nutrition, exercise, positive attitudes, and spiritual wellness. The Institute's latest initiative is Bragg Health Kids, teaches school and age children healthy living concepts using inspiring media and curricula. Dr. Patricia Bragg, thank you. Thank you. My honor to give it to you, the award. Dr. Luke Bucci is the director of Interpath Nutrition, a nutritional design and consulting firm. Dr. Bucci has leadership positions in science application at leading dietary supplement manufacturers, and clinical laboratories. He's pioneered the development of joint health dietary supplements for the mass retail market, including glucosamine and chondroitin, combination products. In 1991, he introduced Move Free products and Mega Red krill oil, which are leading brands in joint and omega-3 categories, and dozens of other successful dietary supplements. Dr. Bucci is getting an award along with Dr. Bragg, and this is for the Marketing Award of new products. Dr. Reginald McDonald. Dr. McDonald is would you please come forward, Dr. McDaniel. I'm sorry. Dr. Reginald McDaniel is the founder and director of research at the Fisher Institute of Medical Research. Good to see you again. A clinical research design consultant for the University of Miami Miller School of Medicine, CEO and co-founder of Nutraspace.com, graduate of the University of Texas Southwestern Medical School. Dr. McDaniel spent 20 years practicing anatomical and clinical pathology, including serving as Director of Pathology and Laboratories, Director of Medical Education at Dallas-Fort Worth Medical Center. Expert on therapeutic constituents in the aloe vera plant, Dr. McDaniel was the first to isolate and stabilize aloe polymannose, identifying its potential to serve as a catalyst for host defense, repair, regeneration, and homeostasis. He served as the medical director for Manatech for 8 years. 3 years as health science consultant for Manna Relief Ministries, supporting orphans in 81 countries. Congratulations, Dr. McDaniel. Indian Barn Plant. Remember that? You used to call it that. Thank you. Dan Caudell, are you here? Dan Caudell? Frank Key of Purist Colloids. I know that you're here because you were here last night. Frank Key is an engineer, scientist, researcher, author, air transport pilot, known for his meticulous attention to detail and relentless investigative procedure. Mr. Key has been the go-to expert for the Department of Defense and aerospace industry. Educated at Columbia University, the Newark College of Engineering, Mr. Key has an extensive background in electrical engineering, computer science, physics, and general engineering. Began his career helping design space flight hardware for use on the Apollo and Viking space missions. He designed many varied components used in applications ranging from the Minuteman missile defense silos, Navy solar systems to build strobe lights used on school buses. Working in the defense industry, held top secret clearances, senior engineer at RCA's Advanced Technology Lab, working on the computer architecture developing group. Later became marketing manager at Advanced Technology Lab, dealing with U.S. government agencies and laboratories. The last 20 years, he's researched the properties and biological effects of colloidal minerals. Developed a novel process which ensures the highest particle surface area, purity, and consistency of colloids. His discoveries have allowed the production of sub-nanometer-sized silver particles, an accomplishment never duplicated. Built a laboratory facility for colloidal research, which is state-of-the-art for the field. As proprietor of silvercolloids.com and principal scientist and founder of Pure Colloids Incorporated, the science laboratory that Mr. Key collaborated with Research Science to develop nanoscale colloidal materials for use in dietary supplements and industrial applications. You're going to hear more and more about the nano minerals that they're going to be using and coming out with. That's the new technology and one of the new frontiers, isn't it? You have to be a rocket scientist to do it, though. Mr. Key, congratulations. Stanley E. Soper of Nutraceutical Corporation. Are you here? Yes, he is. Vice President of Legal Affairs for Nutraceutical Corporation, based in beautiful Park City, Utah. and is a NASDAQ-listed leading manufacturer and distributor of nutritional supplements, cosmetics, health food products sold primarily in health food stores. He's been the primary negotiator, drafter, advisor for over 45 domestic and international acquisitions. Revenues have increased from 65 to over 220 million. Mr. Soper's been responsible for the formation and key ongoing aspects of foreign operations, UK, Norway, China, Japan, and the Caribbean. Also been a key strategist behind important industry-wide initiatives and challenges. Worked for nutraceuticals since 1997, except for 18 months in 1999, which he founded a technology startup in Boston. Received his BA in English, magna cum laude, University of Honors from Brigham Young University in 1988, JD from Yale Law School in 1991, Secretary of the Yale Law School Alumni Association, organized and served as founding president of the Mountain West chapter of the Association of Corporate Counsel on their board of directors, served as board member and officer or volunteers for numerous nonprofits. Congratulations, Mr. Soper. Elwood Richard of Now Foods, please come up, Mr. Richard. You have been honored before, and this time one more honor for you. New product innovation. Congratulations. Not only new products, but now products. Christian Wild of Abagon Press. I know the Christians here. Diagnosed with cardiac disease. Singer, songwriter, Christian Wild, devoted 5.5 years, and you've got to read the story about it, researching the causes of heart disease beyond cholesterol. That work culminated in his book, Hidden Causes of Heart Attack and Stroke. The hidden cause, inflammation, as a lot of us know. Cardiology's new frontier. Endorsed as an outstanding book to educate the general public of inflammation's role in heart disease. Directors at cardiology at 5 major universities recommended the book. Dr. Carol Watson, Director of Preventive Cardiology and of Lipid Hypertension Management at UCLA, wrote the foreword. Encouraged by the response, Christian Wild wrote a second book, Miracle Stem Cell Heart Repair. The book investigated how a patient's own stem cell, or those of a donor, are transitioning late-stage heart failure patients from no options to full recovery. Guest on over 500 radio and TV shows, the author of the Christian Wild Stem Cell and Turmeric Research Report, Christian Wild's become a major advocate of cutting-edge research in the quest to overcome disease. Congratulations, Christian. Thank you, my friends. You look beautiful. Thank you. Now we turn to the Excellence in Health Journalism Awards. We honor the following for excellence in health journalism. So I read your names. Please come to the stage. Somebody we haven't met before, we're going to have to mention him for health journalism. He's got a little thing up there on the web. Dr. Joseph Mercola, the leading web commentator on natural health and what you can do. More people go to him than anybody. Dr. Mercola, come on up. The next person is Dr. Jonathan Collin. He has had his report up for years and years and years, and a lot of people go to that. Dr. Collin, congratulations. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you. William J. Skinner, come on up. For decades, William J. Skinner, a lawyer, a registered pharmacist, over 40 years of experience, edited and published the National Medicine Law newsletter. Provide up-to-date, detailed, and revealing reports on actions of the Food and Drug Administration. What a job that is, huh? The Federal Trade Commission, the courts, as well as detailed information concerning the health industry, specific health products. It's a well-respected resource among medical law publications. Congratulations, Mr. Skinner. Robert Scott Bell. Robert Scott Bell is a popular radio host since 1999. The Robert Scott Bell Show covers news stories on health, politics, economics for 2 hours every day, 6 days a week in both radio and TV. Award-winning Robert Scott Bell Show, double award winnings, winning this tonight, is unabashedly defends liberty, promotes return to constitutional government. A homeopath who served on the board of the American Association of Homeopathic Pharmacists, Robert Scott Bell has a passion for health, healing, and powerful dedication to freedom, informed choice, and truth. Mr. Bell's program is carried by Natural News Network and by Genesis Communications. Congratulations, Robert Scott Bell. Congratulations. Paul Rothfuss. Are you here, Paul? Paul Rothfuss? There you are. 57 years in radio. 57 years in radio. You must have started when you were 5.
Actually, I'm only 16. I've lived a hard life.
A very hard life. 17 years served as owner and operator of more than 60 radio stations. Paul Rothfuss is a respected figure in radio broadcasting industry. Currently holds full disclosure advocates on FDA radio, heard on WORL AM Orlando, Florida. Full disclosures expose government corruption. Oh, there's government corruption, huh?
Imagine that.
Wow, imagine that. Collusion with industry, that too. Nobody would believe that in this room. Abuse of power that affects the lives and health of the American public. Federal, state encroachment actions that interfere with the practice of and public access to integrative medicine, I would say life in general in these United States. Congratulations, Paul Rothfuss. Deborah Ray, are you here? Yes. 25 years. She has conscientiously brought accurate, complete health information to her radio listeners. Indeed, she has. Having begun her career at local radio, Tampa, Florida, in 1982. Seems like just yesterday, doesn't it? Her show quickly went into national syndication. One of the top 100 most important talk shows in America by Talkers Magazine. She's also the recipient of the Wisdom Media Worldview Award and the National Natural Food Association's Crusader Award for contributions to natural products industry. Deborah Ray has been a firm believer in integrative medicine since she was 23, when she was told she needed a colostomy, opted out of surgery, embarked on an exploration of safe, natural alternatives, good for you, to conventional treatments. She's a graduate of the University of Kentucky. I'm another Kentuckian. University of Kentucky, master's degree in immunology from the University of Louisville, certified by the American Society of Clinical Pathologists. If we don't, we have to be proactive in our health. We can't listen to what we're told. We've got to be proactive in our health, each one of us, to survive in the next few years. Thank you for making this possible where people can learn. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Dr. Stephen T. Sinatra. Done everything you can do in media. We've already heard all about that. He is a media icon, and congratulations to you, Dr. Sinatra. You indeed are an icon. Accepting this award will be Christian Wild for the George R. Norrie Coast to Coast AM Award, and a regular participant on Coast to Coast AM is Christian Wild. One of the most listened to talk radio hosts in the world, George Norrie, since January 2003, been weekly host of the late night show, talk show, Coast to Coast AM. They took over from Art Bell. Broadcast live from Los Angeles, Monday through Sunday, 1 to 5 a.m. Coast to Coast heard over 10 million listeners, 570 stations in the U.S., Canada, Australia, and Guam. Norrie's consistently chosen to inform his audience of cutting-edge developments in the field of alternative medicine and clinical nutrition. Always engaging, capable of asking questions, pierced to the heart of complex issues, Norrie has ensured that millions became aware of natural healing and the risk associated with dogged reliance on FDA-approved drugs carrying significant safety risk. Congratulations to George Norrie, and if Christian's here, if you'll accept that award, that would be great. He'll be back in. Robert Scott Bell of the Robert Scott Bell Award, we have another award for you too. Congratulations. And you certainly well deserved.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
And thank you to Mike Adams as well.
Yes,
Couldn't be here.
Mike Adams could not be here, and he was another recipient. Paul Walter of NewsWithViews.com. NewsWithViews.com has some of the best writers, including one who I think most of you know, Mr. Jonathan W.E. Mord. His articles are certainly well worth reading, as are all the articles on News with Views. Stevie Kidd, I could just go down the list. You were born in socialist Yugoslavia in 1945. You and your family immigrated to America in 1959, served 3 years in the U.S. Army, became a U.S. citizen in 1963. Owner of Walter Publishing and Research, brings insightful news and comments to millions of readers every day via your newswithviews.com website, started in June 2001. Born in socialist Yugoslavia, he knows what's coming. He knows what's happening. Through commentaries from the left and the right, through revealing news stories the mainstream media will not cover, he's established newswithviews.com as a trusted source, I'm going to underline this word, of accurate information. Accurate information. He's made certain that newswithviews.com remains a voice of reason, a voice of patriotism. God bless you, and thank you for all you're doing.
Thank you very much.
God bless you, sir.
Don't let America die.
We saw her last night. She's been on my radio show. I think the world now love her. Author of Police State USA, Cheryl K. Chumley of the Washington Times. Cheryl K. Chumley is a veteran news writer with the Washington Times, 15 years experience, covered a wide range of topics: politics, policy, presidential elections, small town courts, cops, and county government. She's a journalism fellow with the Phillips Foundation. Her work's been featured in Outlets Magazine, the Washington Times, the Blaze, the Glenn Beck Blaze, the Washington Examiner, Heritage Foundation, WorldNet Daily, Town Hall Magazine, American Enterprise Institute, Newsmax, Capital Research Center. Her news, opinions, and in-depth analysis pieces have won numerous awards at both state and national levels. She's been particularly noted for her aggressive use of the Freedom of Information Act's laws to hold officials accountable. Cheryl Chumley has received wide praise, critical acclaim for her book on the deprivation of civil liberties arising from a post-9/11 expansion entitled Police State USA. Congratulations, Cheryl Chumley. Yes. We already did. Come on up and get it. You can get it now. Christian Wild's coming up to accept the award for George Norrie, so he gets twice. Let's go. That's wonderful. Right. I would like to thank all these people who certainly earned these awards. You and I both know this. They have made such a contribution to America. Please join me in saluting them and applauding for all of them tonight. Thank you.
Beautiful. Now, see how we can take the country back? Is with a drum roll like that. You know, this is actually not that I don't have 2 more hours of talking in me from last night. Look, I wanted to mention something because this came up today, and I regretted not mentioning it in my remarks yesterday. And one person asked me, sincerely, what does nutrition, food issues, health issues, companies that deal with supplements have to do with patriotism, have to do with taking the country back? And you know, it was a good question. And what I meant to mention last night, if I had another hour, which would not have been a good thing, is it seems pretty obvious to me in that where big government shows its teeth is when it goes after groups, individuals, or companies that threaten a status quo. Now, it can be on any business, it can be any kind of individual, but the reason this matters is because when you have a point of view that perhaps challenges what the system believes is right, or a big government, when it has a system that it has established and insists is the qualified element that tells you what to do, especially as we're seeing on issues of health, healthcare, and of course what you can eat. We see these things moving together, right? You see the nanny state arguing about how much soda pop you can drink, or whether or not you can have trans fats in what you're eating. The nature of whether or not they're going to determine if something is safe. It's not even really about your health, and they're not worried about your health so much as establishing in the framework of government who is going to be the authority. And they can't have, even if it, you know, I don't consider, I've used chiropractic for 25 years. I use bioidentical hormones. I use Chinese herbs. It's thrilling to see that the Chinese herb doctor get an award as well. That all these things working together, now for some people it might not work. For others of us, it's about trying it out and seeing if it does. But the moment that there's a notion in society that there are other ways of doing things, other ways of trying things out, ways of approaching a dynamic, when government has an interest in being the sole authority at this point on everything, those of you who challenge, and you don't even necessarily intend to challenge the status quo or challenge a government, you're curious people, you're doctors. You see things happen every day that maybe certain regular medication isn't working on. And so I think that why this matters, and the very sincere question of what does this have to do with liberty, it has everything to do with liberty. I mean, you're on the forefront of people being able to make choices and live their lives as they see fit. You're on the forefront of showing that perhaps government doesn't know everything, that government doesn't have the answers, that establishments of what it thinks is best may not be best. Now, in some cases, it might be. But as I said to this gentleman, you know, if I had a bleeding ulcer in 2010 because I had been taking a leave for years. Now, if you read the tiny insert in the box, it tells you watch out for internal bleeding, but there's no black box on that says you might die, right? And I've got a few letters after my name, and I like to read small lettering in warning packets. But if they're willing to let that be on the market, and if they're willing to let, you see these ads for these pharmaceuticals, like, well, we've got this great pill for your eczema, but it might give you cancer. How does that even get on the market? But it does, doesn't it? The psychopharmaceuticals and the rate of suicide amongst young people, that still stays on the market. Oh, there's a warning. But why not other, experiments, other drugs, natural drugs, Chinese medicine? That is fought against because you have pharmaceutical companies that can't patent it. You have the dynamics, the arguments against bioidentical hormones and compounding pharmacies because the pharma companies have an interest in the elements that they can patent. You can't patent customized mixtures of hormones, right? You can't do it. Some of us don't want to take hormones made from horses, right? And we know the dynamic that occurs there, or at least we've seen it anecdotally, and yet that remains on the market. So why not try, we understand what the dynamic is. We understand certain things are new. But when it comes to the choices that I want to make, and the difference of how the government feels that that's threatening, at no point, especially when it comes to doctors and individuals who are seen as authorities by the public, those individuals must also be shown as being controlled. So many of you do your work without that even being a consideration. I think someone like Jonathan understands, and many of you through your work have grown to understand how you are seen perhaps by government. Those of us who are community organizers, if I may say, also see that and understand what it is. I'm not a doctor, I don't even play one on television, but I see that as being on the forefront. Now, whether you see yourselves on the fringe of the general medical society and other groups that are perhaps on the fringe, anyone who exists as an innovative dynamic with things, and this fellow said, well, but these things are really unproven. What are you going to do with somebody and says that if somebody comes out with a product and says it's an herb and that it'll do X, Y, and Z? Well, all right, I accept regulation. I live in California. I saw how air regulations actually did clean the air. I grew up in Los Angeles when the air was brown. And then there was regulations, and you can actually breathe the air now. You actually don't see the air most of the time. Regulations very often do work, but then of course there's overkill. So why not? You have something on the market, and you say, look, the FDA has not proven these claims. Fine with me. But even that's a threat. Even that is a threat to the establishment of the status quo. And I don't know, I think that we've all been trained into believing that there has to be some authority who has said that this is okay, that everything in our life is okay. But the moment we allow them to control our health care, which they're now doing, and what we can consume, it doesn't then even matter what you think or freedom of expression or the nature of individuality. If you are, as an example, are there any smokers here? I would think maybe this is a group that is not a big smoking crowd, but any smokers? Okay. Some of you may enjoy a pipe or a cigar, the occasional cigarette, or even those new vaping cigarettes. So they'll never ban those, but what they'll do is say, look, if you smoke, you are not going to be allowed to get health insurance. Go ahead and smoke. No one's banning your right to smoke. Or firearms, which now are being claimed as being having health issues. If you have a firearm in the house, and doctors are being told to ask about if someone has a firearm. So sure, you can have a firearm in your Second Amendment, but we're not going to give you health insurance. Now, the moment government controls health insurance completely, those will be the arguments like, oh, you take bioidentical hormones. Well, your health insurance is going to go up $500 a month. But if you take, the Merck product, it'll go down $500 a month, right? Mark my words, that will be the argument. Oh, you're taking Chinese herbs, which, by the way, before, I kind of balanced things out. The Chinese herbs dealt with most of my premenopausal symptoms, and it was acupuncture and it was Chinese herbs. Fabulous. Got to a point where I needed something a little more, and it's the bioidenticals. Everything is fabulous now. The pharmaceutical companies don't necessarily want to hear that because there's so much money, isn't there? It's so much money. So when you've got the government involved in healthcare, in controlling the nature of how we access healthcare, especially as women, the nature of which doctors we can go to, that's another thing with Obamacare and healthcare, is what kinds of doctors are going to be covered. Can we see those of you who are naturopaths and homeopaths? Are we going to be allowed to do it? Will only the rich be able to see those of you who are innovative on the fringes of mainstream medicine? Will it be kept from that because of the interests of that dynamic? So if you have friends who ask you, what does this have to do with liberty, and what does it have to do with patriotism? It has everything to do with it. Every single thing in the world. It happens to be about health, but that is where the control begins, right? If they can control your access to health, they control everything, because that's where living the good life is, our ability to find those answers. So I have a lot of friends who, mainstream doctors, a lot of naturopath doctors. My chiropractic system is the Sikh group in Los Angeles, and they're all aware that this is one of the elements that we're dealing with. And I hope that that's an argument that you make when you're challenged about what does this have to do with our future. All right, that was it.
Well, thank you, Tammy Bruce, for that extemporaneous and lovely presentation. I might add a little extemporaneous presentation. And we have in the wings waiting now Terrence McNally. So I appreciate that, Terrence. I'm just going to say a few things to complement what she has said, get us back on track. You know, what she said is so true, of course, because we live in a world in which we have a fundamental shift in our perception of the role of government. At the time of the founding of the Republic, with the Founding Fathers' vision of what our republic would be, it was understood to be a limited federal republic defined by a constitution, the aim of which was to maximize protection for individual liberty and to make the individual sovereign and the state its servant. And they followed Lockean principles. You know, there was the opposition political movement to the Hanoverian kings in England in the 18th century. And this led to a destruction of a concept that had reigned throughout the world, and certainly in Europe, called the divine right of kings. And the divine right of kings stood for the proposition that the king was invested by God with rights, plenary rights, and that all others would only have rights by leave of the king. And so you had this centralization of power in the king. The king was an absolute monarch. Until the beheading of Charles I, you had a situation in which the people generally accepted that, groaned under the weight of tyrants, and prayed for kings that were benevolent, but were entirely beholden to a centralized dictator in the form of an absolute monarch. And then, as literacy rates grew in Europe, and as the coffee houses became a hotbed of political discussion with debates raging, suddenly it became clear that the intelligentsia were not limited to those surrounding the court, but included the mass population. From the Gutenberg press through manipulating type and introducing more people to read the Bible and to read other works, they suddenly expanded the zone of literacy to such an extent that an educated populace was capable of appreciating that the law deprived them of rights. And so John Locke, in his two treatises, in his first treatise, he destroys the divine right of kings. In the second treatise, he expounds upon the rights of man. And this rights revolution, which occurred in Europe and fed this movement, had no equal in the world but for the United States, which grew out of it, to create a written constitution in which the rights of man became paramount. No other time in world history a miracle occurred here in which men who were given every opportunity to exploit their power and become dictators themselves chose heroically to abandon that and to instead focus on protecting the rights of man. So we have this creed in the Declaration of Independence, which is such an extraordinary document, struck off in the midst of a revolution under tremendous pressure. The Declaration of Independence stands for those fundamental propositions that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with unalienable rights to life, liberty, and property. They say the pursuit of happiness, the pursuit of happiness was understood quintessentially to be your right to turn the public domain into private resources for the benefit of mankind, and that government would rest upon the consent of the governed, and that just governments, so long as they were just, would be tolerable and tolerated. But whenever they became unjust, they would be thrown off, and the people would be given the right to reassert such government that would protect their liberties again. And so you see it is that this miracle occurred here, that we have this beautiful thing called the Constitution of the United States, the first written document for the protection of rights in the world. A Constitution of liberty that in its first 3 articles very narrowly defines the powers of government in specific enumerations. And in its Bill of Rights, which, by the way, James Madison was a part of the Federalist movement that didn't want to have a Bill of Rights. They didn't think it was necessary. They thought that the first 3 articles of the Constitution was so narrowly defining in its power for the federal government that there would be no need for a Bill of Rights. James Wilson considered it superfluous, and they debated about whether there really needed to be a Bill of Rights. And it was only because of the campaign of James Madison for the first Congress, in which he was accused of being an enemy of the people's rights, that he, in his correspondence with Thomas Jefferson, then in Paris, engaged in this intellectual discussion about the necessity of a Bill of Rights or the need to just rely upon the first 3 articles as sufficient. And Jefferson, presciently and for all time, said, "There is no harm in adding the addition, and it may be essential in times of need when rights are threatened to have the document. It will not be an exclusive list. It will be but a subset of our rights, but we will preserve them there." And so in the first Congress, trying to get the attention of the members of Congress to deviate away from tonnage duty arguments, James Madison introduces what eventually became the Bill of Rights. This is the first time in world history in which a constitution limited the power of government, protected individual liberty as its goal, and added to the Constitution that defined the powers of government a Bill of Rights which for all time would preserve essential liberties. Nowhere else on earth. This experiment is over 200 years old only. Europe looks at that period of time and says, gee, that's just but a moment. Our history is so much longer. And yet, that preservation of liberty that was called for by the Founding Fathers and predicted by them that it would not last unless a vigilant public restored those liberties, is now at stake in everything we do. Every time you turn on a television set, listen to a radio, look at your iPad, whatever, to get news, the story invariably deals with a new deprivation of individual liberty because new George III's are coming to the forefront and are taking control of those things that are your right to decide individually without government, and presuming that they know better than you do what is in your own best interest. And unless we change that dynamic, unless we restore the Constitution of liberty that was given to us, we are lost. We've lost that tether, that mooring to the Constitution that is the definition of America. It is the definition of who we are. The world envies this country only because of that Constitution, only because of that Bill of Rights. It's only because you can be free in the way Jefferson understood freedom to be. He said, "A wise and frugal government shall restrain men from injuring one another, shall leave them otherwise free to regulate their pursuits of industry and improvement, and shall not take from the mouth of labor the bread it has earned." This is the sum of good government. It was the sum of good government then, and it's the sum of good government now. Thank you.
We could call it a technical or a scheduling snafu, or we could call it an opportunity for Jonathan to speak. Thank you. It's now my privilege once again to reintroduce that extraordinary tenor, Mark Harris, to sing "God Bless America," accompanied by the George Mason University Brass Quintet. Mark?
In 1938, most of you probably know that Kate Smith got up and sang "God Bless America" for the first time on national TV. What you may not know is that Kate Smith actually had a predecessor. There was another female singer named Mamie Stark, who was a female baritone, who in 1936 sang God Bless America at the Hollywood Bowl, which is akin to our Kennedy Center. She later went on and sang God Bless America at the Republican National Convention. Mamie Stark was a female baritone, a most unusual voice. Mamie Stark was my grandma. This is for Grandma.
Thank you again, Mark.
Stand at rest. Friends and fellow citizens, I come before you from beyond the veil of heaven. I can remain with you for no more than a brief period. I rise from this retirement in which I have experienced inestimable joy, but I come with reluctance, out of a sense of necessity and urgency. I am drawn by my ardent love for my country, which neither death nor eternity can extinguish. Throughout my mortal probation, no voice did I hear with greater clarity than the voice of my country in need. And in no instance, when my country called me, did I decline to rise and serve, even when enfeebled by age and disability, and even when my overwhelming inclination was to withdraw from public service, as a wearied traveler must do, to take leave from the great theater of action and the employments of public life. And so, I rise again, called to duty by your prayers for relief and your pleas for the country to be saved. I have heard your appeals. I have entreated with my Father in heaven, that almighty being who rules over the universe, who presides in the councils of heaven, and whose providential aids can supply every human defect. I have entreated him to allow my earthly condescension for but a moment, doing so for one solemn and critical purpose: to rekindle the sacred fire of liberty. I tender homage to that great author of every public and private good for this opportunity to appear before you just one last time. A solicitude for your welfare and the apprehension of danger natural to that solicitude urge me on this occasion to offer to your solemn contemplation sentiments which are the result of much reflection on usurpations of power that have replaced the limited republic we entrusted to your care. Replaced it with an unlimited government more akin to that absolute monarchy of tyrannical rule that robbed us of our liberties before the Revolution. I beseech you to remember that character of government we entrusted to you at the dawn of our experiment in republican government. The foundation of our empire was not laid in the gloomy age of ignorance and superstition, but at an epocha when the rights of mankind were better understood and more clearly defined than at any former period. At that auspicious period, the United States came into existence as a nation. When we consider the magnitude of the prize we contended for in the Revolution, the doubtful outcome of that contest, and the favorable manner in which it was terminated, we were right then to see that the battle for liberty was not only a just cause, but a divine cause, affected by the hand of providence. The citizens of America were then placed in the most enviable condition as their own sole lords and masters, invested with plenipotentiary control over their lives, their own liberties, and their own properties, save for the unjust invasion of the equal rights of others. As liberty was the word on every patriot's tongue during the Revolution, liberty was the patriotic purpose of our written Constitution, to be preserved by the restraints contained in that great charter. We knew then our experiment in republican government would be tested, but we trusted in the citizens of America to stand as a bulwark of liberty and guard against change by usurpation of power. Freedom could only remain ours so long as we would defend it against the designs of ambitious governors. We then commenced the time of our political probation to determine whether we would keep well lit the sacred fire of liberty and so ensure a respectable, prosperous, and free country, or whether we would violate that trust and devolve in disrepute, contempt, misery, and servitude. Then, as now, the eyes of the world and of the divine author of creation were upon us. That sovereignty, which of right remains in the citizens of America, has been removed over time by repeated expansions of the national government beyond the limits of the Constitution. Usurpation, by usurpation, by usurpation. What was once your prerogative as a free people became the prerogative of government, depriving you of control over your own destiny and presuming to dictate by force of law the course of commerce and who amongst you may win and who amongst you must lose in the affairs of the market. In the present crisis, silence in me would be a crime. I therefore speak to you, to that love of liberty still within your breasts and which reverberates with each beat of your hearts, to return our government to its constitutional limits and demand restoration of legal protection for your rights and your liberties. These are the pillars on which the glorious fabric of our independency and national character must be supported. Liberty is the basis, and whoever would dare to sap the foundation or overturn the structure under whatever specious pretext he may attempt it, well, he will merit the bitterest execration and the severest punishment which can be inflicted by his injured country. I consider it my duty, and that of every patriot, to insist that no unelected agency of the government continue to make law governing industry and improvement, contrary to the Constitution's exclusive vesting of that power in the Congress of the United States. I consider it my duty, and that of every patriot, to insist that no president of the United States presume to amend the laws of the land without the assent of Congress, or to refuse compliance with the laws enacted by Congress. I consider it my duty, and that of every patriot, to insist that no citizen be compelled to appear before an agency court to answer for charges from that agency and to be judged by that agency. Rather, the Constitution we entrusted to you guarded your rights to an impartial judge in a civil court with due process and a trial by a jury of your peers. Those actions, combined with an ever-tightening noose of public debt around the neck of our country, threaten every hostility to liberty, to independence, and to civil society. I urge you to restore that form of government so free and uncorrupted as to serve as a happy guardian against all oppression. Let us resolve together from this moment forward to unite upon these principles and restore the character and charter of liberty that made the United States of America the envy of the world, the greatest enemy of tyranny, and the greatest friend of liberty. When I last withdrew from public service at the end of my presidency, 1796, I could remark without hesitation that interwoven, as is the love of liberty, with every ligament of your hearts, no recommendation of mine was necessary to fortify or confirm the attachment. The same I cannot remark without hesitation today. Although I do not doubt your love of liberty, I warn that the same love is no longer interwoven with every ligament amongst those who now govern you. Take charge. Replace them with true friends of liberty. The support of your tranquility at home, your peace abroad, your safety, your prosperity, and of that liberty which you so highly prize, depends incontrovertibly on what you now do to restore the Republic and return your government to its constitutional limits. The Constitution, as written, as originally understood, is the main pillar in the edifice of your real independence, the political fortress against which the batteries of internal and external enemies of liberty will always be directed, and the palladium of your political safety and prosperity. Restore it to supremacy. Watch for its preservation with jealous anxiety, with ever a suspicion upon designing men and measures. Toward the preservation of your freedom and the permanency of your happiness, it is requisite not only that you steadily discountenance irregular oppositions to the Constitution's authority, but also that you resist with care the spirit of innovation upon the Constitution's principles. One method of assault may be to effect in the forms of the Constitution alterations which will impair the energy of the system and thus to undermine what cannot be overthrown. In all the changes to which you may be invited, remember that time and habit are at least as necessary to fix the true character of governments as of other human institutions. That experience is the surest standard by which to test the real tendency of the existing constitution of our country. Liberty finds in a government respectful of our Constitution's limits on power its surest guardian. A free government is, indeed, little else than a name where its officers refuse to abide by the rule of law, by the limits so prescribed by our Constitution of liberty, and by preservation and the secure and tranquil enjoyment of the rights of life, liberty, and property. In a free country, habits of thinking must be maintained that inspire caution in those entrusted with government administration to confine to within their respective constitutional spheres, avoiding exercise of powers whereby one department encroaches on another. The spirit of encroachment tends to consolidate the powers of all departments in one, and thus to create, whatever the form of government, a real despotism. A just estimate of that love of power and proneness to abuse it, which predominates in the human heart, is sufficient to satisfy us in the truth of this position. The necessity of reciprocal checks on the exercise of political power by dividing and distributing it into different depositories and constituting each the guardian of the public weal against invasions by the others, has been evinced by experiments, ancient and modern, to be the greatest protection for the people's liberties. Indeed, the combination of legislative, executive, and judicial powers, or any two of them in single hands, it is the very definition of tyranny. If, in the opinion of the people, the distribution or modification of the constitutional powers be in any particular wrong, let it be corrected by an amendment in the way which the Constitution so designates. But let there be no change by usurpation. For though this, in one instance, may be an instrument of good, it is the customary weapon by which our Constitution and the limited government it creates are destroyed. I must take my leave, called by my Father in heaven, not to toil further, but to make haste in restoring the balance of heaven, there being but one mortal probation allowed for each life. As I part, I leave you with an abiding assurance that regardless of what immediate fate may come or who may deprive our country of its constitution of liberty or deny the citizens of America their sovereignty, the sacred fire of liberty shall ever burn within them, and it shall ignite in the hearts of every true patriot the courage, insight, and resolution needed to upend the evil and restore the Republic. Your liberty and your happiness shall remain for all eternity the object of my heart and the happy reward of my earthly labors. I now part, but pray that whatever spirit of liberty I have conveyed shall long abide amongst you and among your posterity. May the Lord bless and keep you, and may divine providence save these United States of America. I remain your humble and obedient servant.
Thank you, President Washington, for that stirring address. Let me say, we accept your challenge and we stand ready to reignite the sacred fire of liberty. In the 18th century, when President Washington made a formal appearance, his own military band didn't play Hail to the Chief as they do today. They played Hail Columbia. And so, in keeping with the era we reawaken, I call to the stage once more tenor Mark Harris to sing Hail Columbia in the style known to President Washington and in honor of his presentation to us this evening. Mark Harris. Thank you, Mark Harris, and thank you once again, George Mason University Brass Quintet. And finally, one last time, I want to call to the stage that gospel music great Alma Randolph to sing the stirring "We Shall Overcome." Alma. Thank you, Alma. Thank you. And now in closing, we invite President Robert Walter
a member of the Centerville VA Stake Presidency of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, to deliver the benediction. Robert Walter.
Our Father in heaven, with gratitude in our hearts, we gather here this evening again to offer appreciation for the course of this event and for Jonathan Emord and his associates and all those that worked with him to organize such a stirring experience for each of us to be reminded of who we are, what it is we stand for, and the civil liberties that are available to us. And we pray, Father, that we may do all that we can to honor our forefathers and to extend to all freedom of choice and freedom of religion, and be able to help those within our reach to be reminded of those great principles in which we enjoy. Father, we are grateful for thy Son, Jesus Christ, and we are mindful of him. We're grateful for his gospel here upon the earth, and we are grateful that we are reminded that each is important in thine eyes, and that each has an opportunity to feel of love and compassion, and we pray that we may extend that mercy, that compassion to all men. Now we pray, Father, that as we leave this gathering this weekend, that we may go forth with power, with rejuvenation, with a determination to do what is right. We are grateful for the many speeches that we've heard, for the participants and the performances that we've enjoyed, and are grateful for the talents that we've experienced. And we pray again that we might go forth with a determination to serve and to uphold the Constitution of this great country in which we enjoy. We again pray for those in the armed forces who are defending our liberties. We pray that they will be safe, that they will be protected, that they will be inspired as to the ways that they continue to protect our freedoms. We pray for those within our government, that their minds and hearts will be softened, that they will be reminded of the founding principles that we enjoy, and that they will enact laws and enable us to make choices that we feel is best for us as individuals, as a collective community. And these things we pray for and do so in the sacred name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
So now we bring these proceedings to a close. And as we depart tonight, we ask each and every one of you to join us in defending that great and precious experiment in constitutional government entrusted to us by the Founding Fathers. And on behalf of all who have made this event possible, thank you. Good night, everybody.